Letters on Yoga, Volumes 1 through 4 by Sri Aurobindo. Letters on Yoga, Volume 1 by Sri Aurobindo. Part 1, The Divine, the Cosmos, and the Individual. Section 1, The Divine, Sachchidananda, Brahman, and Atman. Chapter 1. The Divine and its Aspects. The Divine. The Divine is the Supreme Truth, because it is the Supreme Being from whom all have come, and in whom all are. The Divine is that from which all comes, in which all lives, and to return to the truth of the Divine, now clouded over by ignorance, is the soul's aim in life. In its supreme truth, the Divine is absolute and infinite peace, consciousness, existence, power, and Ananda. The Divine is everywhere on all the planes of consciousness, seen by us in different ways and aspects of his being. But there is a Supreme which is above all these planes and ways and aspects, and from which they come. The Divine is neither personal nor impersonal, formless nor formed. He is the Divine. You talk of these distinctions as if they separated the Divine into so many separate divines which have nothing to do with each other. The Divine Consciousness. By the Divine Consciousness we mean the spiritual consciousness to which the Divine alone exists, because all is the Divine, and by which one passes beyond the ignorance and the lower nature into unity with the Divine and the Divine nature. Here in the ignorance, we are not aware of the Divine, and we obey the lower nature. All that is true truth is the direct expression in one way or another of the Divine Consciousness. Life is the dynamic expression of consciousness force when thrown outward to realize itself in concrete harmonies of formation. Love is an intense self-expression of the soul of Ananda, and light is what always accompanies the supramental consciousness and its most essential power. The Divine, one in all. The Divine is everywhere and in all. But this is a world of ignorance, in which each one is separated from the Divine within him by his ego, and he acts according to the ego and not according to the Divine. When he sees the Divine in all, then he begins to have the right consciousness and be free. All things are the Divine because the Divine is there, but hidden, not manifest. When the mind goes out to things, it is not with the sense of the Divine in them, but for the appearances only which conceal the Divine. It is necessary, therefore, for you as a sadhak to turn entirely to the Mother in whom the Divine is manifest, and not run after the appearances, the desire of which or the interest in which prevents you from meeting the Divine. Once the being is consecrated, then it can see the Divine everywhere, and then it can include all things in the one consciousness without a separate interest or desire. Wherever the Divine is, everything is. It is only concealed, not non-existent. The Divine is there below in the inconscience itself. Mind and life are concealed in matter, so is Supermind and Sachchidananda. The below is not something outside the Divine existence, but as mind manifested in matter only after the descent of mind opened it into creation, so it is with Supermind. Aspects of the Divine. The Divine is infinite, and a single experience or poise of experience cannot exhaust all the truth of the Divine. The seers have experienced each some aspect or aspects of the Divine reality. Their mental differences have been illustrated in the apologue of the blind men who all felt the elephant and described it in different figures according to the part they felt. One must go beyond mind altogether, even beyond the spiritualized mind, to have the real, complete experience. Rare, says Sri Krishna, are the few among the seekers who know me in my totality, in all the truth of my being. In fact, it is only in the supramental light that all opposition disappears, and the aspects are indivisibly united in the whole. One must go on enlarging knowledge, adding experience to experience, till all the limitation disappears. The transcendent, cosmic, and individual divine. The divine has three aspects for us. 1. It is the cosmic self and spirit that is in and behind all things and beings, from which and in which all is manifested in the universe, although it is now a manifestation in the ignorance. 2. It is the spirit and master of our own being within us whom we have to serve and learn to express his will in all our movements, so that we may grow out of the ignorance into the light. 3. The divine is transcendent being and spirit, all bliss and light and divine knowledge and power. And towards that highest divine existence and its light, we have to rise and bring down the reality of it more and more into our consciousness and life. In the ordinary nature, we live in the ignorance and do not know the divine. The forces of the ordinary nature are undivine forces because they weave a veil of ego and desire and unconsciousness which conceals the divine from us. To get into the higher and deeper consciousness, which knows and lives consciously in the divine, we have to get rid of the forces of the lower nature and open to the action of the divine Shakti, which will transform our consciousness into that of the divine nature. This is the conception of the divine from which we have to start. The realization of its truth can only come with the opening of the consciousness and its change. The distinction between the transcendental, the cosmic, the individual divine is not my invention, nor is it native to India or to Asia. It is, on the contrary, a recognized European teaching current in the esoteric tradition of the Catholic Church, where it is the authorized explanation of the Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and it is very well known to European mystic experience. In essence, it exists in all spiritual disciplines that recognize the omnipresence of the divine. In Indian Vedantic experience and in Mohammedan yoga, not only the Sufi, but other schools also. The Mohammedans even speak of not 2 or 3, but many levels of the divine until one reaches the supreme. As for the idea in itself, surely there is a difference between the individual, the cosmos in space and time, and something that exceeds this cosmic formula, or any cosmic formula. There is a cosmic consciousness experienced by many which is quite different in its scope and action from the individual consciousness, and if there is a consciousness beyond the cosmic, infinite, and essentially eternal, not merely extended in time, that also must be different from these two. And if the divine is or manifests himself in these three, is it not conceivable that in aspect, in his working, he may differentiate himself so much that we are driven, if we are not to confound all truth of experience, if we are not to limit ourselves to a mere static experience of something indefinable, to speak of a triple aspect of the divine? In the practice of yoga, there is a great dynamic difference in one's way of dealing with these three possible realizations. If I realize only the divine as that, not my personal self, which yet moves secretly all my personal being and which I can bring forward out of the veil, or if I build up the image of that Godhead in my members, it is a realization but a limited one. If it is the cosmic Godhead that I realize, losing in it all personal self, that is a very wide realization, but I become a mere channel of the universal power, and there is no personal or divinely individual consummation for me. If I shoot up to the transcendental realization only, I lose both myself and the world in the transcendental absolute. If on the other hand my aim is none of these things by itself, but to realize and also to manifest the divine in the world, bringing down for the purpose a yet unmanifested power, such as the Supermind, a harmonization of all three becomes imperative. I have to bring it down, and from where shall I bring it down, since it is not yet manifested in the cosmic formula? If not from the unmanifest transcendence, which I must reach and realize, I have to bring it into the cosmic formula, and if so, I must realize the cosmic divine and become conscious of the cosmic self and the cosmic forces. But I have to embody it here. Otherwise, it is left as an influence only and not a thing fixed in the physical world. And it is through the divine, in the individual alone, that this can be done. These are elements in the dynamics of spiritual experience, and I am obliged to admit them if a divine work has to be done. The European type of monism is usually pantheistic and weaves the universe and the divine so intimately together that they can hardly be separated. But what explanation of the evil and misery can there be there? The Indian view is that the divine is the inmost substance of the universe, but he is also outside it, transcendent. Good and evil, happiness and misery are only phenomena of cosmic experience, due to a division and diminution of consciousness in the manifestation, but are not part of the essence or of the undivided whole consciousness, either of the divine or of our own spiritual being. I know what is your difficulty about the cosmic divine. It was not present to my mind because I look at these things from the point of view of facts as they are both to our spiritual and our outward experience, whereas the point of view on which you lay stress is that they are not what they ought to be, or what the mind, ethical feeling, and the vital in man feel that they ought to be. That this world is full of queer, ugly, and inharmonious things is the very plain and self-evident fact with which we have to start, wherever we may want or hope to arrive. But the whole question is there, whether there is something behind, something that warrants this hope to arrive at something better. For the spiritual experience there is, and this something behind is to it as undeniable a fact as the very apparent character of this world in its surface aspect, as a world of ignorance, tribulation, suffering, disharmony, disorder, obscure inconscience. To spiritual experience it is not a speculation, but a fact that there is a Godhead immanent within, behind this flawed and imperfect human nature, into some likeness to which this nature can try to grow. There is something behind the cosmic movement with all its disorder, which is of the nature of abiding peace, calm, strength, joy, and all-embracing universality, and to enter into it and abide in it is possible for our consciousness also. It is also a part of spiritual experience that there is something beyond in which this divinity, or whatever other name you may give to it, is above the contradiction offered to it by this world of disorder and ignorance. That is the meaning of the transcendence. Whatever wide differences there may be between different ways of spiritual experience, or whatever names may be put on these things, so much is fairly universal. If there were not these certitudes, there could be no assured spiritual life or endeavor. The transcendent is the state beyond the universal forces, which for the purposes of our universe would mean the Sachchidananda planes and the supramental as a link with the present manifestation. Of course, the absolutely transcendent would be beyond all planes altogether. Personal and impersonal sides of the divine. There is always the personal and the impersonal side of the divine and the truth, and it is a mistake to think the impersonal alone true or important, for that leads to a void incompleteness in part of the being while only one side is given satisfaction. Impersonality belongs to the intellectual mind and the static self, personality to the soul and heart and dynamic being. Those who disregard the personal divine ignore something which is profound and essential. In X's case, there exists a conflict between his ideas of the truth and his heart. But in following the heart in its purer impulses, one follows something that is at least as precious as the mind's loyalty to its own conceptions of what the truth may be. Many have had communion with the personal divine through the mind and the heart, but that is not the complete or supreme realization. The usual experience of the impersonal is that it is everywhere, without form or limitation in any place or time. The impersonal divine has no abode and cannot have. It is all-pervading. If anybody says the impersonal divine has its abode in the heart, he can be asked what he means by the impersonal divine. Whatever impersonal truth or light there is, you have to find it, use it, do what you can with it. It does not trouble itself to hunt after you. It is the Buddhist idea that you must do everything for yourself. That is the only way. When one follows after the impersonal self, one is moving between two opposite principles: the silence and purity of the impersonal inactive Atman and the activity of the ignorant Prakriti. One can pass into the self, leaving the ignorant nature or reducing it to silence, or else one can live in the peace and freedom of the self and watch the action of nature as a witness. Even one may put some sattvic control by tapasya over the action of the Prakriti, but the impersonal self has no power to change or divinize the nature. For that one has to go beyond the impersonal self and seek after the divine who is both personal and impersonal and beyond these two aspects. If, however, you practice living in the impersonal self and can achieve a certain spiritual impersonality, then you grow in equality, purity, peace, detachment. You get the power of living in an inner freedom not touched by the surface movement or struggle of the mental, vital, and physical nature. And this becomes a great help when you have to go beyond the impersonal and to change the troubled nature also into something divine. The divine and the Atman. The divine is more than the Atman. It is nature also. It contains everything in itself. It is the individual being that is a portion of the divine. The universal self, or Atman, which is the same in all, is not a portion but an aspect of the divine. The divine and the supermind. One can become one with the divine on the mental plane. The supermind is necessary for manifesting the divine on earth. The divine can be and is everywhere, masked or half manifest or beginning to be manifest, in all the planes of consciousness. In the supramental, it begins to be manifest without disguise or veil in its own svarupa. Chapter 2, Sachchidananda, Existence, Consciousness, Force, and Bliss. Sachchidananda.
Sachchidananda is the one with a triple aspect. In the Supreme, the three are not three but one. Existence is consciousness. Consciousness is bliss. And they are thus inseparable. Not only inseparable, but so much each other that they are not distinct at all. In the superior planes of manifestation, they become triune.
Although inseparable, one can be made more prominent and base or lead the others. In the lower planes below, they become separable in appearance, though not in their secret reality, and one can exist phenomenally without the others, so that we become aware of what seems to us an inconscient or a painful existence or a consciousness without Ananda. Indeed, without this separation of them in experience, pain and ignorance and falsehood and death and what we call inconscience could not have manifested themselves. There could not have been this evolution of a limited and suffering consciousness out of the universal nescience of matter. The Sachchidananda is not in itself an active consciousness. It is simply pure existence, consciousness, and bliss. By a truth. Consciousness is meant a knowledge consciousness, which is immediately, inherently, and directly aware of truth in manifestation, and has not to seek for it like mind. Sachchidananda is everywhere behind the manifestation and supporting it as well as above it, and can be experienced below the supermind. Even in mind and vital, it can be experienced. The original substance of the spirit is pure existence carrying in it pure self-existent consciousness, or consciousness force, and pure self-existent Ananda. There is no plane beyond Sachchidananda. People say like that, the Transcendent is something beyond Sachchidananda, because the Transcendent Absolute is not only what to us is existence, but also what to us is non-existence. But there is really no such thing as non-existence. So the Transcendent can be conceived as Transcendent Sat, Transcendent Chit, Transcendent Ananda, Sat, or pure existence. You must remember that there are reflections of the higher worlds in the lower planes which can easily be experienced as supreme for that stage of the evolution. But the supreme Sachchidananda is not a world, it is supracosmic. The Sat, Satyaloka world, is the highest of the scale connected with this universe. Substance and being are the same thing. In the creation, they can be looked at as two aspects of the spirit. The pure existence is not something abstract, but substantial and concrete. Moreover, it is descending into the body, so it is quite natural to feel it materially. Chit, or consciousness. You seem to want to reduce everything to a catalog and a scientific analysis. Nobody has ever been able to do that with the working of the consciousness. The elements of a condition of consciousness cannot be classified like the elements of matter. I had intended to give only a concise answer to your question about consciousness, but it began to develop itself at great length, and I could not as yet finish it. I send you for the moment a more summary reply. Consciousness is not, to my experience, a phenomenon dependent on the reactions of personality to the forces of nature and amounting to no more than a seeing or interpretation of these reactions. If that were so, then when the personality becomes silent and immobile and gives no reactions, as there would be no seeing or interpretative action, there would therefore be no consciousness. That contradicts some of the fundamental experiences of yoga, e.g., a silent and immobile consciousness infinitely spread out, not dependent on the personality, but impersonal and universal, not seeing and interpreting contacts, but motionlessly self-aware, not dependent on the reactions, but persistent in itself, even when no reactions take place. The subjective personality itself is only a formation of consciousness, which is a power inherent, not in the activity of the temporary manifested personality, but in the being, the self, or Purusha. Consciousness is a reality inherent in existence. It is there even when it is not active on the surface, but silent and immobile. It is there even when it is invisible on the surface, not reacting on outward things, or sensible to them, but withdrawn and either active or inactive within. It is there even when it seems to us to be quite absent, and the being to our view unconscious and inanimate. Consciousness is not only power of awareness of self and things, it is or has also a dynamic and creative energy. It can determine its own reactions or abstain from reactions. It can not only answer to forces, but create or put out from itself forces. Consciousness is Chit, but also Chit Shakti. Consciousness is usually identified with mind, but mental consciousness is only the human range which no more exhausts all the possible ranges of consciousness than human sight exhausts all the gradations of color or human hearing all the gradations of sound. For there is much above or below that is to man invisible and inaudible. So there are ranges of consciousness above and below the human range, with which the normal human has no contact, and they seem to it unconscious. Supramental or overmental and submental ranges. When Yajnavalkya says there is no consciousness in the Brahman state, he is speaking of consciousness as the human being knows it. The Brahman state is that of a supreme existence supremely aware of itself, Svayam Prakasha. It is Sachchidananda, existence consciousness bliss. Even if it be spoken of as beyond that Parat Param, it does not mean that it is a state of non-existence or non-consciousness, but beyond even the highest spiritual substratum, the foundation above in the luminous paradox of the Rig Veda of cosmic existence and consciousness. As it is evident from the description of Chinese Tao and the Buddhist Shunya that is a nothingness in which all is, so with the negation of consciousness here. Superconscient and subconscient are only relative terms. As we rise into the superconscient, we see that it is a consciousness greater than the highest we yet have, and therefore in our normal state inaccessible to us. And if we can go down into the subconscient, we find there a consciousness other than our own at its lowest mental limit, and therefore ordinarily inaccessible to us. The inconscient itself is only an involved state of consciousness, which, like the Tao or Shunya, though in a different way, contains all things suppressed within it, so that under a pressure from above or within, all can evolve out of it. An inert soul with a somnambulist force. The gradations of consciousness are universal states not dependent on the outlook of the subjective personality, Rather, the outlook of the subjective personality is determined by the grade of consciousness in which it is organized according to its typal nature or its evolutionary stage. It will be evident that by consciousness is meant something which is essentially the same throughout, but variable in status, condition, and operation, in which in some grades or conditions the activities we call consciousness can exist either in a suppressed or an unorganized or a differently organized state, while in other states some other activities may manifest which in us are suppressed, unorganized, or latent, or else are less perfectly manifested, less intensive, extended, and powerful than in those higher grades above our highest mental limit. If your definition is correct, consciousness cannot be a self-existent reality. It is a result, a phenomenon dependent on the reactions of something. You say a personality. But what is a personality apart from consciousness? To the universal forces of nature. We can take a purely external view and say that consciousness is the result of a mass of reactions to the impact of outward physical things on the brain and nerves of a physical being. In this case, consciousness is a sort of affective hallucination. There is no real and permanent consciousness, but only a subjective impression created by a constant activity of reactions. As a number of dancing fires may create a glow in the sky, so consciousness is created by these reactions and is suspended or disappears when they halt or cease. In your definition, you add a real, or subjective personality and supplement the reactions of physical outward things by reactions of inner things or things from above or below. But still, the consciousness is only a seeing or interpretation of reactions. It is a result of them, a phenomenon. If there are no more reactions, consciousness ceases to exist. For what other basis has it or standing place than the impermanent reaction to forces? Unless it is something intrinsic and inherent in the subjective personality. But then it is not a result of the reactions or a seeing and interpretation of them, but rather the reactions are the result of a pre-existent consciousness, and the seeing or interpretation is merely an activity, perhaps only a very partial and surface activity, of the consciousness already and always inherent in the personality. Even if there were no impact of forces and no reactions, the consciousness would still be there, but static and inactive. But again, this activity of consciousness might not be limited to an interpretation or a passive reaction to forces. It might also, if it chose, be the creator or determinant of its reactions, as for instance to a blow on the body, or the vital, it might refuse the natural reactions of pain or anger and remain still and immobile, or it might return an unusual reaction of love or pleasure. Also, this consciousness might not be only a recipient and seer of forces, but a creator or putter out of forces. It might be not only a knower, but an energy, a dynamis. In this view, your definition becomes totally inadequate. Farther, the word personality is misleading, for what we usually know as personality is itself only a formation of consciousness. Behind it, we are aware of a person or Purusha who puts forward the mutable surface formation we call personality, and who may even have many personalities at a time or different personalities at different times. This Purusha would be then a being and consciousness, would be not a result or an activity, but a constant reality, an intrinsic power of awareness and action inherent in the being. As the being is self-existent, so the consciousness self-existent in the being, the Purusha. This is the realization we have of it in yogic experience, eternal reality of consciousness inherent in the eternal reality of existence, as in the concept and experience of Sachchidananda. This is the crucial point in the question, what is consciousness, whether it is a temporary phenomenon of nature or a reality in itself fundamental to existence. The first is the conclusion that is drawn and must be drawn from normal experience on the surface. The other is at best a metaphysical speculation or an instinctive feeling in humanity unless we go beyond the normal experience, deepen and widen the range of our present consciousness, and test its inner depths and inferior abysses and supernormal heights until we can touch its fundamental or its ultimate or its total reality, as is done in yoga. To judge from only normal and superficial experience as the ordinary mind does with phenomena is to miss the truth of things. We have to go behind the surface phenomenon to find the reality of what a thing is. There are no gradations of consciousness if the ordinary phenomenon of consciousness is taken, unless perhaps we distinguish two gradations, the animal and the human. The differences created by the variations of subjective personality amount only to degrees of power of the same human-animal consciousness, a better or worse, cruder or more complex organization of the instruments by which it receives or reacts to the contacts of nature. If, on the contrary, consciousness is an inherent power of existence present even when it is not apparent to us or active on the surface, then we can conceive of it arranging its own manifestation in gradations which rise or fall between what seem to us now the subconscient depths and superconscient summits of existence. The ordinary view of consciousness is based on normal superficial experience plus science. For physical science, consciousness is a temporary phenomenon in an unconscious world, something evolved in an animate organization that somehow develops in an originally inanimate and unconscious matter. It is not inherent in life, for the plant has it not. It is rather a growing flicker that, once established, lasts intermittently through sleep and waking, while life lasts and disappears with the dissolution of life. The ordinary mind identifies consciousness with human waking consciousness possibly shared by the animal, though that is not certain, for many refuse consciousness to the animal. A man is conscious while he lives. When he is dead, consciousness disappears. When he is asleep, stunned, drugged, anesthetized, in trance, then his consciousness is suspended. He is temporarily unconscious. How far is this scientific superficial view correct or maintainable? For it raises two fundamental questions. Is the waking surface consciousness the only form of consciousness possible? And again, is the consciousness synonymous with mind? Is all consciousness mental, or are other forms of it, supramental or submental, possible? Outer consciousness and inner consciousness. Consciousness is inherent in being, though it is here involved and concealed in things so that it has to emerge out of an apparent unconsciousness and organize itself in individual life. But this is only on the surface, which is all of which we are aware because we live on the surface of ourselves. This surface, the ordinary waking mind of man, is what we think to be ourselves, the whole of us, because living awake on the surface, we are conscious of that only. But within, with a sort of wall of obscurity or oblivion between it and the outer being, there is an inner being, an inner mind, vital, physical, and an inmost or psychic being of which we are not aware. We are only aware of what comes up from there to the surface, and do not know its source or how it comes. By yoga, the wall is slowly broken down, and we become aware of this inner and inmost being. By doing so, we build up a yogic consciousness, which is able to communicate direct with the universal consciousness around and the higher spiritual above. As the individual has a consciousness of his own, so too there is a universal consciousness, a cosmic being, a universal mind, a universal life, a universal physical conscious nature. We are unaware of it because we are shut up in our outer physical selves. By the inner awakening and the opening above, we become aware of this cosmic consciousness, cosmic nature, and cosmic self and its movements. Our consciousness can widen and become one with it. The forces of universal nature are always working on us without our knowing how they act, or being able to get any general control over their action on us. By becoming conscious of the universal, we are able to detect this working and control it. It all depends upon where the consciousness places itself and centralizes itself. If the consciousness places or associates itself within the ego, you are identified with the ego. If in the mind, it is identified with the mind and its activities and so on. If the consciousness puts its stress outside, it is said to live in the external being and becomes oblivious of its inner mind and vital and inmost psychic. If it goes inside, puts its centralizing stress there, then it knows itself as the inner being or, still deeper, as the psychic being. If it ascends out of the body to the planes where self is naturally conscious of its wideness and freedom, it knows itself as the self and not the mind, life, or body. It is this stress of consciousness that makes all the difference. That is why one has to concentrate the consciousness in heart or mind in order to go within or go above. It is the disposition of the consciousness that determines everything, makes one predominantly mental, vital, physical or psychic, bound or free, separate in the Purusha or involved in the Prakriti. Good heavens, what a magnificent muddle in the correspondence response to the preceding letter. The Jivatman is on the supramental plane and the Jiva is the psychic. It is the consciousness with a clear individual I that disposes variously the centralizing stress on one part or another of the being, and yet the quality of this I is determined by the part with which it identifies itself. Therefore, it must be a pure conscious I. All that has no basis whatever and does not hang together. I never said that the Jivatman belongs to the supramental plane or is situated there. The word jiva in its ordinary sense is the living creature, but in its philosophic sense it is often used as a short way of speaking of the Jivatman, the individual being. Neither can it be said that the psychic being is the jiva, nor is it the fact that it is the consciousness with a clear individual I that disposes variously the centralizing stress on one part or another of the being. Consciousness has no need of a clear individual I to dispose the stress. It can do that of itself. Wherever the stress is, put the I attaches itself to that, so that one thinks of oneself as a mental being or physical being or whatever it may be. The consciousness in me can be utterly free of any sense of an individual I, and yet dispose its stress in this way or the other way. It may go down into the physical and work there in the physical nature, keeping all the rest behind or above for the time, or it may go up into the overhead level and stand above mind, life, and body, seeing them as instrumental lower forms of itself. Or it may not see them at all, but rather emerge in the free, undifferentiated self. Or it may throw itself into an active dynamic cosmic consciousness and identify with that or do any number of other things without resorting to the help of this much overrated and meddlesome fly on the wheel which you call the clear individual I. The real I, if you want to use that word, is not a clear individual, that is, a clear-cut, limited, separative ego. It is as wide as the universe and wider and can contain the universe in itself. It is not the aha, nak, ara. It is the Atman. Consciousness is a fundamental thing. It is the fundamental thing in existence. It is the energy, the action, the movement of consciousness that creates the universe and all that is in it. Not only the macrocosm, but the microcosm is nothing but consciousness arranging itself. For instance, when consciousness in its movement, or rather a certain stress of movement, forgets itself, in the action it becomes an apparently unconscious energy. When it forgets itself in the form, it becomes the electron, the atom, the material object. In reality, it is still consciousness that works in the energy and determines the form and the evolution of form. When it wants to liberate itself, slowly, evolutionarily, out of matter, but still in the form, it emerges as life, as the animal, as man, and it can go on evolving itself still farther out of its involution and become something more than mere man. If you can grasp that, then it ought not to be difficult to see farther that it can subjectively formulate itself as a physical, a vital, a mental, a psychic consciousness. All these are present in man, but as they are all mixed up together in our external being, and their real status is hidden behind in our inner secret nature, One can only become fully aware of them by releasing the original limiting stress of the consciousness which makes us live in our external selves and becoming awake and centered within in the inner being. As the consciousness in us, by its external concentration or stress, has put all these things behind a wall or veil, it has to break down the wall or veil and get back in its stress into these inner parts of existence. That is what we call living within. Then our external being seems to us something small and superficial. We are or can become aware of the large and rich and inexhaustible kingdoms within. So also, consciousness in us has drawn a lid or covering or whatever one likes to call it, between the lower planes of mind, life, body, supported by the psychic and the higher planes which contain the spiritual kingdoms where the self is always free and limitless, and it can break or open the lid or covering and ascend there and become the self free and wide and luminous, or else bring down the influence, reflection, finally even the presence and power of the higher consciousness into the lower nature. Now that is what consciousness is. It is not composed of parts. It is fundamental to being, and itself formulates any parts it chooses to manifest, developing them from above downward by a progressive coming down from spiritual levels towards the evolution in matter, or formulating them in an upward working in the front by this process that we call evolution. If it chooses to work in you through the sense of ego, you think that it is the clear-cut individual I that does everything. If it begins to release itself from that limited working, then you too either begin to expand your sense of I till it bursts into infinity and no longer exists, or to shed it and flower into spiritual wideness. Of course, this is not what is spoken of in modern materialistic thought as consciousness, because that thought is governed by science. Science sees consciousness only as a phenomenon which emerges out of inconscient matter and consists of certain reactions of the system to outward things. But that is phenomenon of consciousness. It is not consciousness itself. It is even only a very small part of the possible phenomena of consciousness, and can give no clue to the true nature of consciousness, the spiritual reality, which is of the very essence of existence. That is all at present. You will have to fix yourself in that, for it is fundamental, before it can be useful to go any farther. Certainly the mind and the inner being are consciousness. For human beings who have not got deeper into themselves, mind and consciousness are synonymous. Only when one becomes more aware of oneself by a growing consciousness, then one can see different degrees, kinds, powers of consciousness, mental, vital, physical, psychic, spiritual. The divine has been described as being consciousness Ananda, even as a consciousness, Chaitanya, as putting out a force or energy, Shakti, that creates worlds. The mind is a modified consciousness that puts forth a mental energy. But the divine can stand back from his energy and observe it at its work. It can be the witness Purusha, watching the works of Prakriti. Even the mind can do that. A man can stand back in his mind consciousness and watch the mental energy doing things, thinking, planning, etc. All introspection is based upon that fact that one can so divide oneself into a consciousness that observes and an energy that acts. These are quite elementary things supposed to be known to everybody. Anybody can do that merely by a little practice. Anybody who observes his own thoughts, feelings, actions has begun doing it already. In yoga, we make the division complete. That is all. Consciousness and force or energy. Consciousness is made up of two elements, awareness of self and things and forces and conscious power. Awareness is the first thing necessary. You have to be aware of things in the right consciousness, in the right way, seeing them in their truth. But awareness by itself is not enough. There must be a will and a force that make the consciousness effective. Somebody may have the full consciousness of what has to be changed, what has to go and what has to come in its place, but may be helpless to make the change. Another may have the will force, but for want of a right awareness, may be unable to apply it in the right way at the right place. The advantage of being in the psychic consciousness is that you have the right awareness and its will being in harmony with the mother's will. You can call in the mother's force to make the change. Those who live in the mind and the vital are not so well able to do this. They are obliged to use mostly their personal effort, and as the awareness and will and force of the mind and vital are divided and imperfect, the work done is imperfect and not definitive. It is only in the supermind that awareness, will, force are always one movement and automatically effective. If consciousness and energy are the same thing, there would be no use in having two different words for them. In that case, instead of saying, I am conscious of my defects, one can say, I am energetic of my defects. If a man is running fast, you can say of him, he is running with great energy. Do you think it would mean the same if you said, he is running with great consciousness? Consciousness is that which is aware of things. Energy is a force put in action, which does things. Consciousness may have energy and keep it in or put it out, but that does not mean that it is only another word for energy, and that it has to go out when the energy goes out, and that it cannot stand back and observe the energy in action. You have plenty of inertia in you, but that does not mean that you and inertia are the same, and when inertia rises and swamps you, it is you who rise and swamp yourself. Force, energy, power, Shakti. There is a force behind each action acting in a manner appropriate to that action. It takes all these many forms for the necessity of the working, but it is one force. I have never classified the different forms of force. They can be hundreds or thousands in number. Force varies its form according to the work it has to do. A passive force has no meaning. Force is always dynamic. Only a force can act on a basis of calm passivity, just as in the material world, the force acts on the basis of inertia. Static and dynamic in reality always go together. It is in appearance that anything seems only dynamic or only static. In each atom of the being, there is an energy, a Shakti, just as there is in every material atom a great material energy. When you see like that, you become aware of these energies. They are neither good nor bad. It depends on how they are used or how they act. Power means strength and force, Shakti, which enables one to face all that can happen and to stand and overcome, also to carry out what the divine will proposes. It can include many things: power over men, events, circumstances, means, etc. But all this not of the mental or vital kind, but by an action through unity of consciousness with the divine and with all things and beings. It is not an individual strength depending on certain personal capacities, but the divine power using the individual as an instrument. It has no special relation to occult siddhis. Force is the essential Shakti. Energy is the working drive of the force, its active dynamism. Power is the capacity born of the force. Strength is energy consolidated and stored in the Adhar. The divine force can act on any plane. It is not limited to the supramental force. The supramental is only one aspect of the power of the divine. The supreme cannot create through the transcendent, because the transcendent is the supreme. It is through the cosmic Shakti that the divine creates. Ananda.
Ananda is a thing to be felt. It cannot be defined except negatively that it is not mere joy, but something much more deep and essential.
It is the statement of the Upanishad that there is an ether of Ananda in which all breathe and live. If it were not there, none could breathe or live. It is fundamentally true for most people that the pleasure of life, of existence in itself, predominates over the troubles of life. Otherwise, most people would want to die, whereas the fact is that everybody wants to live. And if you propose to them an easy means of eternal extinction, they would decline without thanks. That is what X is saying, and it is undeniable. It is also true that this comes from the Ananda of existence, which is behind everything and is reflected in the instinctive pleasure of existence. Naturally, This instinctive essential pleasure is not the Ananda. It is only a pale and dim reflection of it in an inferior life consciousness. But it is enough for its purpose. I have said that myself somewhere, and I do not see anything absurd or excessive in the statement. Why should the joy of creation be unyogic? Every creator feels the joy of creation, including the divine creator. Chapter 3. Brahman, the impersonal Brahman. You speak of the impersonal as if it were a person. The impersonal is not he, it is it. How can an it guide or help? The impersonal Brahman is inactive, aloof, indifferent, not concerned with what happens in the universe. Buddha's permanent is the same. There is no thought in the pure impersonal, it is silent. But it is true that divine truth can manifest in the background of the silence. This is, of course, the truth of things up to the Overmind. The inactive Brahman and the active Brahman. The inactive Brahman and the active personal Brahman are two aspects of the divine. In the Supreme, these are fused into each other, not separate. There are two aspects of the divine, the static peace and the dynamic force. In the end, they unite. It is in the inactive Brahman that one merges if one seeks laya or moksha. One can dwell in the personal divine, but does not merge in him. As for the Supreme, he holds in himself the world existence, and it is in his consciousness that it moves. So by entering into the Supreme, one rises above subjection to nature, but one does not disappear from all consciousness of world existence. The immutable Brahman is only a base for the transcendent action, which comes down into its peace and silence, and fills it with power also, and Ananda and the light of knowledge, spirit and life. In the sphere of the spirit are only the eternal truths. All is eternally itself there. There is no development, nothing unrealized or striving to be fulfilled. There are no such things as possibilities, therefore. In life, on the other hand, all is a play of possibilities. Nothing is realized. All is seeking to be realized, or if not yet seeking, then waiting behind the veil for that. Nothing is realized in its highest form, in its truth or completeness, but all is possible. All these possibilities are derived from the truths above, e.g., the possibility of knowledge, the possibility of love, the possibility of joy, etc. Intellect, will, etc. are intermediaries which try to catch something of the hidden higher truths and bring them into life or else raise life to them, so that the possibilities of life here may become the complete realities that are already there above. Chapter 4. The Self or Atman. The Self. The Self is being, not a being. By self is meant the conscious essential existence, one in all. The Self is the divine itself in an essential aspect. It is not a portion. There is no meaning in the phrase, not even a portion, or only an aspect. An aspect is not something inferior to a portion. Do you not know what essential means? There is a difference between the essence of a thing, which is always the same, and its formations and developments which vary. There is, for instance, the essence of gold, and there are the many forms which gold can take. Essence can never be defined. It simply is. Everything acts in the self. The whole play of nature takes place in the self, in the divine. The self contains the universe. The cosmic spirit, or self. The cosmic spirit or self contains everything in the cosmos. It upholds cosmic mind, universal life, universal matter, as well as the overmind. The self is more than all these things which are its formulations in nature. It is the cosmic spirit uses truth and falsehood, knowledge and ignorance, and all the other dualities as elements in the manifestation, and works out what has to be worked out till all is ready for a higher working. The cosmic spirit contains the supermind, but it keeps it above and works for the present between the overmind and the physical. It is only when the ignorance is removed that the supramental becomes directly a dynamic part of the workings of cosmic nature here. Till then, there are only reflections of it. The self is essentially universal. The individualized self is only the universal experienced from an individual center. If what you have realized is not felt to be one in all, then it is not the Atman. Possibly it is the central being not yet revealing its universal aspect as Atman. The self is felt as either universal, one in all, or a universalized individual the same in essence as others, extended everywhere from each being but centered here. Of course, center is a way of speaking because no physical center is usually felt, only all the action takes place around the individual. All is in the self. When identified with the universal self, all is in you. Also, the microcosm reproduces the macrocosm, so all is present in each, though all is not expressed and cannot be in the surface consciousness. The Atman, the soul, and the psychic being. The Atman is one in all, is not born, does not evolve or change. The soul is something that comes from the divine into the evolution, and as the psychic being it evolves and assumes different personalities from life to life. To live in the consciousness of the Atman is to live in the calm, unity, and peace that is above things and separate from the world even when pervading it. But for the psychic consciousness, there are two things, the world and itself, acting in the world. The Jivatman has not come down into the world, it stands above, always the same, supporting the different beings, mental, etc., which act here. The psychic is what has come down here. Its function is to offer all things to the divine for transformation. The self and nature, or Prakriti. The self, or Atman, is inactive. Nature, Prakriti, or Shakti acts. When the self is realized, it is first an infinite existence, wideness, silence, freedom, peace that is felt. That is called Atman, or self. When action takes place, it is according to the realization either felt as forces of nature working in that wideness, as the divine Shakti working, or as the cosmic divine, or various powers of him working. It is not felt that the self is acting. One may be aware of the silent static self without relation to the play of the cosmos. Again, one may be aware of the universal static self omnipresent in everything without being supra-sensuously awake to the movement of the dynamic Vishva Prakriti. The first realization of the self or Brahman is often a realization of something that separates itself from all form, name, action, movement, exists in itself only, regarding the cosmos as only a mass of cinematographic shapes, unsubstantial and empty of reality. That was my own first complete realization of the nirvana in the self. That does not mean a wall between self and Brahman, but a scission between the essential self-existence and the manifested world. In the experience of yoga, the self or being is in essence one with the divine, or at the least it is a portion of the divine and has all the divine potentialities. But in manifestation, it takes two aspects, the Purusha and Prakriti, conscious being and nature. In nature here, the divine is veiled, and the individual being is subjected to nature, which acts here as the lower Prakriti, a force of ignorance, avidya. The Purusha in itself is divine, but exteriorized in the ignorance of nature, it is as the individual apparent being imperfect with her imperfection. Thus, the soul or psychic essence, which is the Purusha entering into the evolution and supporting it, carries in itself all the divine potentialities, but the individual psychic being which it puts forth as its representative assumes the imperfection of nature and evolves in it till it has recovered its full psychic essence and united itself with the self above, of which the soul is the individual projection in the evolution. This duality in the being on all its planes, for it is true in different ways, not only of the self and the psychic, but of the mental, vital, and physical Purushas, has to be grasped and accepted before the experiences of the yoga can be fully understood. The being is one throughout, but on each plane of nature, it is represented by a form of itself which is proper to that plane. The mental Purusha in the mental plane, the vital Purusha in the vital, the physical Purusha in the physical. The Taittiriya Upanishad speaks of two other planes of the being, the knowledge or truth plane and the Ananda plane, each with its Purusha, but although influences may come down from them, these are superconscient to the human mind and their nature is not yet organized here. Section 2. The Cosmos. Terms from Indian Systems. Chapter 1. The Upanishadic and Puranic Systems. Virat. Virat is the outer manifestation, and if we take all that as Brahman, without knowing what is behind the manifestation, we shall fall into the intellectual error of pantheism, not realizing that the divine is more than this outer manifestation and cannot be known by it alone. In the vital, we may fall into the error of accepting what is dark and imperfect on the same terms as that which makes for the light and divine perfection. There may be many other consequent errors also. Visva or Virat, Hiranyagarbha or Taijasa, Prajna or Ishwara. These two sets of three names each mean the same things. Visva or Virat equals the spirit of the external universe. Hiranyagarbha or Taijasa, the luminous, equals the spirit in the inner planes. Prajna or Ishwara equals the superconscient spirit, master of all things, and the highest self on which all depends. The mental cannot be Ishwara. It is the external consciousness, the inner consciousness, the superconscient that are meant by Vaishvanara, Taijasa, and Prajna in the Mandukya Upanishad. The terms waking, dream, sleep are applied because in the ordinary consciousness of man, the external only is awake. The inner being is mostly subliminal and acts directly only in a state of sleep, when its movements are felt like things of dream and vision. While the superconscient, Supermind, Overmind, etc., is beyond even that range and is to the mind like a deep sleep. Vaishvanara, Taijasa, Prajna, Kutastha. But why do you want to connect these things with the soul? These four names, Vaishvanara, Taijasa, Prajna, Kutastha, are given to four conditions of transcendent and universal Brahman or self. They are merely conditions of being and consciousness. The self that supports the waking state or sthula consciousness. The self that supports the dream state or subtle consciousness. The self that supports the deep sleep state or causal consciousness, Karana, and the self in the supracosmic consciousness. The individual, of course, participates, but these are conditions of the self, not the self and soul. The meaning of these expressions is fixed in the Mandukya Upanishad. Karana, Hiranyagarbha, Virat. 3 planes. 1. Karana. 2. Hiranyagarbha. 3. Virat. The parallel between Vijnana or Karana Jagat of the Upanishad, presided over by Prajna and equated with Sushupti, as the Hiranyagarbha world with Swapna and things subtle, does not altogether equate with my account of the Supermind. But it might be said that to the normal mind approaching or entering the supramental plane, it becomes a state of Sushupti. If the writer had put the superconscient sleep of Supermind, for so the supramental state appears to the untransformed mind when it touches or apprehends it, for it falls inevitably into such a superconscious sleep. Then the difference would be cured. The 7 worlds. 1. Bhu, physical. 2. Bhuva, vital. 3. Swar, mental. 4. Mahat, Vijnana, supramental. 5. Jhana, Ananda world. 6. Tapa, world of Chit tapas. 7. Satya, world of Sat. The last 3 being Sachchidananda worlds. The worlds of the lower hemisphere. The Bhuvarloka is not part of the material universe. It is the vital world that goes by that name. Dhuloka equals mind world. Bhuvarloka equals vital world. Burloka equals material world. Svarloka is the highest region of the Dyuloka, but it came to be regarded as identical with it. Tapaloka and the worlds of tapas. That is the original Tapaloka, in which the principle is Chit and its power of tapas. But there are other worlds of tapas on the other planes below. There is one in the mental, another in the vital range. It is one of these tapas worlds from which the being you saw must have come. Chapter 2. The Sankhya-Yoga System. Purusha. Purusha is the conscious being who supports all the action of nature. There is no fixed place, but as the central being he usually stands above the Adhar. He becomes also the mental, vital, physical, psychic being. The word being is used with all kinds of significances. It is a very imprecise word and can embrace everything. Purusha has a precise significance. It is the soul or spirit side of the being as opposed to the nature side. There is one Purusha. Its action is according to the position and need of the consciousness at the time. It is the nature of the action above the ordinary mind or in the cosmic consciousness, which is many-sided. The Purusha is one thing, and the ordinary mental will and force are another. The latter may be unsuccessful in their action. When you are in the Purusha consciousness, that of itself implies a state of concentration and receptivity.
By development of the inner will, the Purusha, can become active.
The Purusha in men is normally passive, not active. It is the Prakriti that is active, Purusha and Prakriti. There is a Purusha, or essential being, for each plane of the consciousness, just as each has its Prakriti, nature, a special force of action and movement, so each has its Purusha, a part of the being which supports and observes and experiences and can also control the movements of Prakriti. It is Prakriti, nature, that sends these impulses to act. Nature sends all kinds of forces and experiences to each. It is for you as a conscious being, Purusha, to choose whether you shall do or not do. You should reject what you see to be wrong, accept only what is true and right. In nature there is the higher and the lower, the true and the false. What the divine wants of you is that you should grow in the truth and the higher nature, reject the false and the lower nature. As you have indulged the Prakriti for the last 10,000 lives or so, it has been accustomed to impose its own way on the Purusha. To be separate is only the first step. Also, I fancy the Purusha in you is still very mental in its will. In order to get the dynamic realization, it is not enough to rescue the Purusha from subjection to Prakriti. We must transfer the allegiance of the Purusha from the lower Prakriti with its play of ignorant forces to the supreme divine Shakti, the mother. It is a mistake to identify the mother with the lower Prakriti and its mechanism of forces. Prakriti here is a mechanism only which has been put forth for the working of the evolutionary ignorance. As the ignorant, mental, vital, or physical being is not itself the divine, although it comes from the divine, so the mechanism of Prakriti is not the Divine Mother. No doubt something of her is there in and behind this mechanism, maintaining it for its evolutionary purpose. But what she is in herself is not a Shakti of avidya, but the divine consciousness, power, light, para Prakriti, to whom we turn for the release and the divine fulfillment. The realization of the Purusha consciousness, calm, free, observing the play of forces but not attached or involved in them, is a means of liberation. The calm, the detachment, a peaceful strength and joy, atmarati, must be brought down into the vital and physical, as well as into the mind. If this is established, one is no longer a prey to the turmoil of the vital forces. But this calm, peace, silent strength and joy is only the first descent of the power of the mother into the Adhar. Beyond that is a knowledge, an executive power, a dynamic Ananda, which is not that of the ordinary Prakriti even at its best and most sattvic, but divine in its nature. First, however, the calm, the peace, the liberation is needed. To try to bring down the dynamic side too soon is not advisable. For then, it would be a descent into a troubled and impure nature, unable to assimilate it, and serious perturbations might be the consequence. There is a constant movement, Prakriti, and a constant silence, Purusha. It is the Purusha and Prakriti sides of the nature, one leading to pure conscious existence, static, the other to pure conscious force, dynamic. The past darkness they have come out of is that of ignorance. The future darkness that is felt above is superconscience. But of course, the superconscience is really luminous. Only its light is not seen. The three forms of consciousness are the three sides of nature represented by the three gunas: force of subconscious tamas, inertia, which is the law of matter, force of half-conscious desire, kinesis, which is rajas, which is the law of life, force of sattvic prakasha, which is the law of intelligence. Prakriti. Prakriti is a name given to the force that works out everything in the person and in the world. It takes the form of mental, vital, psychic, physical, and other forces of all sorts of powers and qualities, movements, forms, thoughts, sensations, feelings, actions. All that is the result of Prakriti. It is as when a machine is moved by forces of electricity or steam or gas. So the world may be regarded as a huge and complicated machine worked by the forces of Prakriti. It is what is called in English nature, and they say everything in the world is the work of nature. It is Prakriti or nature that acts. The divine does not compel people to do anything. Nothing can happen without the presence and support of the divine, for nature or Prakriti is the divine force, and it is this that works out things, but it works them out according to the nature and through or with the will of each man, which is full of ignorance. That goes on until men turn to the divine and become conscious of him and united with him. Then only can it be said that all begins to be done in them by the direct will of the divine. The lower Prakriti is the ordinary consciousness of man with its ignorance, desires, and bondage. I suppose you know that one has to transcend this ordinary consciousness of the lower nature and arrive at a higher divine consciousness if one wants to be free. By Prakriti, in a passage in Bases of Yoga, is meant universal Prakriti. Universal Prakriti entering into the vital being creates desires which appear by its habitual response as an individual nature. But if the habitual desires she throws in are rejected and exiled, the being remains, but the old individual Prakriti of vital desire is no longer there. A new nature is formed, responding to the truth above, and not to the lower nature. Universal Prakriti determined it, the habit of response to vital movements, and the soul or Purusha accepted it. In the acceptance lies the responsibility. The Purusha is that which sanctions or refuses. The vital being responds to the ordinary life waves in the animal. Man responds to them, but has the power of mental control. He has also, as the mental Purusha is awake in him, the power to choose whether he shall have desire or train his being to surmount it. Finally, there is the possibility of bringing down a higher nature, which will not be subject to desire, but act on another vital principle. Prakriti and Shakti, or Chit Shakti. What is meant by Prakriti or nature is the outer or executive side of the Shakti or conscious force, which forms and moves the worlds. This outer side appears here to be mechanical, a play of the forces, gunas, etc. Behind it is the living consciousness and force of the divine Shakti. The Prakriti itself is divided into the lower and higher. The lower is the Prakriti of the ignorance, the Prakriti of mind, life, and matter separated in consciousness from the divine. The higher is the divine Prakriti of Sachchidananda, with its manifesting power of Supermind, always aware of the divine and free from ignorance and its consequences. Man, so long as he is in the ignorance, is subject to the lower Prakriti, but by spiritual evolution, he becomes aware of the higher nature and seeks to come into contact with it. He can ascend into it and it can descend into him. Such an ascent and descent can transform the lower nature of mind, life, and matter. Prakriti is only the executive or working force. The power behind Prakriti is Shakti. It is the Chit Shakti in manifestation. That is the spiritual consciousness. All energies derive from the Chit Shakti, but they differentiate from it as they descend. This much is true that life is characteristically force, the physical is characteristically substance, but the dynamism of both derives from Chit, mind dynamism also, all dynamism, Purusha, Prakriti, and action. It is more difficult for the Prakriti to separate itself from outer action than for the Purusha, as its ordinary play is that of the surface being. It has to divide itself into two to separate from that. The Purusha, on the contrary, is in its nature silent and separate, so it has only to go back to its original nature. It, Prakriti, divides itself into an inner force that is free from its action, free from rajas, tamas, etc., and the outer Prakriti, which it is using and changing. If ego and desire are different things from the gunas, then there can be an action of the gunas without ego and desire, and therefore without attachment. That is the nature of the action of the gunas in the unattached, liberated yogi. If it were not possible, then it would be nonsense to talk of the yogis being unattached, for there would remain still attachment in part of their being. To say that they are unattached in the Purusha, but attached in the Prakriti, therefore they are unattached, is to talk nonsense. Attachment is attachment in whatever part of the being it may be. In order to be unattached, one must be unattached everywhere, in the mental, vital, physical action, and not only in the silent soul somewhere inside. You seem to think that action and Prakriti are the same thing, and where there is no action, there can be no Prakriti. Purusha and Prakriti are separate powers of the being. It is not that Purusha equals quiescence and Prakriti equals action, so that when all is quiescent, there is no Prakriti, and when all is active, there is no Purusha. When all is active, there is still the Purusha behind the active nature, and when all is quiescent, there is still the Prakriti, but the Prakriti at rest. The outer being is also detached. When a yogi engages in detached action, the whole being is without desire or attachment, and still action is possible. Action without desire is possible. Action without attachment is possible. Action without ego is possible. It is not the inner Purusha only that remains detached then. The inner Purusha is always detached, only one is not conscious of it in the ordinary state. It is the Prakriti also that is not disturbed by the action of the gunas or attached to it. The mind, the vital, the physical, which are Prakriti, begin to get the same quietude, unperturbed peace and detachment as the Purusha. But it is a quietude, not a cessation of all action. It is quietude in action itself. If it were not so, my statement in the Arya that there can be a desireless or liberated action on which I found the possibility of a free, mukta action would be false. The whole being, Purusha Prakriti, becomes detached, having no desire or attachment, even in the action of the gunas. Prakriti is the force that acts. A force may be in action or in quiescence, but when it rests, it is as much a force as when it acts. The gunas are an action of the force. They are in the force itself. The sea is there, and the waves are there, but the waves are not the sea. And when there are no waves, and the sea is still, it does not stop being the sea. The gunas, or qualities of nature. Prakriti and nature are the same thing. The gunas are modes or processes of nature, Prakriti. If the gunas are quiescent, then Prakriti ceases to act. Unless the gunas are transformed into their divine equivalents, then Prakriti becomes the higher or divine nature. I don't think it is correct myself. It is supposed that when the three qualities are not in an equalized condition, when there is a diversity and movement of variation, then creation is active. Otherwise, all becomes quiescent original Prakriti. It is doubtful if it is actually so. Transcendence of the three gunas is a state of liberation, in which one is not affected by the action of the gunas. But even before that is attained, there can be a complete and living faith in the divine. Transformation of the gunas. The three gunas become purified and refined and changed into their divine equivalents. Sattva becomes Jyoti, the authentic spiritual light. Rajas becomes tapas, the tranquilly intense divine force. Tamas becomes shama, the divine quiet, rest, peace. You cannot drive out rajas and tamas, you can only convert them and give the predominance to sattva. Tamas and rajas disappear only when the higher consciousness not only comes down, but controls everything down to the cells of the body. They then change into the divine rest and peace and the divine energy or tapas. Finally, sattva also changes into the divine light. As for remaining quiet when tamas is there can also be a tamasic quiet. The prakriti can be psychicized and spiritualized, and the gunas yet remain, but with the sattva dominant and the rajas and tamas enlightened by the sattva. As the transformation increases, the gunas change more and more towards their divine equivalents, but it is only when the supramental comes that there is the full change. The transformation of the gunas is necessary for the perfection of the nature, not for liberation. Liberation comes by loss of ego and desire, sattva and liberation. When the consciousness as well as the action is free from ego and desire, there is always a fundamental calm. This calm remains whether sattva predominates or not. Sattva need not always predominate, because to become sattvic is not the object of sadhana. To need to be always sattvic would be a limitation. Whatever guna predominates in the action, to be free, desireless, calm behind all actions, is the condition of the liberated man. The sattva predominates. When action is done without desire and ego, the rajas acts as a kinetic movement under the control of sattva until the tamas imposes the need of rest. That is the usual thing. But even if the tamas predominates and the action is weak, or the rajas predominates and the action is excessive, neither the purusha nor the prakriti get disturbed. There is a fundamental calm in the whole being, and the action is no more than a ripple or an eddy on the surface. Transformation of rajas and tamas. It is possible that the fatigue or lethargy comes as the wrong condition which has to be replaced by the peace. As rajas, kinetic passion, has to be replaced by tapas, the spiritual force, so tamas, the obscure inertia, has to be replaced by shama, the luminous quietude and peace. The peace, shama, is the pure form, tamas is its degraded or perverted form, just as rajas is the degraded or perverse form of tapas. When there is the transformation, tamas can be got rid of. But till then there is always a possibility of its mixing with the peace or stillness, so long as that is not perfect and all-pervading. A dynamic descent brings tapas, not shama. It is a greater and greater descent of peace that brings shama. The dynamic descent helps it by dispersing the element of rajasic disturbance and changing rajas into tapas. Transformation of tamas into shama. The tamas is part of the general physical nature, and so long as that is not fully changed and illumined, something of it remains. But one has only to go on opening oneself to the mother's consciousness, and in time the tamas too will change into the inner divine rest and peace. All undesirable things are a mistranslation in the ignorance of something that on a higher plane is or might be desirable. Inertia, tamas, is the mistranslation of the divine shama, rest, quietude, peace. Pain is a mistranslation of Ananda, lust of love, etc. It is only when the lower perversions are got rid of that the higher things in their truth can reign. It is the tendency of the physical to substitute its own inertia for the emptiness. The true emptiness is the beginning of what I call, in the Arya Shama, the rest, calm, peace of the eternal self, which has finally to replace tamas, the physical inertia. Tamas is the degradation of shama, as rajas is the degradation of tapas, the divine force. The physical consciousness is always trying to substitute its own inertia for the calm, peace, or rest of the true consciousness, just as the vital is always trying to substitute its rajas for the true action of the force. It, sleepiness, is the physical tamas trying to push itself into the place of the calm. Part of the transformation consists in replacing the element of tamas in the nature by the shama, or true calm, peace, rest, of which tamas or inertia is the degradation or perversion in the lower nature, for each of the three gunas has its divine counterpart in the higher nature. But tamas, being the settled habit of the inferior nature, tries to persist and keep or get back its place. That is the reason why this kind of alternation takes place between the two. Inert shama is shama still mixed with tamas, a quietude that has no force of action, tapas, in it, no positive principle of happy ease, no positive light of knowledge, but is still calm, repose, release from all disturbance. It tamas has to be transformed into shama, the peace and rest of the higher prakriti, and then filled with tapas and jyoti. But this can only be done completely in the physical when the physical is finally transformed by the supramental power. Mahat. Mahat is, I suppose, the essential and original matrix of consciousness, involved, not evolved, in Prakriti, out of which individuality and formation come. Tanmatra. Tanmatra is only the basis of matter. In the Sankhya, the basis is pradhana of Prakriti, out of which come buddhi and everything else. In the Vedanta, it is spiritual substance out of which all comes. Section 3. The Jivatman and the Psychic Being. Chapter 1. The Jivatman in the Integral Yoga. The Jivatman or individual self. By Jivatma we mean the individual self. Essentially, it is one self with all others, but in the multiplicity of the divine, it is the individual self, an individual center of the universe, and it sees everything in itself, or itself in everything or both, together according to its state of consciousness and point of view. The self, Atman, is in its nature either transcendent or universal, Paramatma, Atma. When it individualizes and becomes a central being, it is then the Jivatman. The Jivatman feels his oneness with the universal, the same time his central separateness as a portion of the divine. The individual self is usually described as a portion of the transcendent and cosmic self. In the higher and subtler ranges of the consciousness, it knows itself as that. But in the lower, where the consciousness is more and more clouded, it identifies itself with surface forms of personality, creations of Prakriti, and becomes unaware of its divine origin. Self, when one becomes aware of it, is felt as something self-existent and eternal which is not identified with forms of mental, vital, and physical personality. These are only small expressions of its potentialities in nature. What people call themselves now is only the ego or the mind or the life force or the body, but that is because they think in the terms of the formations of Prakriti and do not see behind them. For the most part, the Supreme acts through the jiva and its nature, and the jiva and the nature act through the ego, and the ego acts through the outer instruments. That is the play of the ignorance. Essentially, one jiva has the same nature as all, but in manifestation each puts forth its own line of swabhava. The Jivatma is above all planes. It has no fixed form or color, though it may represent itself in a form. The Jivatma has always calm and peace. It is the nature, Prakriti, that is not quiet. The Jivatman, the psychic being, and Prakriti. The spirit is the Atman, Brahman, essential divine. When the one divine manifests its ever-inherent multiplicity, this essential self or Atman becomes for that manifestation the Jivatman, the central being who presides from above over the evolution of its personalities and terrestrial lives here. but is itself an eternal portion of the divine and prior to the terrestrial manifestation, para prakritir jvabhuta. In this lower manifestation, apar aprakriti, this eternal portion of the divine appears as the soul, a spark of the divine fire, supporting the individual evolution, supporting the mental, vital, and physical being. The psychic being is the spark growing into a fire, evolving with the growth of the consciousness. The psychic being is therefore evolutionary, not like the Jivatman prior to the evolution. But man is not aware of the self or Jivatman. He is aware only of his ego, or he is aware of the mental being, which controls the life and the body. But more deeply, he becomes aware of his soul, or psychic being as his true center, the Purusha in the heart. The psychic is the central being in the evolution. It proceeds from and represents the Jivatman, the eternal portion of the divine. When there is the full consciousness, the Jivatman and the psychic being joined together. The ego is a formation of nature, but it is not a formation of physical nature alone, therefore it does not cease with the body. There is a mental and vital ego also. The base of the material consciousness here is not only the ignorance, but the inconscience. That is, the consciousness is involved in form of matter and energy of matter. It is not only the material consciousness, but the vital and the mental too, that are separated from the truth by the ignorance. The body is not the individual self. It is the basis of the external personality, or of the physical self, if you like so to express it. But that is not the individual self. The individual self is the central being, Jivatma, manifesting in the lower nature as the psychic being. It is directly a portion of the divine. The soul, representative of the central being, is a spark of the divine supporting all individual existence in nature. The psychic being is a conscious form of that soul growing in the evolution, in the persistent process that develops first life in matter, mind in life, until finally mind can develop into overmind and overmind into the supramental truth. The soul supports the nature in its evolution through these grades, but is itself not any of these things. The lower nature, apara prakriti, is this external objective and superficial subjective apparent nature which manifests all these minds, lives, and bodies. The supreme nature, para prakriti, concealed behind it is the very nature of the divine, a supreme consciousness force which manifests the multiple divine as the many. These many are in themselves eternal selves of the Supreme in his supreme nature, para prakriti. Here in relation to this world, they appear as the Jivatmas, supporting the evolution of the natural existences, sarva bhutani in the mutable becoming, which is the life of the kshara, mobile or mutable, purusha. The jiva equals jivatma, and the creatures, sarvabhutani, are not the same thing. The jivatmas really stand above the creation, even though in it, the natural existences, sarvabhutani, are the creatures of nature. Man, bird, beast, reptile are natural existences, but the individual self in them is not even for a moment characteristically man, bird, beast, or reptile. In its evolution, it is the same through all these changes, a spiritual being that consents to the play of nature. What is original and eternal forever in the divine is the being. What is developed in consciousness, conditions, forces, forms, etc., by the divine power is the becoming. The eternal divine is the being, the universe in time, and all that is apparent in it is a becoming. The eternal being in its superior nature, para prakriti, is at once one and many. But the eternal multiplicity of the divine when it stands behind the created existences, sarvabhutani, appears as, or as we say becomes, the jiva. That is the meaning of the para prakritir jivabhuta. In the psychic, on the other hand, there are two aspects: the psychic existence or soul behind, and in front, the form of individuality it takes in its evolution in nature. The soul or psychic is immutable only in the sense that it contains all the possibility of the divine within it. But this, it has to evolve, and in its evolution, it assumes the form of a developing psychic individual evolving in the manifestation, the individual Prakriti, and taking part in the evolution. It is the spark of the divine fire that grows behind the mind, vital and physical, by means of the psychic being until it is able to transform the Prakriti of ignorance into a Prakriti of knowledge. This evolving psychic being is not therefore at any time all that the soul or essential psychic existence bears within it. It temporalizes and individualizes what is eternal in potentiality, transcendent in essence in this projection of the spirit. The central being is the being which presides over the different births one after the other, but is itself unborn, for it does not descend into the being but is above it. It holds together the mental, vital, and physical being and all the various parts of the personality, and it controls the life either through the mental being and the mental thought and will, or through the psychic, whichever may happen to be most in front or most powerful in action. If it does not exercise its control, then the consciousness is in great disorder, and every part of the personality acts for itself, so that there is no coherence in the thought, feelings, or action. The psychic is not above, but behind. Its seat is behind the heart. Its power is not knowledge, but an essential or spiritual feeling. It has the clearest sense of the truth and a sort of inherent perception of it, which is of the nature of soul feeling. It is our inmost being and supports all the others, mental, vital, physical, but it is also much veiled by them and has to act upon them as an influence rather than by its sovereign right of direct action. Its direct action becomes normal and preponderant only at a high stage of development or by yoga. It is not the psychic being which, you feel, gives you the intuitions of things to be or warns you against the results of certain actions. That is some part of the inner being, sometimes the inner mental, sometimes the inner vital. Sometimes it may be the inner or subtle physical Purusha. The inner being, inner mind, inner vital, inner or subtle physical knows much that is unknown to the outer mind, the outer vital, the outer physical, for it is in a more direct contact with the secret forces of nature. The psychic is the inmost being of all, a perception of truth, which is inherent in the deepest substance of the consciousness, a sense of the good, true, beautiful, the divine, is its privilege. The central being, the Jivatman, which is not born nor evolves, but presides over the individual birth and evolution, puts forward a representative of himself on each plane of the consciousness. On the mental plane, it is the true mental being, Manomaya Purus, Da'e. On the vital plane, the true vital being, Pranamaya Purusha. On the physical plane, the true physical being, Annamaya Purus, A. Each being, therefore, is, so long as the ignorance lasts, centered round his mental, vital, or physical Purusha, according to the plane on which he predominantly lives, and that is to him his central being. But the true representative all the time is concealed behind the mind, vital and physical. It is the psychic, our inmost being. When the inmost knowledge begins to come, we become aware of the psychic being within us, and it comes forward and leads the sadhana. We become aware also of the Jivatman, the individual self or spirit, above the manifestation of which the psychic is the representative here, the central being and the psychic being. The central being is above the adhara. Most people are not aware of their central being, Jivatma. They are aware only of the ego. The psychic is the soul. It is a portion of the divine that supports the mind, life, and body in the evolution. The psychic gets the divine's help directly from the divine. The central being is that which is not born, does not evolve, but presides over all the individual manifestation. The psychic is its projection here, for the psychic being is in the evolution, and from within supports our whole evolution. It receives the essence of all experience and by that develops the personality Godward. The self is at once one in all and many. One in its essence, it manifests also as the individual self, which may be described as in nature an eternal portion of the divine, in spirit a center of the manifestation, individual but extending into universality and rising into transcendence. It is the central being above the evolution, always the same, that we call the Jivatma. The psychic being is the same in the evolution. It is the spark of the divine there, growing into its full divinity as a portion of the divine. The central being and the soul are both in different ways, portions of the divine. They are in fact two aspects of the same entity, but one is unevolving above nature. The other evolves a psychic being in nature. The phrase central being in our yoga is usually applied to the portion of the divine in us, which supports all the rest and survives through death and birth. This central being has two forms. Above, it is the Jivatman, our true being, of which we become aware when the higher self-knowledge comes. Below, it is the psychic being which stands behind mind, body, and life. The Jivatman is above the manifestation in life and presides over it. The psychic being stands behind the manifestation in life and supports it. The natural attitude of the psychic being is to feel itself as the child, the Son of God, the Bhakta. It is a portion of the divine, one in essence, but in the dynamics of the manifestation, there is always, even in identity, a difference. The Jivatman, on the contrary, lives in the essence and can merge itself in identity with the divine. But it too, the moment it presides over the dynamics of the manifestation, knows itself as one center of the multiple divine, not as the Parameshwara. It is important to remember this distinction. For otherwise, if there is the least vital egoism, one may begin to think of oneself as an avatara or lose balance like Hriday with Ramakrishna. The surrender of the central being. The central being is that on which all the others depend. If it makes it surrender, that is, renounces its separate fulfillment in order to be an instrument of the divine, then it is easier for the mental, vital, and physical to surrender. It, the central being's surrender to the divine, has nothing to do with suitable circumstances. If the will of the central being turns towards union with the divine, then it renounces its separate fulfillment. The central being after liberation. What will remain after liberation is the central being, not the ego. The central being will live in the consciousness of the divine everywhere and in all other beings also. So it will not have the consciousness of a separate ego, but of one center among many of divine multiplicity. On the higher spiritual planes, there is no ego, because the oneness of the divine is felt. But there may be the sense of one's true person or individual being, not ego, but a portion of the divine. The Karana Purusha. The Karana Purusha is what is called the central being by us, the Jiva. It stands above the play, supporting it always, the Jivatman and the Chaitya Purusha. Jivatma is not psychic being. We have fixed on Chaitya Purusha as the equivalent in Sanskrit of the psychic being. Jivatma is the individual self, the central being. Chaitya Purusha means rather the Purusha in the seat, the fundamental inner consciousness. Jiva is the fundamental, or as we call it, the central being. But the fundamental being is not combined of the mental, vital, psychic, etc. These are only expressions of the Jivatman. The Jivatman itself is self-existent in the divine. Essential in its being, it cannot be regarded as a combination of things. The Jivatman and the mental Purusha. When the Atman is individualized, i.e. supporting from above the play of individual being, it is called the Purusha, or sometimes the Jivatman. It is the central being. Usually, however, it is the mental Purusha one first becomes aware of, and through that, the nature is led. To become aware of the psychic being or the central Purusha is more difficult. The mental being within watches, observes, and passes judgment on all that happens in you. The psychic does not watch and observe in this way like a witness, but it feels and knows spontaneously in a much more direct and luminous way by the very purity of its own nature and the divine instinct within it. And so, whenever it comes to the front, it reveals at once what are the right and what the wrong movements in your nature. The being of man is composed of these elements: the psychic, behind supporting all, the inner mental, vital and physical, and the outer, quite external, nature of mind, life, and body, which is their instrument of expression. But above all is the central being, Jivatman, which uses them all for its manifestation. It is a portion of the divine self, but this reality of himself is hidden from the external man who replaces this inmost self and soul of him by the mental and vital ego. It is only those who have begun to know themselves that become aware of their true central being, but still it is always there standing behind the action of mind, life, and body, and is most directly represented by the psychic, which is itself a spark of the divine. It is by the growth of the psychic element in one's own nature that one begins to come into conscious touch with one's central being above. When that happens, and the central being uses a conscious will to control and organize the movements of the nature, it is then that one has a real, a spiritual, as opposed to a partial and merely mental or moral self-mastery. I don't think the Jivatma is concentrated anywhere, except in this sense that in the waking state, it is the mental Purusha that leads, and the seat of the mental Purusha is in the head, behind the center between the eyebrows. In the dream state, what remains active in the body is the externalizing consciousness, or something of it, and the center of that is in the neck, throat. In the Sushupti, if it is real Sushupti, not merely unconscious of dreams, but absence of dreams, the consciousness is deep within in the heart center or behind it, for that is the veiled center of the innermost being, the Jivatman, spark soul, and psychic being. The Jivatman, spark soul, and psychic being are three different forms of the same reality, and they must not be mixed up together, as that confuses the clearness of the inner experience. The Jivatman or spirit is self-existent above the manifested or instrumental being. It is superior to birth and death, always the same. It is the individual self, or Atman, the eternal true being of the individual. The soul is a spark of the divine in the heart of the living creatures of nature. It is not seated above the manifested being. It enters into the manifestation of the self, consents to be a part of its natural phenomenal becoming, supports its evolution in the world of material nature. It carries with it at first an undifferentiated power of the divine consciousness, containing all possibilities, but at first unevolved possibilities, which have not yet taken form, but to which it is the function of evolution to give form. This spark of divinity is there in all terrestrial living beings, from the earth's highest to its lowest creatures. The psychic being is a spiritual personality put forward by the soul in its evolution. Its growth marks the stage which the spiritual evolution of the individual has reached, and its immediate possibilities for the future. It stands behind the mental, the vital, the physical nature, grows by their experiences, carries the consciousness from life to life. It is the psychic person, Chaitya Purusha. At first, it is veiled by the mental, vital, and physical parts, limited by them in its self-expression by their limitations, bound to the reactions of nature, but, as it grows, it becomes capable of coming forward and dominating the mind, life, and body. In the ordinary man, it still depends on them for expression, and is not able to take them up and freely use them. The life of the being is animal and human, not divine. When the psychic being can by sadhana become dominant and freely use its instruments, then the impulse towards the divine becomes complete, and the transformation of mind, vital, and body, not merely their liberation, becomes possible. As the self or Atman is free and superior to birth and death, the experience of the Jivatman and its unity with the supreme or universal self is sufficient to bring the sense of liberation. But for the transformation of the life and nature, the full awareness and awakening of our psychic being also is indispensable. The psychic being realizes at this stage its oneness with the true being, the self. But it does not disappear or change into it. It remains as its instrument for psychic and spiritual self-expression, a divine manifestation in nature. The Bindu seen by you above may be a symbolic way of seeing the Jivatman, the individual self, as a drop of the sea, an individual portion of the universal divine. The aspiration on that level would naturally be for the opening of the higher consciousness so that the being may dwell there and not in the ignorance. The Jivatman is already one with the divine in reality, but its spiritual demand may be for the rest of the consciousness also to realize it. The aspiration of the psychic being would then translate this demand entirely for the opening of the whole lower nature, mind, vital, body to the divine, for the love and union with the divine, for its presence and power within the heart, for the transformation of the mind, life, and body by the descent of the higher consciousness into this instrumental being and nature. Both aspirations are necessary for the fullness of this yoga, the demand of the self on the nature from above, the psychic aspiration of the nature from below. When the psychic imposes its aspiration on the mind, vital, and body, then they too aspire, and this is what was felt by you as the aspiration from the level of the lower being. The aspiration felt above is that of the Jivatman for the higher consciousness, with its realization of the one to manifest in all the being. Both aspirations help and are necessary to each other. But the seeking of the lower being is at first intermittent and oppressed by the obscurity and limitations of the ordinary consciousness. It has by sadhana to become clear, constant, strong, and enduring. It then compels realization, makes it inevitable. The sense of peace, purity, and calm felt by you is brought about by a union or strong contact of the lower with the higher consciousness. It cannot be permanent at first, but it can become so by an increased frequency and durability of the calm and peace, and finally by the full descent of the eternal peace and calm and silence of the higher consciousness into the lower nature. The Jivatman in a supramental creation. I have used the words Jiva and Jivatman in these and all the passages in exactly the same sense. It never occurred to me that there could be a difference. If I had so intended it, I would have drawn the distinction, the two words being similar, very clearly and not left it to be gathered by inference. In the passage from the chapter in the Life Divine on the triple status of the Supermind, I was describing how the Supermind, working as a force of the highest self-determination of the divine, manifested it in three poises, and what was the consciousness of the Jivatman in a supramental creation. There is no statement that the place of the Jivatman is in the supramental plane alone. If that were so, man could have no knowledge of his individual self or spirit before he rose to the supramental plane. He could not have any experience of the self, though he may have the sense of the dissolution of his ego in something universal. But he can become aware of his unborn, non-evolving self, a center of the divine consciousness. Long before that, the self cosmic or individual is experienced long before rising to Supermind. If it were not so, spiritual experience of that high kind would be impossible to mental man. Liberation would be impossible. He would first have to become a supramental being. As for the Purusha, it is there on all planes. There is a mental Purusha, Manomaya, leader of the life and body, as the Upanishad puts it, a vital, a physical Purusha. There is the psychic being, or Chaitya Purusha, which supports and carries all these, as it were. One may say that these are projections of the Jivatman put there to uphold Prakriti on the various levels of the being. The Upanishad speaks also of a supramental and a bliss Purusha, and if the supramental and the bliss nature were organized in the evolution on earth, we could become aware of them upholding the movements here. As for the psychic being, It enters into the evolution, enters into the body at birth, and goes out of it at death. But the Jivatman, as I know it, is unborn and eternal, although upholding the manifested personality from above. The psychic being can be described as the Jivatman entering into birth, if you like, but if the distinction is not made, then the nature of the Atman is blurred and a confusion arises. This is a necessary distinction for metaphysical knowledge and for something that is very important in spiritual experience. The word Atman, like spirit, in English is popularly used in all kinds of senses, but both for spiritual and philosophical knowledge, it is necessary to be clear and precise in one's use of terms, so as to avoid confusion of thought and vision by confusion in the words we use to express them. If I had meant that it is an individual consciousness that determines all this working, as you tell me, then I should be in contradiction with my own teaching of the divine as the master of all and the need of surrender. For an individual who can do everything himself, can carry out his own salvation, he has no need of surrender. Chapter 2. The Jivatman in other Indian systems. The Jivatman in other schools. The word jiva has two meanings in the Sanskritic tongues: living creature and the spirit individualized and upholding the living being in its evolution from birth to birth. In the latter sense, the full term is Jivatma, the Atman, spirit or eternal self of the living being. It is spoken of figuratively by the Gita as an eternal portion of the divine, but the word fragmentation, used by you, is too strong. It could be applicable to the forms, but not to the spirit in them. Moreover, the multiple divine is an eternal reality antecedent to the creation here. An elaborate description of the Jivatma would be the multiple divine manifested here as the individualized self or spirit of the created being. The Jivatma, in its essence, does not change or evolve. Its essence stands above the personal evolution. Within the evolution itself, it is represented by the evolving psychic being, which supports all the rest of the nature. The Advaita Vedanta, monism, declares that the jiva has no real existence, as the divine is indivisible. Another school attributes a real but not an independent existence to the jiva. It is, they say, one in essence, different in manifestation, and as the manifestation is real, eternal, and not an illusion, it cannot be called unreal. The dualistic schools affirm the jiva as an independent category or stand on the triplicity of God, soul, and nature. The Jivatman and the pure I of the Advaita well, it is a little difficult to explain. Perhaps the best thing is to break up my answer into a number of separate statements, for the whole thing has got too complicated to do otherwise. 1. It is impossible to equate my conception or experience of the Jivatman with the pure I of the Advaita, by which you mean, I suppose, something which says, I am he, and by that perception merges itself into the Brahman. According to the Advaita of the Mayavadins, this Jivatman, like the Ishwara himself, is simply an appearance of the Brahman in illusory Maya. There is no Ishwara, Lord of the world, because there is no world, except in Maya. So too there is no Jivatman, only the Paramatman illusorily perceived as an individual self by the lower, illusory, consciousness in Maya. Those, on the other hand, who wish to unite with the Ishwara, regard or experience the Jiva either as a separate being dependent on the Ishwara or as something one in essence with him, yet different, but this difference, like the essential oneness, is eternal. And there are also other ideas of the Jivatman and its relation to the divine or supreme. So this pure I, if that is how it is to be described, presents itself differently, in different aspects, one may say, to different people. The Overmind presents the truth of things in all sorts of aspects, and mind, even the spiritual mind, fastens on one or the other as the very truth, the one real truth of the matter. It is the mind that makes these differences, but that does not matter. because through its own way of seeing and experiencing the soul or individualized consciousness, or whatever you may like to call it, the mental being goes where it has to go. I hope this much is clear as the first step in the matter. 2. I do not dispute at all the fact that one can realize the self, the Brahman, or the Ishvara, without going into the overhead regions, the dynamic spiritual planes, or stationing oneself permanently above the body as happens in this yoga. Even if it is done through the Sahasrara, well, the Sahasrara extends to the spiritualized mind and can be felt on the top of the head, so any ascent above is not indispensable. But apart from that, one can very well, as you say, realize the Atman if one stands back from the mind and heart, detaches oneself from the parts of Prakriti, ceases to identify oneself with mind, life, and body, falls into an inner silence. One need not even explore the kingdoms of the inner mind or inner vital, still less is it compulsory to spread one's wings in ranges above. The self is everywhere, and by entering into full detachment and silence, or even by either detachment or silence, one can get anywhere some glimpse, some reflection, perhaps even a full reflection, or a sense of the self's presence or of one's own emergence in that which is free, wide, silent, eternal, infinite. Obviously, if it is a pure I, of whatever nature, which gets the experience, it must be looked on by the consciousness that has the realization as the individual self of the being, Jivatman. 3. One can also have the experience of oneself as not the mind but the thinker, not the heart but the self or I, which supports the feelings, not the life but that which supports life, not the body but that which assumes a body. This self can be obviously dynamic as well as silent. Or else you may say that, even though still and immobile, from its silence, it originates the dynamism of nature. One can also feel this to be the spirit one in all, as well as the true I in oneself. All depends on the experience. Very usually, it is the experience of the Purusha, often felt first as the witness silent, upholding all the nature. But the Purusha can also be experienced as the knower and the Ishvara. Sometimes it is as or through the mental Purusha in one center or another, sometimes as or through the vital Purusha, that one can become aware of one's self or spirit. It is also possible to become aware of the secret psychic being within by itself as the true individual. Or one can be aware of the psychic being as the pure I with these others standing in mind, or vital, as representatives in these domains or on these levels. According to one's experience, one may speak of any of these as the jiva, or pure I. This last is a very dubious phrase. Or the true person, or true individual who knows himself as one with, or a portion of, or wholly dependent on the universal or transcendent being, and seeks to merge himself in that or ascend to that, and be it, or live in oneness with it. All these things are quite possible without any need of the overhead experience or of the stable overhead permanence. 4. One may ask, first, why not then say that the Jivatman, which can be realized in this way, is the pure I, of which the lower self has the experience and through which it gets its salvation? And secondly, what need is there of going into the overhead planes at all? Well, in the first place, this pure I does not seem to be absolutely necessary as an intermediary of the liberation, whether into the impersonal self, or Brahman, or into whatever is eternal. The Buddhists do not admit any soul or self, or any experience of the pure I. They proceed by dissolving the consciousness into a bundle of sanskaras, getting rid of the sanskaras, and so are liberated into some permanent which they refuse to describe, or some shunya, so the experience of a pure I, or Jivatman, is not binding on everyone who wants liberation into the eternal, but is content to get it without rising beyond the spiritualized mind into a higher light above. I myself had my experience of nirvana and silence in the Brahman, etc., Long before there was any knowledge of the overhead spiritual planes, it came first simply by an absolute stillness and blotting out, as it were, of all mental, emotional, and other inner activities. The body continued indeed to see, walk, speak, and do its other business, but as an empty automatic machine and nothing more. I did not become aware of any pure I, nor even of any self, impersonal or other. There was only an awareness of that as the sole reality, all else being quite unsubstantial, void, non-real. As to what realized that reality, it was a nameless consciousness which was not other than that. One could perhaps say this, though hardly even so much as this, since there was no mental concept of it, but no more. Neither was I aware of any lower soul or outer self, called by such and such a personal name, that was performing this feat of arriving at the consciousness of nirvana. Well then, what becomes of your pure I and lower I in all that? Consciousness, not this or that part of consciousness or an I of any kind, suddenly emptied itself of all inner contents and remained aware only of unreal surroundings and of something real but ineffable. You may say that there must have been a consciousness aware of some perceiving existence, if not of a pure I. But if so, it was something for which these names seem inadequate. 5. I have said the overhead ascension is not indispensable for the usual spiritual purposes, but it is indispensable for the purposes of this yoga. For its aim is to become aware of and liberate and transform and unite all the being in the light of a truth consciousness, which is above and cannot be reached if there is no entirely inward going and no transcending and upward going movement. Hence all the complexity of my psychological statements as a whole, not new in essence, for much of it occurs in the Upanishads and elsewhere, but new in its fullness of collective statement and its developments directed towards an integral yoga. It is not necessary for anyone to accept it unless he concurs in the aim. For other aims it is unnecessary and may very well be excessive. 6. But when one has made the inner exploration and the ascension, when one's consciousness is located above, one cannot be expected to see things precisely as they are seen from below. The Jivatman is for me the unborn who presides over the individual being and its developments, associated with it but above it and them, and who by the very nature of his existence knows himself as universal and transcendent, no less than individual, and feels the divine to be his origin, the truth of his being, the master of his nature, the very stuff of his existence. He is plunged in the divine and one with the eternal forever, aware of his own expression and instrumental dynamism, which is the divine's, dependent in love and delight, with adoration, on that with which, yet through that love and delight, he is one, capable of relation in oneness, harmonic in this many-sidedness without contradiction, because this is another consciousness and existence than that of the mind, even of the spiritualized mind. It is an intrinsic consciousness of the infinite not only in essence but in capacity, which can be to its own self-awareness all things and yet forever the same and one. This triune realization, therefore, full of difficulties for the mind, is quite natural, easy, indisputable to the supramental consciousness, or, generally, to the consciousness of the upper hemisphere. It can be seen and felt as knowledge in all the spiritual planes, but the completely indivisible knowledge, the full dynamics of it, can only be realized through the supramental consciousness itself on its own plane or by its descent here. 7. The description of a pure I is quite insufficient to describe the realization of the Jivatman. It is rather describable as the true person or divine individual, though that too is not adequate. The word I always comes with an undersuggestion of ego, of separativeness. But there is no separativeness in this self-vision, for the individual here is a spiritual living center of action for the One, and feels no separation from all that is the One. 8. The Jivatman has its representative power in the individual nature here, This power is the Purusha upholding the Prakriti. Centrally in the psychic, more instrumentally in the mind, vital and physical being and nature. It is therefore possible to regard these or any of them as if they were the jiva here. All the same, I am obliged to make a distinction not only for clear thinking, but because of the necessity of experience and integral dynamic self-knowledge, without which it is difficult to carry through this yoga. It is not indispensable to formulate mentally to oneself all this. One can have the experience and, if one sees clearly with an inner perception, it is sufficient for progress towards the goal. Nevertheless, if the mind is clarified without falling into mental rigidity and error, things are easier for the sadhak of the yoga. But plasticity must be preserved, for loss of plasticity is the danger of a systematic intellectual formulation. One must look into the thing itself and not get tied up in the idea. Nothing of all this can be really grasped except by the actual spiritual experience. Part 2. The Parts of the Being and the Planes of Consciousness. Section 1. The Organization of the Being. Chapter 1. The Parts of the Being. Men do not know themselves. Men do not know themselves and have not learned to distinguish the different parts of their being, for these are usually lumped together by them as mind, because it is through a mentalized perception and understanding that they know or feel them. Therefore, they do not understand their own states and actions, or, if at all, then only on the surface. It is part of the foundation of yoga to become conscious of the great complexity of our nature, see the different forces that move it and get over it, a control of directing knowledge. We are composed of many parts, each of which contributes something to the total movement of our consciousness, our thought, will, sensation, feeling, action. But we do not see the origination or the course of these impulsions. We are aware only of their confused pell-mell results on the surface, upon which we can at best impose nothing better than a precarious shifting order. The remedy can only come from the parts of the being that are already turned towards the light. To call in the light of the divine consciousness from above, to bring the psychic being to the front and kindle a flame of aspiration which will awaken spiritually the outer mind and set on fire the vital being, is the way out. What you see and know at present is not the whole of what exists. You do not see your mind, and you know only a little part of it. Yet your mind exists and is part of your being. There are other parts of your being which you don't know at all, the subconscient, for instance. Your sexual impulse or feeling comes out of this subconscient, and yet you don't know how or from where it comes, in spite of your own will. Yet that too is part of your being. But it is possible to know and control. Only a man must give up the pride of his ignorance and have faith in what he does not yet know. Then it is possible for him to have the experience. Many parts, many personalities. The being is made up of many parts. One part may know, the other may not care for the knowledge or act according to it. The whole being has to be made one in the light, so that all parts may act harmoniously according to the truth. The consciousness has in it many parts and many movements, and in different conditions and different activities, it changes position and arranges its activities in a different way so as to suit what it is doing. But most people are not aware of this because they live only on the surface and do not look into themselves. By sadhana you have become conscious, and so you notice these differences. Everybody is an amalgamation not of two, but of many personalities. It is a part of the yogic perfection in this yoga to accord and transmute them so as to integrate the personality. The tragiridiculous inconsistency you speak of comes from the fact that man is not made up of one piece but of many pieces, and each part of him has a personality of its own. That is a thing which people yet have not sufficiently realized. The psychologists have begun to glimpse it, but recognize only when there is a marked case of double or multiple personality. But all men are like that in reality. The aim should be in yoga to develop, if one has it not already, a strong central being and harmonize under it all the rest, changing what has to be changed. If this central being is the psychic, there is no great difficulty. If it is the mental being, Manomaya, Purusha, Prana Sharira Neta, then it is more difficult. Unless the mental being can learn to be always in contact with and aided by the greater will and power of the divine. Each part of the being has its own nature or even different natures contained in the same part. Each part of the being has to be kept clear from the other and do its own work, and each has to get the truth in it from the psychic or above. The truth descending from above will more and more harmonize their action, though the perfect harmony can come only when there is the supramental fulfillment. Chapter 2. Classification of the parts of the being, different categories in different systems. 1. The soul and the psychic being are practically the same, except that even in things which have not developed a psychic being, there is still a spark of the divine which can be called the soul. The psychic being is called in Sanskrit the Purusha in the heart, or the Chaitya Purusha. The psychic being is the soul developing in the evolution. 2. The distinction between Purusha and Prakriti is according to the Sankhya system. The Purusha is the silent witness consciousness which observes the actions of Prakriti. Prakriti is the force of nature, which one feels as doing all the actions when one gets rid of the sense of the ego as doer. Then there is the realization of these two entities. This is quite different from the psychic being. It is felt in the mind, vital, physical, most easily in the mind where the mental being, Purusha, is seated and controls the others. Manomaya, Purus, Prana, Sharira, Neta. 3. Prajna, Taijasa, etc. are a different classification and have to do, not with the different parts of the being, but with 3 different states: waking, dream, sleep, gross, subtle, causal. I think one ought not to try to relate these different things to each other, as that may lead to confusion. They belong to different categories, and to a different order of experiences. The concentric and vertical systems. I do not think exact correlations can always be traced between one system of spiritual and occult knowledge and another. All deal with the same material, but there are differences of standpoint, differences of view range, a divergence in the mental idea of what is seen and experienced, disparate pragmatic purposes, and therefore a difference in the paths surveyed, cut out, or followed. The systems vary, each constructs its own schema and technique. In the ancient Indian system, there is only one triune supernal, Sachchidananda. Or, if you speak of the upper hemisphere as the supernal, there are 3, Sat plane, Chit plane, and Ananda plane. The Supermind could be added as a 4th, as it draws upon the other 3, and belongs to the upper hemisphere. The Indian systems did not distinguish between 2 quite different powers and levels of consciousness, one which we can call Overmind, and the other the true Supermind, or divine gnosis. That is the reason why they got confused about Maya, Overmind force or Vidya Avidya, and took it for the supreme creative power. In so stopping short at what was still a half-light, they lost the secret of transformation, even though the Vaishnava and Tantra yogas groped to find it again and were sometimes on the verge of success. For the rest, this, I think, has been the stumbling block of all attempts at the discovery of the dynamic divine truth. I know of none that has not imagined, as soon as it felt the overmind lusters descending, that this was the true illumination, the gnosis, with the result that they either stopped short there and could get no farther, or else concluded that this too was only Maya or Lila, and that the one thing to do was to get beyond it, into some immovable and inactive silence of the Supreme. Perhaps what may be meant by supernals, in a text submitted by the correspondent, is rather the 3 fundamentals of the present manifestation. In the Indian system, these are Ishwara, Shakti, and Jiva, or else Sachchidananda, Maya, and Jiva. But in our system, which seeks to go beyond the present manifestation, these could very well be taken for granted and looked at from the point of view of the planes of consciousness, the 3 highest, Ananda, with Sat and Chit resting upon it, Supermind, and Overmind might be called the three supernals. Overmind stands at the top of the lower hemisphere, and you have to pass through and beyond Overmind if you would reach Supermind, while still above and beyond Supermind are the worlds of Sachchidananda. You speak of the gulf below the Overmind, but is there a gulf, or any other gulf than human unconsciousness? In all the series of the planes or grades of consciousness, there is nowhere any real gulf. Always there are connecting gradations, and one can ascend from step to step. Between the Overmind and the human mind, there are a number of more and more luminous gradations, but, as these are superconscient to human mind, except one or two of the lowest of which it gets some direct touches, it is apt to regard them as a superior inconscience. So one of the Upanishads speaks of the Ishvara consciousness as sushupta, deep sleep, because it is only in samadhi that man usually enters into it, so long as he does not try to turn his waking consciousness into a higher state. There are in fact two systems simultaneously active in the organization of the being and its parts. One is concentric, a series of rings or sheaths with the psychic at the center. Another is vertical, an ascension and descent, like a flight of steps, a series of superimposed planes with the supermind overmind as the crucial notice of the transition beyond the human into the divine. For this transition, if it is to be at the same time a transformation, there is only one way, one path. First, there must be a conversion inwards, a going within to find the inmost psychic being and bring it out to the front, disclosing at the same time the inner mind, inner vital, inner physical parts of the nature. Next, there must be an ascension, a series of conversions upwards and a turning down to convert the lower parts. When one has made the inward conversion, one psychicizes the whole lower nature, so as to make it ready for the divine change. Going upwards, one passes beyond the human mind, and at each stage of the ascent, there is a conversion into a new consciousness, and an infusion of this new consciousness into the whole of the nature. Thus, rising beyond intellect through illuminated higher mind to the intuitive consciousness, we begin to look at everything not from the intellect range or through intellect as an instrument, but from a greater intuitive height and through an intuitivized will, feeling, emotion, sensation, and physical contact. So, proceeding from intuition to a greater overmind height, there is a new conversion, and we look at and experience everything from the overmind consciousness and through a mind, heart, vital, and body surcharged with the overmind thought, sight, will, feeling, sensation, play of force, and contact. But the last conversion is the supramental, for once the nature is supramentalized, we are beyond the ignorance, and conversion of consciousness is no longer needed, though a farther divine progression, even an infinite development, is still possible. The inner consciousness means the inner mind, inner vital, inner physical, and behind them the psychic, which is their inmost being. But the inner mind is not the higher mind. It is more in touch with the universal forces and more open to the higher consciousness and capable of an immensely deeper and larger range of action than the outer or surface mind. But it is of the same essential nature. The higher consciousness is that above the ordinary mind and different from it in its workings. It ranges from higher mind through illumined mind, intuition, and overmind up to the borderline of the supramental. If the psychic were liberated, free to act in its own way, there would not be all this stumbling in the ignorance. But the psychic is covered up by the ignorant mind, vital and physicky, and compelled to act through them according to the law of the ignorance. If it is liberated from this covering, then it can act according to its own nature with a free aspiration, a direct contact with the higher consciousness, and a power to change the ignorant nature. Higher mind is one of the planes of the spiritual mind, the first and lowest of them. It is above the normal mental level. Inner mind is that which lies behind the surface mind, our ordinary mentality, and can only be directly experienced, apart from its vrittis in the surface mind such as philosophy, poetry, idealism, etc., by sadhana, by breaking down the habit of being on the surface and by going deeper within. Larger mind is a general term to cover the realms of mind which become our field, whether by going within or widening into the cosmic consciousness. The true mental being is not the same as the inner mental. True mental, true vital, true physical being means the Purusha of that level freed from the error and ignorant thought and will of the lower Prakriti and directly open to the knowledge and guidance from above. Higher vital usually refers to the vital mind and emotive being as opposed to the middle vital, which has its seat in the navel and is dynamic, sensational, and passionate, and the lower which is made up of the smaller movements of human life desire and life reactions. Section 2, the concentric system, outer to inner. Chapter 1. The outer being and the inner being. The outer and the inner being and consciousness. There are always two different consciousnesses in the human being, one outward in which he ordinarily lives, the other inward and concealed of which he knows nothing. When one does sadhana, the inner consciousness begins to open and one is able to go inside and have all kinds of experiences there. As the sadhana progresses, one begins to live more and more in this inner being, and the outer becomes more and more superficial. At first, the inner consciousness seems to be the dream, and the outer the waking reality. Afterwards, the inner consciousness becomes the reality, and the outer is felt by many as a dream or delusion, or else as something superficial and external. The inner consciousness begins to be a place of deep peace, light, happiness, love, closeness to the divine or the presence of the divine, the mother. One is then aware of two consciousnesses, this inner one and the outer, which has to be changed into its counterpart and instrument that also must become full of peace, light, union with the divine. At present, you are moving between the two, and in this period, all the feelings you have are quite natural. You need not be at all anxious about that, but wait for the full development of the inner consciousness in which you will be able to live. There is always a double nature in human beings, the inner, psychic, and spiritual, which is in touch with the divine, the outer, mental, vital, and physical, which has been brought up in the ignorance and is full of defects, imperfections, and impurities. It is for this reason that in sadhana things cannot be changed in a moment. The inner experience grows and extends and fills more and more of the nature, but till all is filled, the imperfections remain somewhere. It is a usual experience, to live within in one consciousness, while the external being, mind, life, body, goes on of itself, under the impulsion of the cosmic force, doing quietly whatever is necessary to do. This is part of the yogic consciousness, and to have it means a very real and considerable advance on the path of yoga. You have been accustomed to feel your outer consciousness as if it were yourself, and so, when you are in your inner realization, you feel as if you were not in this old accustomed self. As you grow in the sadhana, you must learn to live in this inner being and to feel the outer as something a little outside, and this inner being as your real self. The inner parts in everybody remain vulgar, or become high according as they are turned to the outward forces of the ignorance, or towards the higher forces from above, and the inner impulsion of the psychic. All forces can play there. It is the outer being that is fixed in a certain character, certain tendencies, certain movements. The outer consciousness is shut up in the body limitation, and in the little bit of personal mind and sense dependent on the body. It sees only the outward, sees only things. But the inner consciousness can see behind the thing. It is aware of the play of forces, personal or universal, for it is in conscious touch with the universal action. The outer consciousness is that which usually expresses itself in ordinary life. It is the external mental, vital, physical. It is not connected very much with the inner being, except in a few. until one connects them together in the course of the sadhana. The exterior being is the physical, which is connected in an ignorant way with the physical universe. It is this physical being which has developed an external mind and vital. The inner mind and vital are, on the contrary, in direct contact with the universal mental and vital and their forces. The inner subtle physical can also be in direct touch with the cosmic forces of the physical universe. But the exterior being is not in direct touch with the universal or cosmic, only through the outer mind and senses. It is the outer nature that is obscure, and when it is at ease, feels no necessity of remembering the mother. When the difficulty comes, then it feels the necessity and remembers. But the inner being is not like that. The inner being is not usually unquiet, but it can be quiet or unquiet like the outer. The inner, the outer, and the process of yoga. It is only by virtue of the inner consciousness that the outer can awaken to the divine influence at all. It receives the inner urge, even when it is not aware whence it comes. They, the inner mind and vital, exercise and influence and send out their powers or suggestions, which the outer sometimes carries out as best it can, sometimes does not follow. How much they work on the outer depends on how far the individual has an inner life. E.g., the poet, musician, artist, thinker live much from within, men of genius, and those who try to live according to an ideal also. But there are plenty of people who have very little inner life and are governed entirely by the forces of nature. As one gathers experience from life to life, mental or vital, the inner mind and vital also develop according to the use made of our experiences and the extent to which they are utilized for the growth of the being. You are mistaken in thinking that your external being alone is like that. Hardly anybody has the external being of a yogi. It is the inner being that has the yogic turn. The external has to be converted and transformed. If the inner being does not manifest or act, the outer being will never get transformed. If the inner being is safe, then there is no longer any struggle or overpowering of the outer being by inertia or depression or other fundamental difficulties. The rest can be done progressively and quietly, including the coming down of the force. The outer being becomes merely a machinery or an instrumentation to be set right. It is not so easy to be entirely mukta in the inner being. When the inner being once thoroughly establishes its separateness, even oceans of inertia cannot prevent it from keeping it. It is the first thing to be done in order to have a secure basis in the yoga, to establish thoroughly this separateness. It comes most usually when the piece is thoroughly fixed in all inner parts, that the separateness also becomes fixed and permanent. The inner being. The inner being is the inner mind, inner vital, inner physical with the psychic behind them. The term higher being is used to denote the conscious self on planes higher than the ordinary human consciousness. Do you not know that the inner being means the inner mind, inner vital, inner physical with the psychic behind as the inmost? How can there be one center for all that? The inner being cannot be located above, it can only join with the above, penetrate it and be penetrated by it. If it were located above, then there would be no inner being. The inner being has its own time, which is sometimes slower, sometimes faster than the physical. The inner being, the antaratma, and the Atman. The word antaratma is very vaguely used like the word soul in English. So used, it covers all the inner being, inner mind, inner vital, inner physical even, as well as the inmost being, the psychic. Our inner being is in touch with the universal mind, life, matter, a part of all that, but by that very fact it cannot be in possession of liberation and peace. You are thinking probably of the Atman and confusing it with the inner being. The inner being and the psychic being. I did not mean by the inner being the psychic or inmost being. It is the psychic being that feels love, bhakti, and union with the mother. I was speaking of the inner mental, inner vital, inner physical. In order to reach the hidden seat of the psychic, one has first to pass through these things. When one leaves the outer consciousness and goes inside, it is here that one enters, some or most entering into the inner vital first, others into the inner mental or inner physical. The emotional vital is the most direct road, for the seat of the psychic is just behind the emotional in the heart center. It is absolutely necessary for our purpose that one should become conscious in these inner regions, for if they are not awake, then the psychic being has no proper and sufficient instrumentation for its activities. It has then only the outer mind, outer vital and body for its means, and these are too small and narrow and obscure. You as yet have been able only to enter the outskirts of the inner vital, and are still insufficiently conscious there. By becoming more conscious there and going deeper, one can reach the psychic, the safe refuge, near apad sth, ana, of which you speak, and you will not be disturbed by the confused visions and experiences of the inner vital outskirts. The psychic stands behind the inner mind, inner vital and inner physical, and supports them all. They are the inner, this the inmost being. I do not know what you mean by its the inner being's being. Around the psychic. It is obviously nearer to the psychic than the outer mind, vital or physical, but that does not ensure its being open to the psychic only, and not to other universal forces. The psychic can have peace behind it, but the inner mind, vital and physical, are not necessarily silent. They are full of movements. It is the higher consciousness that has a basis of peace. The psychic being is described in the Upanishads as no bigger than the size of one's thumb. That, of course, is a symbolic image. For usually when one sees anybody's psychic being in a form, it is bigger than that. As for the inner being, one feels it big because the true mental, or the true vital, or even the true physical being is much wider in consciousness than the external consciousness, which is limited by the body. If the external parts seem to occupy the whole consciousness, it is when one comes down into the physical and feels all the activities of nature playing in it. Even the mental and vital movements are then felt through the physical and not as things of a separate plane. But when one lives in the inner being, then one is aware of a consciousness which begins to spread into the universal, and the external is only a surface movement thrown up by the universal forces. The outer being and consciousness. The outer being is a means of expression only, not one's self. One must not identify with it, for what it expresses is a personality formed by the old ignorant nature. If not identified, one can change it so as to express the true inner personality of the light. They, the outer mind, vital, and body, are small, but not unimportant, in spite of their apparent insignificance, because they are a necessary passage of transmission between the soul and the outer world. You take the outer waking consciousness as if it were the real person or being, and conclude that if it is not this, but something else that has the realization or abides in the realization, then no one has it, for there is no one here except this waking consciousness. That is the very error by which the ignorance lasts and cannot be got rid of. The very first step in getting out of the ignorance is to accept the fact that this outer consciousness is not one's soul, not oneself, not the real person, but only a temporary formation on the surface for the purposes of the surface play. The soul, the person, is within, not on the surface. The outer personality is the person only in the first sense of the Latin word persona, which meant originally a mask. Chapter 2. The True Being and the True Consciousness. The True Being. The true being may be realized in one or both of two aspects, the self, or Atman, and the soul, or Antaratman, psychic being, or Chaitya Purusha. The difference is that one is felt as universal, the other as individual supporting the mind, life, and body. When one first realizes the Atman, one feels it separate from all things, existing in itself and detached, and it is to this realization that the image of the dry coconut fruit may apply. When one realizes the psychic being, it is not like that, for this brings the sense of union with the divine and dependence upon it, and soul consecration to the divine alone, and the power to change the nature and discover the true mental, the true vital, the true physical being in oneself. Both realizations are necessary for this yoga. The little ego is constituted by nature and is at once a mental, vital, and physical formation meant to aid in centralizing and individualizing the outer consciousness and action. When the true being is discovered, the utility of the ego is over, and this formation has to disappear. The true being is felt in its place. The psychic is the true being here. The ego is simply a mental, vital, physical formation of the mobile consciousness in nature, which is wrongly taken for our true being so long as the psychic is veiled and the consciousness is in the ignorance. As to the change of nature, the first step is to become conscious and separate from the old surface nature. For this Rajasic vital nature is a surface creation of Prakriti. It is not the true being. However persistent it seems, it is only a temporary combination of vital movements. Behind is the true mental and vital being supported by the psychic. This true being is calm, wide, peaceful. By drawing back and becoming separate, one creates the possibility of living in the peace of this inner Purusha, no longer identified with the surface Prakriti. Afterwards, it will be much easier to change by the force of the psychic perception and the peace and power and light from above, the surface being. The outward disturbances cannot touch the true being. If one is in the true being, they are not felt as belonging to oneself, but as outside or surface movements which leave one unmoved and unidentified with them. The true inner being, the true mental, the true vital, the true physical represent each on its plane and answer to the central being. But the whole of the nature, and especially the outer nature, does not, nor the ordinary mental, vital, or physical personality. The psychic being is the central being for the purposes of the evolution. It grows and develops. But there is a central being above of which the mind is not aware, which presides unseen over the existence, and of which the psychic being is the representative in the manifested nature. It is what is called the Jivatman. The true being, mental, vital, or subtle physical, has always the greater qualities of its plane. It is the Purusha, and like the psychic, though in another way, the projection of the divine, therefore in connection with the higher consciousness, and reflects something of it, though it is not altogether that. It is also in tune with the cosmic truth, the true consciousness. The condition you describe is the true consciousness, psychic and spiritual, which will become the base of the sadhana. If it is only for a brief time that it comes, it is always so at the beginning of its coming, but afterwards it fixes and becomes a pervading basis. It is a sign of the psychic opening, and when the psychic fully opens and inspires the mind and heart, the love you wish to have will undoubtedly be there. Aspire and persevere, and all will come with the growing consciousness. The consciousness that is aware of the divine and the truth, and does not look at things from the ego, is the true consciousness. It is wide and calm and strong, and aspires to union and surrender. It is many things besides, but this is the essential. An experience reported by the correspondent is the true yogic consciousness, in which one feels the oneness and lives in it, not touched by the outer being and its inferior movements, but looking on them with a smile at their ignorance and smallness. It will become much more possible to deal with these outer things if that separateness is maintained always. Living in the true consciousness is living in a consciousness in which one is spiritually in union with the divine in one way or another. But it does not follow that by so living one will have the complete, exact, and infallible truth about all ideas, all things, and all persons. It is the true consciousness growing within that gives the power to be free from the vital forces. As it grows, these vital forces get more and more externalized and foreign to the nature. It is only by the power of past habit that they rise. This vast consciousness above the head was the true consciousness that must establish itself, but before it can establish itself, it must come down below the head and take full possession of the navel and two lower centers and pervade the body down to the feet and even below. Once established, it holds the ego forces outside or, even if they come, whether in rajasic or tamasic obstructive form, keeps the inner being totally detached and unmoved all the time by their environmental presence. The consciousness of the mind, life, body in each person is ordinarily shut up in itself. It is narrow, not wide, sees itself as the center of everything, judges all things according to its own impressions. It does not know anything as it really is. But when by yoga one begins to open to the true consciousness, then this barrier begins to break down. One feels the mind grow wider. Even in the end, the physical consciousness grows wider and wider until you feel all things in yourself one with all things. You then become one with the mother's universal consciousness. That is why you feel the mind becoming wide. But also there is much above the human mind, and it is this which you feel like a world above your head. All these are the ordinary experiences of our yoga. It is only a beginning. But in order that it may go on developing, you must become more and more quiet, more and more able to hold whatever comes without getting too eager and excited. Peace and calmness are the first thing, and with it, wideness. In the peace you can bear whatever love or Ananda comes, whatever strength comes or whatever knowledge. To feel quietude, peace, the force working is to be conscious. The unconscious condition comes only by confusion and admitting wrong suggestions and restlessness. If you reject these things, the true consciousness will grow in you. Naturally, the consciousness you have now is nothing to what you will have hereafter when it has grown. But it has to begin in this way and increase by quietude. You cannot have the full, complete consciousness now, and it is no use repining and doubting, because it is not complete or fully established as yet. That fretting only delays and hinders. Open yourself, remain quiet, let it grow. There is no insincerity in asking me again and again for the right condition, the feeling of connection, and the true consciousness and the psychic state. It is most important that you should have them and become able to keep them. It is indeed the one thing needful for you. Chapter 3. The Psychic Being. The Psychic and the Divine. They, the psychic being and the divine presence in the heart, are quite different things. The psychic being is one's own individual soul being. It is not the divine, though it has come from the divine and develops towards the divine. It, the psychic, is constantly in contact with the immanent divine, the divine secret in the individual. It is the psychic that is in direct relation with the transcendent divine and leads the nature upwards towards the supreme. The divine is always in the inner heart and does not leave it. The psychic is not, by definition, that part of the being which is in direct touch with the supramental plane, although once the connection with the supramental is made, it gives to it the readiest response. The psychic part of us is something that comes direct from the divine and is in touch with the divine. In its origin, it is the nucleus pregnant with divine possibilities that supports this lower triple manifestation of mind, life, and body. There is this divine element in all living beings, but it stands hidden behind the ordinary consciousness, is not at first developed, and even when developed, is not always or often in the front. It expresses itself so far as the imperfection of the instruments allows, by their means and under their limitations. It grows in the consciousness by God-word experience, gaining strength every time there is a higher movement in us, and finally, by the accumulation of these deeper and higher movements, there is developed a psychic individuality, that which we call usually the psychic being. It is always this psychic being that is the real, though often the secret cause of man's turning to the spiritual life and his greatest help in it. It is therefore that which we have to bring from behind to the front in the yoga. The word soul, as also the word psychic, is used very vaguely and in many different senses in the English language. More often than not, in ordinary parlance, no clear distinction is made between mind and soul, and often there is an even more serious confusion, for the vital being of desire, the false soul or desire soul, is intended by the words soul and psychic, and not the true soul, the psychic being. The psychic being is quite different from the mind or vital. It stands behind them where they meet in the heart. Its central place is there, but behind the heart, rather than in the heart. For what men call usually the heart is the seat of emotion, and human emotions are mental, vital impulses, not ordinarily psychic in their nature. This mostly secret power behind, other than the mind and the life force, is the true soul, the psychic being in us. The power of the psychic, however, can act upon the mind and vital and body, purifying thought and perception and emotion, which then becomes psychic feeling, and sensation and action and everything else in us, and preparing them to be divine movements. The psychic being may be described in Indian language as the Purusha in the heart, or the Chaitya Purusha. But the inner or secret heart must be understood, Hridaya Guhayam, not the outer vital emotional center. It is the true psychic entity, distinguished from the vital desire mind, the psyche, spoken of on the page of the Arya to which you make reference. The psychic is the soul, the divine spark, animating matter and life and mind, and as it grows it takes form and expresses itself through these three, touching them to beauty and fineness. It works even before humanity in the lower creation, leading it up towards the human. In humanity it works more freely, though still under a mass of ignorance and weakness and coarseness and hardness, leading it up towards the divine. In yoga, it becomes conscious of its aim and turns inward to the divine. It sees behind and above it. That is the difference. The psychic is the spark of the divine involved here in the individual existence. It grows and evolves in the form of the psychic being, so obviously it cannot have already the powers of the divine. Only its presence makes it possible for the individual to open to the divine and grow towards the divine consciousness, and when it acts, it is always in the sense of the light and the truth, and with the push towards the divine. The self or spirit and the psychic or soul. The spirit is the consciousness above mind, the Atman or self, which is always in oneness with the divine. A spiritual consciousness is one which is always in unity, or at least in contact with the divine. The psychic is a spark come from the divine which is there in all things, and as the individual evolves, it grows in him and manifests as the psychic being, the soul seeking always for the divine and the truth, and answering to the divine and the truth whenever and wherever it meets it. All contact with the divine through the essential substance of the consciousness is spiritual, and it is that consciousness in the essential substance, what is called self, that is the spiritual consciousness. The soul or psychic being is a spark of the divine that grows and evolves through successive lives and leads the rest towards the divine. The spirit or self is the same always. The self feels always its unity with the divine and is always the same. The soul is a portion of the divine that comes down into the evolution and evolves a psychic being more and more developed through experiences of successive lives until it is ready for the divine realization here. There is no distinction between the self and the spirit. The psychic is the soul that develops in the evolution. The spirit is the self that is not affected by the evolution. It is above it. Only it is covered or concealed by the activity of mind, vital, and body. The removal of this covering is the release of the spirit, and it is removed when there is a full and wide spiritual silence. The soul in evolution is only a power for the evolution. It contains everything in potentiality, but that can only be worked out by the psychic being. It is quite different from the condition of the self. There is a difference between the psychic and the self. The self is the Atman above which is one in all, remains always wide, free, pure, untouched by the action of life in its ignorance. Its nature is peace, freedom, light, wideness, Ananda. The psychic, Antaratma, is the individual being which comes down into life and travels from birth to birth and feels the experiences and grows by them till it is able to join itself with the free Atman above. The psychic being is concealed in the depths behind the heart center. The self has no separate place. It is everywhere. Your self and the self of all beings is the same. Love, joy, and happiness come from the psychic. The self gives peace or a universal Ananda. The Atman, the Jivatman, and the psychic. The Jiva is realized as the individual self, Atman, the central being above the nature, calm, untouched by the movements of nature, but supporting their evolution though not involved in it. Through this realization, silence, freedom, wideness, mastery, purity, a sense of universality in the individual as one center of this divine universality become the normal experience. The psychic is realized as the Purusha behind the heart. It is not universalized like the Jivatman, but is the individual soul supporting from its place behind the heart center the mental, vital, physical, psychic evolution of the being in nature. Its realization brings bhakti, self-giving, surrender, turning of all the movements Godward, discrimination, and choice of all that belongs to the divine truth, good, beauty, rejection of all that is false, evil, ugly, discordant, union through love and sympathy with all existence, openness to the truth of the self and the divine. The psychic is a spark of the divine, but I do not know that it can be called a portion of the Jivatma. It is the same put forward in a different way. The Bindu of which you speak is not the psychic being, but the soul or spark of the divine which supports each existence. The psychic being is usually seen in form as a Purusha. The psychic being is the soul or spark of the divine developing a form of itself in the evolution which travels from life to life. The Jivatma and the soul are the same, but in two different statuses. The Jivatma is the Ansha of the divine standing above the consciousness as the individual self and unchanged by the evolution. The soul is the same, descended into the evolution and developing its consciousness from life to life, until in the opening of knowledge, the psychic being realizes its oneness with the self above. The ego is quite different. It is a creation of Prakriti and part of Prakriti, which centralizes the thoughts, desires, passions, etc. of the nature and is involved in them entirely. The ego is not a real and eternal existence, but only a formation of nature. It has to disappear by the coming of knowledge and be replaced by the true psychic and spiritual self. The psychic is the soul in evolution. The Atman is the self above the evolution. There is always a part of the mind, of the vital, of the body which is or can be influenced by the psychic. They can be called the psychic mental, the psychic vital, the psychic physical. According to the personality or the degree of evolution of each person, this part can be small or large, weak or strong, covered up and inactive or prominent and in action. When it acts the movements of the mind, vital or physical, accept the psychic motives or aims, partake of the nature of the psychic or follow its aims, but with a modification in the manner which belongs to the mind, vital or physical. The psychic vital seeks after the divine, but it has a demand in its self-giving, desire, vital eagerness the psychic has not, for the psychic has instead pure self-giving, aspiration, intensity of psychic fire. The psychic vital is subject to pain and suffering, which there is not in the psychic. Atma is not the same as psychic. Atma is the self, which is one in all, calm, wide, ever at peace, always free. The psychic being is the soul within that experiences life and develops with evolving mind and life and body. The psychic does not suffer like the vital or body. It has not pain or anguish or despair, but it has a psychic sorrow which is different from these things. It has a kind of quiet, sweet sadness of yearning which it feels when things go against the divine, when the obscurity and obstacles are too heavy, when the mind, vital and physical, follow after other things, when evil and falsehood and darkness seem to be too strong for the light. It does not despair, but feels that these things ought not to be, and the psychic yearning for it to be otherwise becomes so intense that it is felt as if something akin to sadness. As for the psychic not being in front, that cannot be brought about all at once, the other parts of the being must be prepared for the change, and the veil between must become thinner and thinner. It is for that experiences come, and there is the working on the inner mind and vital and physical as well as on the outer nature. What do you mean by a personal vital? What people call personality is a formation. There is no unchangeable vital personality. There is a presence called the Purusha, something projected by the self or Atman, which supports on each plane the formation of the personalities on that plane. But the Purusha is not a personality, and it has no name or form. But it is best for you not to speculate too much about these subtle things at present. You have not sufficient experience to grasp correctly the complexity of the truth. The one thing you are concerned with is that you have a soul, a psychic being, which stands for your center of existence, a part of the divine. Become aware of that and put all your mental, vital, and physical nature in relation to it, in order that they may become purified, harmonized, divinized, and the supramental being and nature may descend and be manifested in you. For until this is done, this conscious linking and relation with the psychic center, there can be no supramental descent. The words soul and psychic. The European mind, for the most part, has never been able to go beyond the formula of soul plus body, usually including mind and soul, and everything except body and mind. Some occultists make a distinction between spirit, soul, and body. At the same time, there must be some vague feeling that soul and mind are not quite the same thing, for there is the phrase, "This man has no soul," or "he is a soul," meaning he has something in him beyond a mere mind and body. But all that is very vague. There is no clear distinction between mind and soul, and none between mind and vital, and often the vital is taken for the soul. Psychic is ordinarily used in the sense of anything relating to the inner movements of the consciousness or anything phenomenal in the psychology. In this case, I have made a special use of it, relating it to the Greek word psyche, meaning soul. But ordinarily, people make no distinction between the soul and the mental vital consciousness. For them, it is all the same. Psychic, in the sense in which it is used commonly by people, has no definite meaning. It is applied to anything non-physical or superphysical. In the language of our yoga, it refers always to the inner soul. Therefore, the use of the words psychic significance is incorrect here. One can say occult significance, or symbolic significance, or inner significance. Psychic significance we can say only of experiences belonging to the psychic, as opposed to the mental, vital, and physical planes. The psychic or soul in traditional Indian systems. It appears the Maharishi at the time supposed that by the psychic being I meant the enlightened ego. But people do not understand what I mean by the psychic being, because the word psychic has been used in English to mean anything of the inner mental, inner vital, or inner physical, or anything abnormal or occult, or even the more subtle movements of the outer being, all in a jumble. Also, occult phenomena are often called psychic. The distinction between these different parts of the being is unknown. Even in India, the old knowledge of the Upanishads, in which they are distinguished, has been lost. The Jivatman, psychic being, Purusho Antaratma, the Manomaya Purusha, the Pranamaya Purusha, are all confused together. The Antaratman is the soul. the portion of the divine that is at the inmost basis of the evolving individual and supports the mind and life and body, which are the instrumental parts of nature through which it tries to grow from the material inconscience towards the divine light and immortality, which are its proper being. The limitations of its instruments impose upon it an acceptance of the lower movements and a compromise between soul and nature, which retard this movement even while it gets its means of advance from that interchange. The psychic being is the soul form or soul personality developing through this evolution and passing from life to life till all is ready for the higher evolution beyond the ignorance. The psychic being is the soul, the Purusha, in the secret heart supporting by its presence the action of the mind, life, and body. The vital is the Pranamaya Purusha, spoken of in the Taittiriya Upanishad, the being behind the force of life. In its outer form, in the ignorance, it generates the desire soul which governs most men, and which they mistake often for the real soul. The Atma is the self or spirit that remains above, pure and stainless, unaffected by the stains of life, by desire and ego and ignorance. It is realized as the true being of the individual, but also more widely as the same being in all and as the self of the cosmos. It has also a self-existence above the individual and cosmos, and it is then called the Paramatma, the Supreme Divine Being. This distinction has nothing to do with the distinction between the psychic and the vital. The vital being is not what is known as the Atma. The vital, as the desire soul and desire nature, controls the consciousness to a large extent in most men because men are governed by desire. But even in the surface, human nature, the proper ruler of the consciousness is the mental being, the Manomaya, Purusha, Prana, Sharira, Neta of the Upanishad. The psychic influences the consciousness from behind, but one has to go out of the ordinary consciousness into the inmost being to find it and make it the ruler of the consciousness as it should be. To do that is one of the principal aims of the yoga. The vital should be an instrument of the consciousness, not its ruler. The vital being is not the I. The ego is mental, vital, physical. Ego implies the identification of our existence with outer self, the ignorance of our true self above and our psychic being within us. In a certain sense, the various Purushas, or beings in us, psychic, mental, vital, physical, are projections of the Atma, but that gets its full truth only when we get into our inner being and know the inner truth of ourselves. On the surface, in the ignorance, it is the mental, vital, physical Prakriti that acts, and the Purusha is disfigured, as it were, in the action of Prakriti. It is not our true mental being, our true vital being, our true physical being, even that we are aware of. These remain behind, veiled, and silent. It is the mental, vital, physical ego that we take for our being until we get knowledge. The psychic being in the old systems was spoken of as the Purusha in the heart, the secret heart, Hridaya Guhyam, which corresponds very well to what we define as the psychic being behind the heart center. It was also this that went out from the body at death and persisted, which again corresponds to our teaching that it is this which goes out and returns, linking new life to former life. Also, we say that the psychic is the divine portion within us. So too, the Purusha in the heart is described as Ishwara of the individual nature in some places. The word soul is very vaguely used in English, as it often refers to the whole non-physical consciousness, including even the vital with all its desires and passions. That is why the word psychic being has to be used so as to distinguish this divine portion from the instrumental parts of the nature. I do not know what is exactly meant by this phrase. It is too vague and limited for a description of the psychic. Antakarana usually means the mind and vital, as opposed to the body being the outer instrument and mana. Prana, the inner instrument of the soul. By psychic, I mean something different from a purified mind and vital. A purified mind and vital are the result of the action of the awakened and liberated psychic being, but it is not itself the psychic. Again, it depends on what is meant by ahambhava. But the psychic is not a bhava, it is a being, a purusha. Ahambhava is a formation of Prakriti, it is not a being or a purusha. Ahambhava can disappear, and yet the purusha will be there. By liberated psychic being, I mean that it is no longer obliged to express itself under the conditions of the obscure and ignorant instruments, from behind a veil, but is able to come forward, control and change the action of mind and vital and body. Purified and perfected are not epithets that can properly be applied to the psychic. The psychic is always pure and has no positive imperfection. The thing that has to be perfected is its control over the instruments. If it is perhaps sometimes spoken of as purified or perfected, what must be meant is the psychic action in the mind, vital and physical instruments. A purified inner being does not mean a purified psychic, but a purified inner mental, vital, and physical. The epithets I used for the psychic were awakened and liberated. Spiritual individuality is rather a vague term and might be variously interpreted. I have written about the psychic being that the psychic is the soul or spark of the divine fire, supporting the individual evolution on the earth, and the psychic being is the soul consciousness developing itself, or rather its manifestation from life to life, with the mind, vital and body as its instruments until all is ready for the union with the divine. I don't know that I can add anything to that. The mental being spoken of by the Upanishad is not part of the mental, nervous, physical composite. It is the Manomaya, Purusha, Pranashariraneta, the mental being leader of the life and body. It could not be so described if it were part of the composite. Nor can the composite or part of it be the Purusha, for the composite is composed of Prakriti. It is described as Manomaya by the Upanishad because the psychic being is behind the veil, and man, being the mental being in the life and body, lives in his mind and not in his psychic. So to him, the Manomaya Purus, A, is the leader of the life and body, of the psychic behind, supporting the whole. He is not aware or dimly aware in his best moments. The psychic is represented in man by the Prime Minister, the Manomaya, itself being a mild constitutional king. It is the Manomaya to whom Prakriti refers for assent to her actions. But still, the statement of the Upanishad gives only the apparent truth of the matter, valid for man and the human stage only, for in the animal it would be rather the Pranamaya Purusha, that is the Neta, leader of mind and body. Purusha Prakriti is the Kshara Purusha. Standing back from it is the Akshara Purusha. Ego sense and Purusha are two quite different things. Ego sense is a mechanism of Prakriti, Purusha is the conscious being. The psychic being evolves, so it is not the immutable. The psychic being is especially the soul of the individual evolving in the manifestation, the individual Prakriti, and taking part in the evolution. It is that spark of the divine fire that grows behind the mind, vital and physical as the psychic being, until it is able to transform the Prakriti of ignorance into a Prakriti of knowledge. These things are not in the Gita, but we cannot limit our knowledge by the points in the Gita. The soul and the psychic being. A distinction has to be made between the soul in its essence and the psychic being. Behind each and all there is the soul, which is the spark of the divine. None could exist without that. But it is quite possible to have a vital and physical being supported by such a soul essence, but without a clearly evolved psychic being behind it. There is indeed an inner being composed of the inner mental, inner vital, inner physical, but that is not the psychic being. The psychic is the inmost being of all and quite distinct from these. The word psychic is indeed used in English to indicate anything that is other or deeper than the external mind, life, and body, or it indicates sometimes anything occult or supraphysical. But that is a use which brings confusion and error, and we have almost entirely to discard it. The psychic being is veiled by the surface movements and expresses itself as best it can through the three outer instruments which are more governed by the outer forces than by the inner being or the psychic entity. But that does not mean that they are entirely isolated from the soul. The soul is in the body in the same way as the mind or vital, but the body is not this gross physical body only, but the subtle body also. When the gross body falls away, the vital and mental sheaths of the body still remain as the soul's vehicle till these two dissolve. The soul of a plant or an animal is not dormant, only its means of expression are less developed than those of a human being. There is much that is psychic in the plant, much that is psychic in the animal. The plant has only the vital physical elements evolved in its form. The consciousness behind the form of the plant has no developed or organized mentality capable of expressing itself. The animal takes a step farther. It has a vital mind and some extent of self-expression, but its consciousness is limited, its mentality limited, its experiences are limited. The psychic essence, too, puts forward to represent it a less developed consciousness and experience than is possible in man. All the same, animals have a soul and can respond very readily to the psychic in man. The ghost of a man is, of course, not his soul. It is either the man appearing in his vital body, or it is a fragment of his vital structure that is seized on by some force or being of the vital world for its own purpose. For normally, the vital being with its personality exists after the dissolution of the physical body for some time only. Afterwards, it passes away into the vital plane, where it remains till the vital sheath dissolves. Next one passes in the mental sheath, to some mental world, but finally, the soul leaves its mental sheath also and goes to its place of rest. If the mental is strongly developed, then the mental being can remain, and so also can the strongly developed vital, provided they are organized by and centered around the true psychic being. They then share the immortality of the psychic. But ordinarily, this does not happen. There is a dissolution of the mental and vital as well as the physical parts, and the soul in rebirth assumes a new mind, life, and body, and not, as is often supposed, a replica of its old nature, self. Such a repetition would be meaningless and useless, and would defeat the purpose of rebirth, which is a progression of the nature by experience, an evolutionary growth of the soul in nature towards its self-finding. At the same time, the soul preserves the impression of what was essential in its past lives and personalities, and the new birth and personality are a balance between this past and the soul's need for its future. A distinction has to be made between the soul in its essence and the psychic being. Behind each and all, there is the soul, which is the spark of the divine. None could exist without that. But it is quite possible to have a vital and physical being without a clearly evolved psychic being behind it. Still, one cannot make general statements that no aboriginal has a soul or there is no display of soul anywhere. The inner being is composed of the inner mental, inner vital, inner physical. But that is not the psychic being. The psychic is the inmost being and quite distinct from these. The word psychic is indeed used in English to indicate anything that is other or deeper than the external mind, life, and body, anything occult or supraphysical, but that is a use which brings confusion and error, and we entirely discard it when we speak or write about yoga. In ordinary parlance, we may sometimes use the word psychic in the looser popular sense or in poetry, which is not bound to intellectual accuracy. We may speak of the soul sometimes in the ordinary and more external sense, or in the sense of the true psyche. The psychic being is veiled by the surface movements and expresses itself as best it can through these outer instruments, which are more governed by the outer forces than by the inner influences of the psychic, but that does not mean that they are entirely isolated from the soul. The soul is in the body in the same way as the mind, or vital. But the body it occupies is not this gross physical frame only, but the subtle body also. When the gross sheath falls away, the vital and mental sheaths of the body still remain as the soul's vehicle till these too dissolve. The soul of a plant or an animal is not altogether dormant. Only its means of expression are less developed than those of a human being. There is much that is psychic in the plant, much that is psychic in the animal. The plant has only the vital, physical, evolved in its form, so it cannot express itself. The animal has a vital mind and can, but its consciousness is limited, and its experiences are limited, so the psychic essence has a less developed consciousness and experience than is present or at least possible in man. All the same, animals have a soul and can respond very readily to the psychic in man. The ghost is, of course, not the soul. It is either the man appearing in his vital body, or it is a fragment of his vital that is seized on by some vital force or being. The vital part of us normally exists after the dissolution of the body for some time and passes away into the vital plane where it remains till the vital sheath dissolves. Afterwards it passes, if it is mentally evolved, in the mental sheath to some mental world, and finally the psychic leaves its mental sheath also and goes to its place of rest. If the mental is strongly developed, then the mental part of us can remain. So also can the vital, provided they are organized by and centered around the true psychic being, for they then share the immortality of the psychic. Otherwise, the psychic draws mind and life into itself and enters into an internatal quiescence. There is the divine spark from the beginning, the soul in all things, but it takes a long time and a long evolution for it to arrive at a conscious expression and form of manifested being, what we call the psychic being. The soul is described as a spark of the divine fire in life and matter, that is, an image. It has not been described as a spark of consciousness. There is mental, vital, physical consciousness, different from the psychic. The psychic being and consciousness are not identical. When the soul or spark of the divine fire begins to develop a psychic individuality, that psychic individuality is called the psychic being. The soul or spark is there before the development of an organized vital and mind. The soul is something of the divine that descends into the evolution as a divine principle within it, to support the evolution of the individual out of the ignorance into the light. It develops in the course of the evolution a psychic individual or soul individuality which grows from life to life, using the evolving mind, vital, and body as its instruments. It is the soul that is immortal while the rest disintegrates. It passes from life to life, carrying its experience in essence and the continuity of the evolution of the individual. It is the whole consciousness, mental, vital, physical also, that has to rise and join the higher consciousness, and, once the joining is made, the higher has to descend into them. The psychic is behind all that and supports it. The soul is always pure, but the knowledge and force in it are involved, and come out only as the psychic being evolves and grows stronger. The psychic being is the soul evolving in the course of birth and rebirth, and the soul is a portion of the divine. But with the soul, there is always the veiled divine. The psychic being is the developing soul consciousness manifested for the created being as it evolves. At first, the soul is something essential behind the veil, not developed in front. In front, there is only the body, life, mind. In the evolution, the soul consciousness develops more and more in the created being until it is so developed that it can come entirely in front and govern mind, life, and body. The difference between one psychic being and another is one of evolution. The psychic being is more developed in some, but the soul principle is the same in all. The soul and the psychic are the same, only as there is a vital being supported by the vital and expressing itself through it. So there is a growing psychic being supported on the psychic and expressing itself through the soul nature. But, hang it all, the psychic is part of the human nature or of ordinary nature. It has been there even before the human began. The form of the psychic. Being. Formed souls enter only into formed organisms, in the protoplasm, etc. It is only the spark of the divine that is there, not the formed soul. As there is in us a mind which one does not see in form but is aware of, and as there is at the same time a mental being which one can see in form, so there is a soul and a psychic being. The soul is the same always. The psychic being is what it develops in the evolution. The soul is not limited by any form, but the psychic being puts out a form for its expression, just as the mental, vital, and subtle physical purushas do. That is to say, one can see, or another person can see one's psychic being in such and such a form. But this seeing is of two kinds. There is the standing characteristic form taken by this being in this life, and there are symbolic forms, such as when one sees the psychic as a newborn child in the lap of the mother. If the sadhak in question really saw his psychic in the form of a woman, it can only have been a constructed appearance expressing some quality or attitude of the psychic. Yes, the psychic being has a form, but that does not appear from the photo of a person. For the psychic has not always or usually a form closely resembling that of the physical body. It is sometimes even quite different. When looking at the photo with yogic vision, what is seen is not a form, but something of the consciousness that either is expressed in the body or comes through somehow. One perceives or feels it there through the photo. The psychic being and the intuitive consciousness. No, the intuitive self is quite different from the psychic, or rather the intuitive consciousness that is somewhere above the mind. The psychic stands behind the being, a simple and sincere devotion to the divine, single-hearted, an immediate sense of what is right and helps towards the truth and the divine. An instinctive withdrawal from all that is the opposite are its most visible characteristics. The psychic being and the external being. What you experience is the first condition of the yogic consciousness and self-knowledge. The ordinary mind knows itself only as an ego, with all the movements of the nature in a jumble and, identifying itself with these movements, thinks, I am doing this, feeling that, thinking, in joy or in sorrow, etc. The first beginning of real self-knowledge is when you feel yourself separate from the nature in you and its movements, and then you see that there are many parts of your being, many personalities, each acting on its own behalf and in its own way. The two different beings you feel are, one, the psychic being which draws you towards the mother, the other, the external being mostly vital which draws you outward and downwards towards the play of the lower nature. There is also in you behind the mind the being who observes, the witness Purusha, who can stand detached from the play of the nature, observing it and able to choose. It has to put itself always on the side of the psychic being and assent to and support its movements, and to reject the downward and outward movement of the lower nature, which has to be subjected to the psychic and changed by its influence, the psychic or soul and the lower nature.
All belongs to nature. The soul itself acts under the conditions and by the agency of nature.
The moral of the condition you describe is not that yoga should not be done, but that you have to go on steadily healing the rift between the two parts of the being. The division is very usual, almost universal in human nature, and the following of the lower impulse in spite of the contrary will in the higher parts happens to almost everybody. It is the phenomenon noted by Arjuna in his question to Krishna, why does one do evil, even though one wishes not to do it, as if compelled to it by force, and expressed sententiously by Ovid, video meliora proboque, deteriora sequor. By constant effort and aspiration, one can arrive at a turning point when the psychic asserts itself, and what seems a very slight psychological change or reversal alters the whole balance of the nature. Every soul is not awake and active, nor is every soul turned directly to the divine before practicing yoga. For a long time, it seeks the divine through men and things much more than directly. In the ordinary consciousness in which the mind, etc., are not awakened, the psychic acts as well as it can through them, but according to the laws of the ignorance. These things, love, compassion, kindness, bhakti, Ananda, are the nature of the psychic being, because the psychic being is formed from the divine consciousness. It is the divine part within you. But the lower parts are not yet accustomed to obey or value the influence and control of the psychic, for in men, the vital and physical are accustomed to act for themselves and do not care for what the soul wants. When they do care and obey the psychic, that is their conversion. They begin to put on themselves the psychic or divine nature. The psychic is the support of the individual evolution. It is connected with the universal both by direct contact and through the mind, vital and body. It may be said of the psychic that it is the luminous part of our being, because the psychic is in touch with the divine and a projection of the divine into the lower nature. But the inner mind, vital and physical, are a part of the universal and open to the dualities. Only they are wider than the external mind, life, and body, and can receive more largely and easily the divine influence. The psychic is deep within in the inner heart center behind the emotional being. From there, it stretches upward to form the psychic mind, and below to form the psychic vital and psychic physical. But usually, one is aware of these only after the mind, vital and physical, are subjected and put under the psychic influence. The psychic being or soul and the vital or life. The soul and the life are two quite different powers. The soul is a spark of the divine spirit which supports the individual nature. Mind, life, body are the instruments for the manifestation of the nature. In most men, the soul is hidden and covered over by the action of the external nature. They mistake the vital being for the soul because it is the vital which animates and moves the body. But this vital being is a thing made up of desires and executive forces, good and bad. It is the desire soul, not the true thing. It is when the true soul, psyche, comes forward and begins first to influence and then govern the actions of the instrumental nature that man begins to overcome vital desire and grow towards a greater divine nature. We are concerned with the growth of the soul out of the ignorance, not its plunge into it. The lower nature is the nature of the ignorance. What we seek is to grow into the nature of the truth. How do you make out that when the soul has looked towards the truth and is moving towards it, a pullback by the vital and the ego towards the ignorance is a glorious action of the soul and not a revolt of the lower nature? I suppose you are floundering about in the confusion of the idea that the desire soul in the vital is the true psyche of man. If you like. But that is no part of my explanation of things. I make a clear distinction between the two, so I refuse to sanctify the revolt of the lower nature by calling it the sanction of the soul. If it is the soul that wants to fail, why is there any struggle or sorrow over the business? It would be a perfectly smooth affair. The psychic being is not the fulfiller of desires. It is the spark of the divine in all things manifested here that grows into the psychic being and supports the evolution. It is that which survives the dissolution of the vital and physical sheaths and returns to birth again. The two feelings you have are that of two different personalities or parts in the being. One which has the feeling of service is in the vital, the other which has the feeling of the child and of the self-giving is psychic. In the progress of the sadhana, these different parts or personalities get developed or transformed and harmonized with each other, all becoming parts of the ultimate perfection of the being in the mother's consciousness. The psychic being and the ego. There is individuality in the psychic being, but not egoism. Egoism goes when the individual unites himself with the divine or is entirely surrendered to the divine. It is the psychic inmost being that replaces the ego. It is through love and surrender to the divine that the psychic being becomes strong and manifest so that it can replace the ego. The psychic world, or plane. There is a psychic world, a sort of heaven of peace and beauty and harmony. It is also a place of rest for the soul between two incarnations in which it absorbs its past experiences and becomes ready for another birth. What you describe, lying calmly in a realm of peace, joy, and oneness, is what we mean by the psychic being in its own plane of existence, for the psychic plane is like that. The psychic stands behind the rest of the beings, supporting it with its own purity, truth, and joy. Section 3. The Vertical System, Supermind to Subconscient. Chapter 1. The Planes or Worlds of Consciousness. The system of planes or worlds. What we speak of are planes of consciousness. The physical is the lowest, above it the ordinary vital, above it the emotional heart, above it the mental, above the mental are other planes. There is a psychic plane behind the emotional which influences all the others. The physical is not the only world. There are others that we become aware of through dream records, through the subtle senses, through influences and contacts, through imagination, intuition, and vision. There are worlds of a larger, subtler life than ours, vital worlds, worlds in which mind builds its own forms and figures, mental worlds, psychic worlds which are the soul's home, others above with which we have little contact. In each of us there is a mental plane of consciousness, a psychic, a vital, a subtle physical, as well as the gross physical and material plane. The same planes are situated in the consciousness of general nature. It is when we enter or contact these other planes that we come into connection with the worlds above the physical. In sleep, we leave the physical body, only a subconscient residue remaining, and enter all planes and all sorts of worlds. In each, we see scenes, meet beings, share in happenings, come across formations, influences, suggestions, which belong to these planes. Even when we are awake, part of us moves in these planes, but their activity goes on behind the veil. Our waking minds are not aware of it. Dreams are often only incoherent constructions of our subconscient, but others are records, often much mixed and distorted, or transcripts of experiences in these supraphysical planes. When we do sadhana, this kind of dream becomes very common. Then subconscious dreams cease to predominate. The forces and beings of the vital world have a great influence on human beings. The vital world is on one side a world of beauty. The poet, artist, musician are in close contact with it. It is also a world of powers and passions, lusts and desires. Our own lusts and desires, and passions and ambitions can put us into connection with the vital worlds and their forces and beings. It is again a world of things dark, dangerous, and horrible. Nightmares like X's are contacts with this side of the vital plane. Its influences are also the source of much in men that is demoniac, dirty, cruel, and base. It is good that you were able to overcome the difficulty and have a good meditation. Your observation that the difficulty is only in the head and throat, and mainly in the latter, is very significant. Those are the mental centers, and it is evident, therefore, that the difficulty comes from the physical mind. The higher part of the mind belongs to the thinking mind proper, the buddhi, that which understands and observes and guides. The throat is the center of the externalizing mind, that which deals with outer and physical things and responds to them. Its activity is always one of the chief difficulties of the sadhana. If it is quiet, it is easier, as you have seen, for the whole being to be quiet. The last of the four experiences, that of the being within arranged in layers one under the other like the steps of a ladder, is also very significant and very true. It is so that inner consciousness is arranged. There are 5 main divisions of this ladder. At the top above the head are layers, or as we call them planes, of which we are not conscious, and which become conscious to us only by sadhana, those above the human mind. That is the higher consciousness. Below, from the crown of the head to the throat, are the layers. There are many of them, of the mind, the three principal being one at the top of the head communicating with the higher consciousness, another between the eyebrows where is the thought, sight, and will, a third in the throat, which is the externalizing mind. A second division is from the shoulders to the navel. These are the layers of the higher vital presided over by the heart center, where is the emotional being with the psychic hidden behind it. From the navel downwards is the rest of the vital being containing several layers. From the bottom of the spine downward are the layers of the physical consciousness proper, the material, and below the feet is the subconscient, which has also many levels. The experience of the splitting of the forehead from the middle and the pouring out of light signified the opening of the center of thought, will, and vision there. When this opens, there is the opening of the inner mind consciousness through which the light of the higher can pour out. Here it is, the mother's white light that was pouring out through the opening. The lights you saw were the many lights, powers, forces full of light, of the higher consciousness, the truth consciousness, or divine consciousness. Their pouring down was preceded and made possible by the appearance of the moon, the spiritual light. It is when the spiritual light is there that the presence of the mother is revealed, and her action brings down the powers of the truth, the divine, and she gives them to the sadhak. If we regard the gradation of worlds or planes as a whole, we see them as a great connected complex movement. The higher precipitate their influences on the lower react to the higher and develop or manifest in themselves within their own formula, something that corresponds to the superior power and its action. The material world has evolved life in obedience to a pressure from the vital plane, mind in obedience to a pressure from the mental plane. It is now trying to evolve supermind in obedience to a pressure from the supramental plane. In more detail, particular forces, movements, powers, beings of a higher world can throw themselves on the lower to establish appropriate and corresponding forms which will connect them with the material domain and, as it were, reproduce or project their action here. And each thing created here has, supporting it, subtler envelopes or forms of itself, which make it subsist and connect it with forces acting from above. Man, for instance, has besides his gross physical body, subtler sheaths or bodies by which he lives behind the veil in direct connection with supraphysical planes of consciousness and can be influenced by their powers, movements, and beings. What takes place in life has always behind it pre-existent movements and forms in the occult vital planes. What takes place in mind presupposes pre-existent movements and forms in the occult mental planes. That is an aspect of things which becomes more and more evident, insistent, and important the more we progress in a dynamic yoga. But all this must not be taken in too rigid and mechanical a sense. It is an immense plastic movement full of the play of possibilities and must be seized by a flexible and subtle tact or sense in the seeing consciousness. It cannot be reduced to a too rigorous logical or mathematical formula. 2 or 3 points must be pressed in order that this plasticity may not be lost to our view. First, each plane, in spite of its connection with others above and below it, is yet a world in itself, with its own movements, forces, beings, types, forms, existing as if for its and their own sake, under its own laws, for its own manifestation without apparent regard for other members of the great series. Thus, if we regard the vital or the subtle physical plane, we see great ranges of it, most of it, existing in themselves, without any relation with the material world and with no movement to affect or influence it, still less to precipitate a corresponding manifestation in the physical formula. At most, we can say that the existence of anything in the vital, subtle, physical, or any other plane creates a possibility for a corresponding movement of manifestation in the physical world. But something more is needed to turn that static or latent possibility into a dynamic potentiality or an actual urge towards a material creation. that something may be a call from the material plane, e.g., some force, or someone in the physical existence entering into touch with a superphysical power or world or part of it and moved to bring it down into the earth life. Or it may be an impulse in the vital or other plane itself, e.g., a vital being moved to extend his action towards the earth and establish there a kingdom for himself or the play of the forces for which he stands in his own domain. Or it may be a pressure from above, let us say some supramental or mental power, precipitating its formation from above and developing forms and movements on the vital level as a means of transit to its self-creation in the material world. Or it may be all these things acting together, in which case there is the greatest possibility of an effective creation. Next, as a consequence, it follows that only a limited part of the action of the vital or other higher planes is concerned with the earth existence. But even this creates a mass of possibilities which is far greater than the earth can at one time manifest or contain in its own less plastic formulas. All these possibilities do not realize themselves. Some fail altogether and leave at the most an idea that comes to nothing. Some try seriously and are repelled and defeated and even if in action for a time, come to nothing. Others effectuate a half-manifestation, and this is the most usual result. The more so as these vital or other superphysical forces come into conflict, and have not only to overcome the resistance of the physical consciousness and of matter, but their own internecine resistance to each other. A certain number succeed in precipitating their results in a more complete and successful creation, so that if you compare that creation with its original in the higher plane, there is something like a close resemblance, or even an apparently exact reproduction or translation from the supraphysical to the physical formula. And yet, even there, the exactness is only apparent. The very fact of translation into another substance and another rhythm of manifestation makes a difference. It is something new that has manifested, and it is that makes the creation worthwhile. What, for instance, would be the utility of a supramental creation on earth if it were just the same thing as a supramental creation on the supramental plane? It is that, in principle, but yet something else. A triumphant new self-discovery of the divine in conditions that are not elsewhere. No doubt the subtle physical is closest to the physical and most like it, but yet the conditions are different and the thing too different. For instance, the subtle physical has a freedom, plasticity, intensity, power, color, wide and manifold play. There are thousands of things there that are not here, of which as yet we have no possibility on earth, and yet there is something here, a potentiality of the divine, which the other, in spite of its greater liberties, has not, something which makes creation more difficult, but in the last result justifies the labor. Each plane of consciousness contains the others in itself in principle. In the physical consciousness there is a physical mind, a vital force and action which we call the vital physical, and the physical proper or material. Mind has its own realms, and life has its own realms just as matter has. In the mental realms, life and substance are entirely subordinated to mind and obey its dictates. Here on earth, there is the evolution with matter as the starting point, life as the medium, mind emerging from it. There are many grades, realms, combinations in the cosmos. There are even many universes. Ours is only one of many. The planes and the body. The heavenly worlds are above the body. What the parts of the body correspond to are planes, subtle physical, higher, middle, and lower vital, mental. Each plane is in communication with various worlds that belong to it. The appearance of the being in other planes is not the same necessarily as that of the physical body. Very often the form taken by the vital or psychic or mental being is very different from the physical form. Even when they resemble on the whole, there is always some difference. Chapter 2. The Supermind or Supramental. Supermind and the Purushottama. Purushottama of the Gita is the Supreme Being. The Supermind is a power of the Supreme, or proceeding from him if you like. Supermind is not the Purushottama consciousness. It is a Purushottama consciousness, a certain level and power of being which he can share with his eternal portions, Amsha Sanatana, provided they can climb out of the ignorance. As for embodying it, it is certainly difficult, but not impossible. Supermind and Sachchidananda. Supermind is between the Sachchidananda planes and the lower creation. It contains the self-determining truth of the divine consciousness and is necessary for a truth creation. One can of course realize Sachchidananda in relation to the mind, life, body also, but then it is something stable, supporting by its presence the lower Prakriti, but not transforming it. The supermind alone can transform the lower nature. In the supramental consciousness, there are no problems. The problem is created by the division set up by the mind. The supramental sees the truth as a single whole, and everything falls into its place in that whole. The supramental is also spiritual, but the old yogas reach Sachchidananda through the spiritualized mind and depart into the eternally static oneness of Sachchidananda, or rather, pure Sati, existence, absolute and eternal, or else a pure non-existence, absolute and eternal. Ours, having realized Sachchidananda in the spiritualized mind plane, proceeds to realize it in the supramental plane. The supreme supracosmic Sachchidananda is above all. Supermind may be described as its power of self-awareness and world awareness, the world being known as within itself and not outside. So to live consciously in the supreme Sachchidananda, one must pass through the supermind. If one is in the supracosmic apart from the manifestation, there is no place for problems or solutions. If one lives in the transcendence and the cosmic view at the same time, that can only be by the supramental consciousness in the supreme Sachchidananda consciousness. So why should the question arise? Why should there be a difference between the supreme Sachchidananda version of the cosmos and the supermind's version of it? Your difficulty probably comes from thinking of both in terms of the mind. The supermind is an entirely different consciousness, not only from the spiritualized mind, but from the planes above spiritualized mind, which intervene between it and the supramental plane. Once one passes beyond overmind to supermind, one enters into a consciousness to which the norms of the other planes do not at all apply, and in which the same truth, e.g., Sachchidananda, and truth of this universe, is seen in quite a different way and has a different dynamic consequence. This necessarily results from the fact that supermind has an indivisible knowledge, while overmind proceeds by union in division, and mind by division, taking division as the first fact, for that is the natural process of its knowledge. In all planes, the essential experience of Sachchidananda, pure existence, consciousness, bliss, is the same, and mind is often contented with it as the sole truth and dismisses all else as part of the grand illusion. But there is also a dynamic experience of the divine or of existence, e.g. as one and many, personal and impersonal, the infinite and finite, etc., which is essential for the integral knowledge. The dynamic experience is not the same in the lower planes as in the higher, in the intermediate spiritual planes, and in the supramental. In these, the opposition can only be put together and harmonized. In the supermind, they fuse together and are inseparably one. That makes an enormous difference. The universe is dynamism, movement. The essential experience of Sachchidananda, apart from the dynamism and movement, is static. The full dynamic truth of Sachchidananda and the universe and its consequence cannot be grasped by any other consciousness than the supermind, because the instrumentation in all other lower planes is inferior, and there is therefore a disparity between the fullness of the static experience and the incompleteness of the dynamic power, knowledge, result of the inferior light and power of other planes. This is the reason why the consciousness of the other spiritual planes, even if it descends, can make no radical change in the earth consciousness. It can only modify or enrich it. The radical transformation needs the descent of a supramental power and nature. One cannot speak of two classes of Sachchidananda, for Sachchidananda is the same always. but the knowledge of Sachchidananda and the universe differs according to the degree of the consciousness which has the experience. The personal realization of the divine may be sometimes with form, sometimes without form. Without form, it is the presence of the living divine person, felt in everything. With form, it comes with the image of the one to whom worship is offered. The divine can always manifest himself in a form to the bhakta or seeker. One sees him in the form in which one worships or seeks him, or in a form suitable to the divine personality who is the object of the adoration. How it manifests depends on many things, and it is too various to be reduced to a single rule. Sometimes it is in the heart that the presence with the form is seen, sometimes in any of the other centers, sometimes above and guiding from there. Sometimes it is seen outside and in front as if an embodied person. Its advantages are an intimate relation and constant guidance, or if felt or seen within, a very strong and concrete realization of the constant presence. But one must be very sure of the purity of one's adoration and seeking, for the disadvantage of this kind of embodied relation is that other forces can imitate the form or counterfeit the voice and the guidance, and this gets more force if it is associated with a constructed image, which is not the true thing. Several have been misled in this way, because pride, vanity, or desire was strong in them, and robbed them of the finer psychic perception that is not mental, and can at once turn the mother's light on such misleadings or errors. It is the supramental power that transforms mind, life, and body, not the Sachchidananda consciousness which supports impartially everything. But it is by having experience of the Sachchidananda, pure existence consciousness bliss, that the ascent to the supramental and the descent of the supramental become, at a much later stage, possible. For first, one must get free from the ordinary limitation by the mental, vital, and physical formations, and the experience of the Sachchidananda, peace, calm, purity, and wideness gives this liberation. The supermind has nothing to do with passing into a blank. It is the mind overpassing its own limits and following a negative and quietistic way to do it that reaches the big blank. The mind, being the ignorance, has to annul itself in order to enter into the supreme truth, or at least so it thinks. But the supermind, being the truth consciousness and the divine knowledge, has no need to annul itself for the purpose. The will of Sachchidananda can act under different conditions in the knowledge or the ignorance. The supermind is the truth consciousness, the knowledge, and the will there works out spontaneously the unmixed knowledge, whereas below the supermind it allows the forces to play in quite another way and supports them or intervenes according to the need of the play in the ignorance. In the supermind, consciousness is existence eternally aware both that it is and of what it is, and also of what it intends to do with itself, and become for its own Ananda. Consciousness and knowledge there are one: the supracosmic, the supramental, the overmind, and nirvana. 1. I mean by the supracosmic reality the supreme Sachchidananda, who is above this and all manifestations, not bound by any, yet from whom all manifestation proceeds and all universe. 2. The supramental and the supracosmic are not the same. If it were so, there could be no supramental world and no descent of the supramental principle into the material world. We would be brought back to the idea that the divine truth and reality can only exist beyond, and the universe, any universe, can only be a half-truth or an illusion of ignorance. 3. I mean by the supramental, the truth consciousness, whether above or in the universe, by which the divine knows not only his own essence and being, but his manifestation also. Its fundamental character is knowledge by identity, by that the self is known, the divine Sachchidananda is known, but also the truth of the manifestation is known, because this too is that. Sarvam Khalvidam, Brahma, Vasudeva, Sarvam, etc. Mind is an instrument of the ignorance trying to know, Supermind is the knower possessing knowledge, because one with it and the known, therefore seeing all things in the light of his own truth, the light of their true self, which is he. It is a dynamic and not only a static power, not only a knowledge, but a will according to knowledge. There is a supramental power, or Shakti, which can manifest directly its world of light and truth, in which all is luminously based on the harmony and unity of the One, not disturbed by a veil of ignorance or any disguise. The supermind therefore does not transcend all manifestation, but it is above the triplicity of mind, life, and matter, which is our present experience of this manifestation. 4. The overmind is a sort of delegation from the supermind, this is a metaphor only, which supports the present evolutionary universe in which we live here in matter. If supermind were to start here from the beginning as the direct creative power, a world of the kind we see now would be impossible. It would have been full of the divine light from the beginning. There would be no involution in the inconscience of matter. Consequently, no gradual striving evolution of consciousness in matter. A line is therefore drawn between the higher half of the universe of consciousness, Pararda, and the lower half, Apararda. The higher half is constituted of Sat, Chit, Ananda, Mahas, the supramental, the lower half of mind, life, matter. This line is the intermediary overmind, which, though luminous itself, keeps from us the full indivisible supramental light, depends on it indeed, but in receiving it, divides, distributes, breaks it up into separated aspects, powers, multiplicities of all kinds, each of which it is possible by a further diminution of consciousness, such as we reach in mind, to regard as the sole or the chief truth, and all the rest as subordinate or contradictory to it. To this action of the overmind may be applied the words of the Upanishad. The face of the truth is covered by a golden lid, or those of the Vedic Ratena Ratam Apihitam. Here there is the working of a sort of vidya avidya mayi maya, which makes possible the predominance of avidya. It is by this primitive divisional principle that the mind is enabled to regard, for example, the impersonal as the truth, and the personal as only a mask, or the personal divine as the greatest truth, and impersonality as only an aspect. It is so, too, that all the conflicting philosophies and religions arise, each exalting one aspect or potentiality of truth presented to mind as the whole sufficient explanation of things, or exalting one of the divine's godheads above all others as the true God than whom there can be no other or none so high or higher. This divisionary principle pursues man's mental knowledge everywhere, and even when he thinks he has arrived at the final unity and harmony, it is only a constructed unity based on an aspect. It is so that the scientist seeks to found the unity of knowledge on some original physical aspect of things, energy or matter, electricity or ether, or the Mayavadan thinks he has arrived at absolute Advaita by cutting existence into two and calling the upper side Brahman and the lower side Maya. It is the reason why mental knowledge can never arrive at a final solution of anything, for the aspects of existence as distributed by overmind are numberless, and one can go on multiplying philosophies and religions forever. In the overmind itself there is not this confusion, for the overmind knows the One as the support, essence, fundamental power of all things, but in the dynamic play proper to it, it lays emphasis on its divisional power of multiplicity and seeks to give each power or aspect its full chance to manifest, relying on the underlying oneness to prevent disharmony or conflict. Each Godhead, as it were, creates his own world, but without conflict with others. Each aspect, each idea, each force of things can be felt in its full separate energy or splendor and work out its values, but this does not create a disharmony, because the overmind has the sense of the infinite, and in the true, not spatial, infinite, many concording infinities are possible. This peculiar security of overmind is, however, not transferable to the lower planes of consciousness, which it supports and governs, because as one descends in the scale, the stress on division and multiplicity increases, and in the mind, the underlying oneness becomes vague, abstract, indeterminate, and indeterminable, and the only apparent concreteness is that of the phenomenal, which is by its nature a form and representation. The self-view of the one has already begun to disappear. Mind acts by representations and constructions, by the separation and weaving together of its constructed data. It can make a synthetic construction and see it as the whole, but when it looks for the reality of things, it takes refuge in abstractions. It has not the concrete vision, experience, contact sought by the mystic and the spiritual seeker. To know self and reality directly or truly, it has to be silent and reflect some light of these things, or undergo self-exceeding and transformation, and this is only possible either by a higher light descending into it or by its ascent, the taking up or emergence of it into a higher light of existence. In matter, descending below mind, we arrive at the acme of the principle of fragmentation and division. The one, though secretly there, is lost to knowledge, and we get the fullness of the ignorance, even a fundamental inconscience, out of which the universe has to evolve consciousness and knowledge. 5. If we regard Vaikuntha or Goloka each as the world of a divinity, Vishnu or Krishna, we would be naturally led to seek its place or its origin in the Overmind plane. The Overmind is the plane of the highest worlds of the gods, but Vaikuntha and Goloka are human conceptions of states of being that are beyond humanity. Goloka is evidently a world of love, beauty, and Ananda, full of spiritual radiances. The cow is the symbol of spiritual light, of which the souls there are the keepers or possessors, gopas and gopis. It is not necessary to assign any single plane to this manifestation. In fact, there can be a reflection or possession of it, or of its conditions on any plane of consciousness, the mental, vital, or even the subtle physical plane. The explanation of it which you mention is not therefore excluded, it is quite feasible. 6. It is not possible to situate nirvana as a world or plane, for the nirvana push is to a withdrawal from world and world values. It is therefore a state of consciousness, or rather of superconsciousness, without habitation or level. There is more than one kind of nirvana, extinction or dissolution, possible. Man, being a mental being in a body, Manomaya Purusha, makes this attempt at retreat from the cosmos through the spiritualized mind. He cannot do otherwise, and it is this that gives it the appearance of an extinction or dissolution. Laya, nirvana. For extinction of the mind and all that depends on it, including the separative ego in something. Beyond is the natural way, almost the indispensable way, for such a withdrawal. In a more affirmative yoga seeking transcendence but not withdrawal, there would not be this indispensability, for there would be the way already alluded to of self-exceeding or transformation of the mental being. But it is possible also to pass to that through a certain experience of nirvana, an absolute silence of mind and cessation of its activities, constructions, representations, which can be so complete that not only to the silent mind, but also to the passive senses, the whole world is emptied of its solidity and reality, and things appear only as unsubstantial forms without any real habitations or else floating in something that is a nameless infinite. This infinite or else something still beyond is that which alone is real. An absolute calm, peace, liberation would be the resulting state. Action would continue, but no initiation or participation in it by the silent, liberated consciousness. A nameless power would do all until there began the descent from above, which would transform the consciousness, making its silence and freedom a basis for a luminous knowledge, action, Ananda. But such a passage would be rare, ordinarily a silence of the mind, a liberation of the consciousness, a renunciation of its belief in the final value or truth of the mind's imperfect representations or constructions would be enough for the higher working to be possible. 7. Now about the cosmic consciousness and nirvana. Cosmic consciousness is a complex matter. To begin with, there are two sides to it: the experience of the self free, infinite, silent, inactive, one in all and beyond all, and the direct experience of the cosmic energy and its forces, workings, and formations, this latter experience not being complete till one has the sense of being commensurate with the universe, or pervading, exceeding, and containing it. Till then, there may be direct contacts, communications, interchanges with cosmic forces, beings, movements, but not the full unity of mind with the cosmic mind, of life with the cosmic life, of body and physical consciousness with the cosmic material energy and its substance. Again, there may be a realization of the cosmic self, which is not followed by the realization of the dynamic universal oneness. Or on the contrary, there may be some dynamic universalizing of consciousness without the experience of the free static self omnipresent everywhere. The preoccupation with and pleasure of the greater energies that one would thus experience would stop the way to that liberation. Also, the identification or universalization may be more on one plane or level of consciousness than on another, predominantly mental or predominantly emotional, through universal sympathy or love, or vital of another kind, experience of the universal life forces, or physical. But in any case, even with the full realization and experience, it should be evident that this cosmic play would be something that one would finally feel as limited, ignorant, imperfect from its very nature. The free soul might regard it untouched and unmoved by its imperfections and vicissitudes, do some appointed work, try to help all, or be an instrument of the divine, but neither the work nor the instrumentation would have anything like the perfection or even the full light, power, bliss of the divine. This could only be gained by an ascension into higher planes of cosmic existence or their descent into one's consciousness. And, if this were not envisaged or accepted, the push to nirvana would still remain as a way of escape. The other way would be the ascent after death into these higher planes. The heavens of the religions signify, after all, nothing but such an urge to a greater, luminous, beatific divine existence. But one might ask, if the higher planes, or if the Overmind itself, were to manifest their consciousness with all that power, light, freedom, and vastness, and these things were to descend into an individual consciousness here, would not that make unnecessary both the cosmic negation or the nirvanic push and the urge towards some divine transcendence? But in the result, though one might live in a union with the divine in a luminous, wide, free consciousness, embracing the universe in itself, and be a channel of great energies or creations, spiritual or external, yet this world here would remain fundamentally the same. There would be a gulf of difference between the spirit within and its medium and stuff on which it acted, between the inner consciousness and the world in which it was working. The achievement inner, subjective, individual might be perfect, but the dynamic outcome insufficient, disparate, a mixture, not a perfect harmony of the inner and the outer, a new integral rhythm of existence here that could be called truly divine. Only a consciousness like the supramental, unconditioned and in perfect unity with its source, a truth consciousness empowered to create its own free determinations, would be able to establish some perfect harmony and rhythm of the higher hemisphere in this lowest rung of the lower hemisphere. Whether it is to do so or not depends on the significance of the evolutionary existence. It depends on whether that existence is something imperfect in its very nature and doomed to frustration, in which case either a negative way of transcendence by some kind of nirvana or a positive way of transcendence, perhaps by breaking the shining lid of Overmind, Hiranmaya Patra, into what is above it, would be the final end of the soul escaping from this meaningless universe, unless indeed, like the Amitabha Buddha, one were held by compassion, or else the divine will within to continue helping and sharing the upward struggle towards the light of those here still in the darkness of the ignorance. If, on the contrary, This world is a lila of spiritual involution and evolution in which one power after another up to the highest is to appear as matter, life and mind have already appeared out of an apparent indeterminate inconscience. Then another culmination is possible. The push to nirvana has two motive forces behind it. One is the sense of the imperfection, sorrow, death, suffering of this world, the original motive force of the Buddha. But for escape from these afflictions, nirvana might not be necessary, if there are higher worlds into which one can ascend, where there is no such imperfection, sorrow, death, or suffering. But this other possibility of escape is met by the idea that these higher worlds, too, are transient and part of the ignorance, that one has to return here always till one overcomes the ignorance, that the reality and the cosmic existence are as truth and falsehood, opposite, incompatible. This brings in the second motive force, that of the call to transcendence. If the transcendent is not only supracosmic, but an aloof, incommunicable, avyava, aryam, which one cannot reach except by a negation of all that is here, then some kind of nirvana, an absolute nirvana even, is inevitable. If on the other hand the divine is transcendent, but not incommunicable, the call will still be there, and the soul will leave the checkered cosmic play for the beatitude of the transcendent existence. But an absolute nirvana would not be indispensable. A beatific union with the divine offers itself as the way before the seeker. This is the reason why the cosmic consciousness is not sufficient, and the push away from it is so strong. It is only if the golden lid of the Overmind is overpassed and opened, and the dynamic contact with the Supermind and a descent of its light and power here is intended that it can be otherwise. Supermind and other planes. The words supermind and supramental were first used by me, but since then people have taken up and are using the word supramental for anything above the mind. The highest or true vijnana is the supramental plane, the plane of the divine knowledge. It is only at the end of the sadhana, when there is the full siddhi, that one can have free connection with that plane. The supramental is a higher level of consciousness than the mind in which one gets the direct truth of the supreme and the whole truth. One can meet the one in the mind, but it is an imperfect knowledge and experience. It is only the supramental that is all knowledge. All below that, from overmind to matter, is ignorance, an ignorance growing at each level nearer to the full knowledge. Below supermind there may be knowledge, but it is not all knowledge. I have not said that everything is falsehood except the supramental truth. I said that there was no complete truth below the supramental. In the overmind, the truth of supermind, which is whole and harmonious, enters into a separation into parts. Many truths, fronting each other and moved each to fulfill itself, to make a world of its own, or else to prevail or take its share in worlds made of a combination of various separated truths and truth forces. Lower down in the scale, the fragmentation becomes more and more pronounced, so as to admit of positive error, falsehood, ignorance, finally, inconscience like that of matter. This world here has come out of the inconscience and developed the mind, which is an instrument of ignorance trying to reach out to the truth through much limitation, conflict, confusion, and error. To get back to overmind, if one can do it completely, which is not easy for physical beings, is to stand on the borders of the supramental truth with the hope of entry there. If the supermind were not to give us a greater and completer truth than any of the lower planes, it would not be worthwhile trying to reach it. Each plane has its own truths. Some of them are no longer true on a higher plane, e.g. desire and ego are truths of the mental, vital, and physical ignorance. A man there without ego or desire would be a tamasic automaton. As we rise higher, ego and desire appear no longer as truths. They are falsehoods, disfiguring the true person and the true will. The struggle between the powers of light and the powers of darkness is a truth here. As we ascend above, it becomes less and less of a truth, and in the supermind it has no truth at all. Other truths remain, but change their character, importance, place in the whole. The difference or contrast between the personal and impersonal is a truth of the overmind. There is no separate truth of them in the supermind, they are inseparably one. But one who has not mastered and lived the truths of overmind cannot reach the supramental truth. The incompetent pride of man's mind makes a sharp distinction and wants to call all else untruth and leap at once to the highest truth, whatever it may be. But that is an ambitious and arrogant error. One has to climb the stairs and rest one's feet firmly on each step in order to reach the summit. Each plane is true in itself, but only in partial truth to the supermind. When these higher truths come into the physical, they try to realize themselves there, but can do so only in part and under the conditions of the material plane. It is only the supermind that can overcome this difficulty. Supermind is not organized in the lower planes as the others are. It is only a veiled influence. Otherwise, the supramental realization would be easy. Supermind and overmind. Supermind is not merely a step higher than overmind. It is beyond the line, that is, a different consciousness and power beyond the mental limit. It is hardly possible to say what the supermind is in the language of mind, even spiritualized mind, for it is a different consciousness altogether and acts in a different way. Whatever may be said of it is likely to be not understood or misunderstood. It is only by growing into it that one can know what it is, and this also cannot be done until after a long process by which mind heightening and illuminating becomes pure intuition, not the mixed thing that ordinarily goes by that name. And intuition widens and masses itself into overmind. After that, overmind can be lifted into and suffused with supermind till it undergoes a transformation. In the supermind, all is self-known, self-luminously. There are no divisions, oppositions, or separated aspects, as in mind whose principle is division of knowledge into parts and setting each part against another. Overmind approaches this at its top and is often mistaken for supermind, but it cannot reach it, except by uplifting and transformation. By the supermind is meant the full truth consciousness of the divine nature, in which there can be no place for the principle of division and ignorance. It is always a full light and knowledge superior to all mental substance or mental movement. Between the supermind and the human mind are a number of ranges, planes, or layers of consciousness. One can regard it in various ways, in which the element or substance of mind, and consequently its movements also become more and more illumined and powerful and wide. The overmind is the highest of these ranges. It is full of lights and powers, but from the point of view of what is above it, it is the line of the soul's turning away from the complete and indivisible knowledge and its descent towards the ignorance. For although it draws from the truth, it is here that begins the separation of aspects of the truth, the forces and their working out as if they were independent truths, and this is a process that ends as one descends to ordinary mind, life, and matter, in a complete division, fragmentation, separation from the indivisible truth above. There is no longer the essential, total, perfectly harmonizing and unifying knowledge, or rather knowledge forever harmonious because forever one, which is the character of supermind. In the supermind, mental divisions and oppositions cease. The problems created by our dividing and fragmenting mind disappear, and truth is seen as a luminous whole. In the overmind, there is not yet the actual fall into ignorance, but the first step is taken, which will make the fall inevitable. The supermind is the one truth deploying and determining the manifestation of its powers. All these powers working as a multiple oneness, in harmony, without opposition or collision, according to the one will inherent in all. The overmind takes these truths and powers and sets each working as a force in itself with its necessary consequences. There can be harmony in their action, but the overmind's harmonies are synthetic and partial rather than inherent, total, and inevitable, and, as one descends from the highest overmind, separation, collision, and conflict of forces increase, separability dominates, ignorance grows, existence becomes a clash of possibilities, a mixture of conflicting half-truths, an unsolved and apparently unsolvable riddle and puzzle. The supermind is the truth consciousness. Below it, there intervenes the overmind, of which the principle is to receive the powers of the divine and try to work them out separately, each acting in its own right and working to realize a world of its own, or, if it has to act with others, enforcing its own principle as much as possible. Souls descending into the overmind act in the same way. The principle of separated individuality is from here. At first still aware of its divine origin, it becomes, as it descends, still more and more separated and oblivious of it, governed by the principle of division and ego. For mind is farther removed from the truth than overmind. Vital nature is engrossed in the realization of ignorant forces, while in matter, the whole passes into what seems an original inconscience. It is the overmind Maya that governs this world, but in matter it has deepened into inconscience, out of which consciousness reemerges and climbs again, bringing down into matter life and mind, and opening in mind to the higher reaches, which are still in some direct connection with the truth, intuition, overmind, supermind. At the time when these chapters, the last chapters of the synthesis of yoga, were written, the name overmind had not been found, so there is no mention of it. What is described in these chapters is the action of the supermind when it descends into the overmind plane and takes up the overmind workings and transforms them. It was intended in later chapters to show how difficult even this was and how many levels there were between human mind and supermind, and how even supermind, descending, could get mixed with the lower action and turned into something that was less than the true truth. But these later chapters were not written. The distinction between the supermind and the overmind has not been made in the Arya, because at that time what I now call the overmind was supposed to be an inferior plane of the supermind. But that was because I was seeing them from the mind. The true defect of overmind, the limitation in it which gave rise to a world of ignorance, is seen fully only when one looks at it from the physical consciousness, from the result, ignorance in matter, to the cause, overmind division of the truth. In its own plane, overmind seems to be only a divided, many-sided play of the truth, so can easily be taken by the mind as a supramental province. Mind also, when flooded by the overmind lights, feels itself living in a surprising revelation of divine truth. The difficulty comes when we deal with the vital and still more with the physical. Then it becomes imperative to face the difficulty and to make a sharp distinction between overmind and supermind, for it then becomes evident that the overmind power, in spite of its lights and splendors, is not sufficient to overcome the ignorance, because it is itself under the law of division out of which came the ignorance. One has to pass beyond and supramentalize overmind, so that mind and all the rest may undergo the final change. The supermind is the total truth consciousness. The overmind draws down the truths separately and gives them a separate activity, e.g., in the supermind, the divine peace and power, knowledge and will are one. In the overmind, each of these becomes a separate aspect which can exist or act on its own lines apart from the others. When it comes down to mind, this turns into an ignorance and incapacity, because knowledge can come without a will to support it, or peace can be disturbed by the action of power, etc. Supermind, by the way, is synthetic only in the lowest spaces of itself, where it has to prepare the principles of overmind. Synthesis is necessary only where analysis has taken place. One has dissected everything, put in pieces, analysis, so one has to piece together. But supermind is unitarian, has never divided up, so it does not need to add and piece together the parts and fragments. It has always held the conscious many together as the conscious one. To return to the supramental is simply the direct self-existent truth consciousness and the direct self-effective truth power. There can therefore be no question of jugglery about it. What is not true is not supramental. As for calm and silence, there is no need of the supramental to get that. One can get it even on the level of higher mind, which is the next above the human intelligence. I got these things in 1908, 27 years ago, and I can assure you they were solid enough and marvelous enough without any need of supramentality to make it more so. Again, a calm that seems like motion is a phenomenon of which I know nothing. A calm or silence which can support or produce action, that I know, and that is what I have had. The proof is that out of an absolute silence of the mind, I edited the Bande Mataram for 4 months and wrote 61 2 volumes of the Arya, not to speak of all the letters and messages, etc., etc. I have written since. If you say that writing is not an action or motion, but only something that seems like it, a jugglery of the consciousness, well, still out of that calm and silence I conducted a pretty strenuous political activity and have also taken my share in keeping up an ashram, which has at least an appearance to the physical senses of being solid and material. If you deny that these things are material or solid, which of course metaphysically you can, then you land yourself plump into Shankara's illusionism, and there I will leave you. You will say, however, that it is not the supramental, but at most the overmind that helped me to these non-nebulous motions. But the supermind is by definition a greater dynamic activity than mind or overmind. I have said that what is not true is not supramental. I will add that what is ineffective is not supramental. And finally, I will conclude by saying that I have not told X that I have taken possession of the supramental. I only admit to be very near to it, or at least to its tail. But very near is, well, after all, a relative phrase like all human phrases. One must have already become intuitively conscious to know about the overmind and the supermind. To give signs is useless, for the mind would only make mistakes in trying to judge by the signs. One has to become conscious within and know directly. Knowledge and will in the supermind. That, the division between knowledge and will, is true of mental knowledge and will, but not of the higher knowledge will. In the supermind, knowledge and will are one. Knowledge and will have naturally to be one before either can act perfectly. Force and knowledge are two different things, and in the consciousness below, supermind may go together or may not. Chapter 3. The Overmind. Overmind and the Cosmic Consciousness. Overmind is the highest source of the cosmic consciousness available to the embodied being in the ignorance. It is part of the cosmic consciousness. But the human individual, when he opens into the cosmic, usually remains in the cosmic mind-life matter, receiving only inspirations and influences from the higher planes of intuition and overmind. He receives through the spiritualized, higher and illumined mind the fundamental experiences on which spiritual knowledge is based. He can become even full of intuitive mind movements, illuminations, various kinds of powers and illumined light, liberation, Ananda. But to rise fully into the intuition is rare. To reach the overmind still rarer, although influences and experiences can come down from there. It is, sometimes directly, sometimes indirectly, by the power of the overmind releasing the mind from its close partitions that the cosmic consciousness opens in the seeker, and he becomes aware of the cosmic spirit and the play of the cosmic forces. It is from, or at least through the overmind plane, that the original prearrangement of things in this world is effected, for from it the determining vibrations originally come. But there are corresponding movements on all the planes, the mind, the vital, the physical even, and it is possible in a very clear or illumined condition of the lower consciousness to become aware of these movements and understand the plan of things and be a conscious instrument or even, to a limited extent, a determinant will or force. But the stuff of the lower planes always mixes with the overmind forces and diminishes or even falsifies and perverts their truth and power. It is even possible for the overmind to transmit to the lower planes of consciousness something of the supramental light, but so long as the supermind does not directly manifest, Its light is modified in Overmind itself, and still further modified in the application by the needs, the demands, the circumscribing possibilities of the individual nature. The success of this diminished and modified light, e.g. in purifying the physical, cannot be immediate and absolute as the full and direct supramental action would be. It is still relative, conditioned by the individual nature and the balance of the universal forces, resisted by adverse powers, balked of its perfect result by the unwillingness of the lower workings to cease, limited either in its scope or in its efficacy by the want of a complete consent in the physical nature. Probably what X calls overmind is the first, above mind, layers of consciousness, or it may be experiences from the larger mind or vital ranges. To the human mind, all these are so big that it is easy to take them for overmind or even supermind. One can get indirect overmind touches if one opens into the cosmic consciousness, still more if one enters freely into that consciousness. Direct overmind experience cannot come unless part of the being at least is seated in the wideness and peace. You cannot do it. Recognize the different planes of the overmind at present. Only those who have got fully into the cosmic consciousness can do it, and even they cannot do it at first. One must first go fully through the experience of higher mind and illumined mind and intuition before it can be done. Planes of the overmind. There are different planes of the overmind. One is mental, directly creative of all the formations that manifest below in the mental world. That is the mental overmind. Above is the overmind intuition. Still above are the planes of overmind that are more and more connected with the supermind and have a partly supramental character. Highest in the overmind ranges is the supramental overmind or overmind gnosis, but these are things you cannot understand until you get a higher experience. It of the overmind can for convenience be divided into 4 planes: mental overmind and the 3 you have written: intuitive overmind, true overmind, and supramental overmind. But there are many layers in each, and each of these can be regarded as a plane in itself. There are many stages in the transition from mental overmind to supramentalized overmind, and then from that to supramental overmind, and from that to supermind. Do not be in a hurry to say, this is the last highest overmind. What you call supramental overmind is still overmind, not a part of the true supermind. One cannot get into the true supermind, except in some kind of trance or samadhi, unless one has first objectivized the overmind truth in life, speech, action, external knowledge, and not only experienced it in meditation and inner experience. The overmind, the intuition, and below. The overmind receives the divine truth and disperses it in various formations and diverse play of forces, building thus different worlds out of this dispersion. In the intuition, the nature of knowledge is truth, not global or whole, but coming out in so many points, edges, flashes of a truth that is behind it, and supplies it with its direct perceptions. It is from the overmind that all these different arrangements of the creative truth of things originate. Out of the overmind, they come down to the intuition and are transmitted from it to the illumined and higher mind to be arranged there for our intelligence. But they lose more and more of their power and certitude in the transmission as they come down to the lower levels. What energy of directly perceived truth they have is lost in the human mind. For to the human intellect, they present themselves only as speculative ideas, not as realized truth, not as direct sight, a dynamic vision coupled with a concrete, undeniable experience. The overmind and the supermind descent. The overmind has to be reached and brought down before the supermind descent is at all possible, for the overmind is the passage through which one passes from mind to supermind. The overmind and the Karanya Deha. The Karanya Deha may be simply a form answering to the higher consciousness, over mental, intuitive, etc. And I suppose a being could be there working in that consciousness and body. It is not likely to be the supramental being and supramental body, for in that case, the whole consciousness, thought, action subjective and objective would begin to be faultlessly true and irresistibly effective. Nobody has reached that stage yet. Even the Overmind is, for all but the mother and myself, either unrealized or only an influence, mostly subjective. The dividing aspect of the Overmind. There are no Overmind dangers. It is only the lower consciousness misusing Overmind or higher consciousness intimations that can make a danger. There are also no Overmind falsehoods. The Overmind is part of the ignorance in this sense that it is the highest knowledge to which the ignorance can attain, but the knowledge is still divided, and so can be a knowledge of parts and aspects of the truth, not the integral knowledge. As such, it can be misused and turned into falsehood by the mind. What I said was that the scission between the two aspects of the divine, personal and impersonal, is a creation of the Overmind, which takes various aspects of the divine and separates them into separate entities. Thus, it divides Sat, Chit, and Ananda, so that they become three separate aspects different from each other. In fact, in the reality, there is no separateness. The three aspects are so fused into each other, so inseparably one that they are a single undivided reality. It is the same with the personal and impersonal, the Saguna and Nirguna, the silent and the active Brahman. In the reality, they are not contrasted and incompatible aspects. What we call personality and what we call impersonality are inseparably fused together in a single truth. In fact, fused together even is a wrong phrase, because there they were never separated so that they have to be fused. All the quarrels about either the impersonal being the only true truth or the personal being the only highest truth are mind-created quarrels derivative from this dividing aspect of the Overmind. The Overmind does not deny any of the aspects as the mind does, it admits them all as aspects of the one truth. But by separating them, it originates the quarrel in the more ignorant and more limited and divided mind, because the mind cannot see how two opposite things can exist together in one truth, how the divine can be nirgunoguni, having no experience of what is behind the two words it takes each in an absolute sense. The impersonal is existence, consciousness, bliss, not a person, but a state. The person is the existent, the conscious, the blissful. Consciousness, existence, bliss, taken as separate things are only states of his being. But in fact, the two, personal being and eternal state, are inseparable and are one reality. The Overmind and the world. How the world appears to one living at the Overmind level. As a manifestation of the one divine with 1,000 aspects, a development of all the potentialities in the one existence, a play of forces and ideas which you can look at from many centers and points of view, each having its own truth in the whole. In the highest Overmind, all these prepare to meet and reunite themselves in one central truth, which is the Supramental. Chapter 4. The Higher Planes of Mind. The higher planes and higher consciousness. The higher planes are the higher mind, illumined, intuitive, Overmind, Supermind. The psychic, mind, vital, physical, belong to the ordinary manifestation. The planes and the body are not the same. Above the head are seen all the planes from the Overmind down to the higher mind, but this is only a correlation in the consciousness, not an actual location in space. The spiritual mind is a mind which, in its fullness, is aware of the self, reflecting the divine, seeing and understanding the nature of the self and its relations with the manifestation, living in that or in contact with it, calm, wide, and awake to higher knowledge, not perturbed by the play of the forces. When it gets its full liberated movement, its central station is very usually felt above the head, though its influence can extend downward through all the being and outward through space. It, higher consciousness, means the larger spiritual consciousness which contains all these things: cosmic consciousness, intuitive consciousness, other planes of consciousness between intuition and mind, impossibility, and once it is, there can develop them in their due place or order. The planes below, the supermind, from the overmind to the higher mind, are of the spiritual consciousness. But when there is a dynamic action from them, it is always a mixed action, not an action of pure knowledge, but of knowledge subduing itself to the rule of the ignorance, the cosmic necessity in a world of ignorance. If their action was that of the full knowledge, there would be no need of any supramental descent. The higher consciousness is a concentrated consciousness, concentrated in the divine unity and in the working out of the divine will, not dispersed and rushing about after this or that mental idea or vital desire or physical need, as is the ordinary human consciousness, also not invaded by 100 haphazard thoughts, feelings, and impulses, but master of itself, centered and harmonious. The plane of intuition. Intuition sees the truth of things by a direct inner contact, not like the ordinary mental intelligence by seeking and reaching out for indirect contacts through the senses, etc. But the limitation of the intuition as compared with the supermind is that it sees things by flashes, point by point, not as a whole. Also, in coming into the mind, it gets mixed with the mental movement and forms a kind of intuitive mind activity, which is not the pure truth, but something in between the higher truth and the mental seeking. It can lead the consciousness through a sort of transitional stage, and that is practically its function. Intuition is in direct contact with the higher truth, but not in an integral contact. It gets the truth in flashes and turns these flashes of truth perception into intuitions, intuitive ideas. The ideas of the true intuition are always correct so far as they go, but when intuition is diluted in the ordinary mind stuff, its truth gets mixed with error. Intuitivizing of the being is not sufficient to prevent a drop in consciousness. If it is complete, and it is not complete until not only the mind, but the vital and physical are intuitivized, it can make you understand and be conscious of all the processes in you and around, but it does not necessarily make you entire master of the reactions. For that knowledge is not enough. A certain knowledge and will fuse together, or consciousness power is needed. One can get intuitions, communications from there, the intuitive plane, even while the ego exists, but to live in the wideness of the intuition is not possible with the limitation of the ego. The intuition is the first plane on which there is a real opening to the full possibility of realization. It is through it that one goes farther, first to overmind and then to supermind. It, the individual self, is not specially related to intuition. Intuition is the highest power the embodied individual can reach without universalizing itself. When it universalizes itself, it is then possible for it to come in contact with overmind. If by the individual self is meant the Jivatman, it can be on any plane of consciousness. By the intuitive self, I meant the intuitive being, that part which belongs to the intuitive plane or is in connection with it. The intuition is one of the higher planes of consciousness between the human thinking mind and the supramental plane. The difference between intuition and thought is very much like that between seeing a thing and badgering one's brains to find out what the thing can possibly be like. Intuition is truth sight. The thing seen may not be the truth? Well, in that case, it will at least be one of its 100 tails, or at least a hair from one of the tails. The very first step in the supramental change is to transform all operations of consciousness from the ordinary mental to the intuitive. Only then is there any hope of proceeding farther, not to, but towards the supramental. The plane of intuition and the intuitive mind. Intuition proper is true in itself, when not interpreted or altered by mind, although fragmentary. Intuitive mind is mixed with mind, and therefore not infallible because the truth intuition gives may be mixed or imperfectly put by mind. There is the intuition, and below it there is the intuitive mind, which may have several degrees or layers. Also, there is a partial power of intuition in ordinary mind itself, in the vital, in the physical consciousness, in the material itself. To live in the intuitive, it is necessary first to have the opening into the cosmic consciousness, and to live first in the higher and the illumined mind, seeing everything from there. To receive constantly the intuition from above, that is not necessary. It is sufficient to have the sense of the One everywhere and to get into contact with things and people through the inner mind and senses more than with the outer mind and senses. For the latter meet only the surface of things and are not intuitive. The intuitive mind does not get the touch direct from the supramental. Above it is the overmind, in which there is a higher and greater intuition, and above that are the supermind ranges. The intuitive mind is a level of consciousness which is touched by the light of higher truths and receives them vividly and conveys them to the consciousness below. I do not think it can be said that there are separate strata in the intuitive for purity, strength, and beauty. These are separate powers of the divine, not separate strata. But of course, they can be arranged by the mind in that way for some organized purpose. Yogic intuition and ordinary intuitions. Some people have a faculty of receiving impressions about others, which is not by any means infallible, but often turns out to be right. That is one thing, and the yogic intuition by which one directly knows or feels what is in a man, his capacities, character, temperament, is another. The first may be a help for developing the other, but it is not the same thing. The yogic faculty has to be, and it can be complete only with a great development of the inner consciousness. To have the true intuition, one must get rid of the mind's self-will, and the vitals also, their preferences, fancies, fantasies, strong insistences, and eliminate the mental and vital ego's pressure, which sets the consciousness to work in the service of its own claims and desires. Otherwise, these things will come in with force and claim to be intuitions, inspirations, and the rest of it. Or if any intuitions come, they can be twisted and spoiled by the mixture of these forces of the ignorance. Intuition, is the power of knowing any truth or fact directly, without reasoning or sense proof, by a spontaneous right perception. As for intuition, well, one has to make a distinction, if one can, between a pure intuition and a mixed one. A pure intuition carries in it a truth, even if it is only a fragment or point of truth, and can be trusted. A mixed one carries in it some suggestion of truth, which gets coated with mental matter. Here, one has to use discrimination and separate the true suggestion from the less reliable mental matter. Intuition and discrimination must always go together, so long as one mixes in the mental plane, and for some time after. Mental intuitive knowledge catches directly some aspect of a truth, but without any completeness or certitude, and the intuition is easily mixed with ordinary mental stuff that may be erroneous. In application, it may easily be a half-truth, or be so misinterpreted and misapplied as to become an error. Also, the mind easily imitates the intuition in such a way that it is difficult to distinguish between a true or a false intuition. That is the reason why men of intellect distrust the mental intuition and say that it cannot be accepted or followed unless it is tested and confirmed by the intellect. What comes from the overmind intuition has a light, a certitude, an effective force of truth in it that the mental intuition at its best even has not. Yes, but it does not necessarily come from the original source. The plane of intuition. There are mental, vital, subtle physical intuitions, as well as intuitions from the higher and the illumined mind. Powers of the intuitive consciousness. Revelation is a part of the intuitive consciousness. There is a discrimination in the intuitive consciousness that is not intellectual, a direct perception. No, the world of knowledge is composed of several planes. It is from one of them that inspiration comes. The illumined mind. Intuition is above illumined mind, which is simply higher mind raised to a great luminosity and more open to modified forms of intuition and inspiration. The substance of knowledge is the same in the higher mind and the illumined mind, but the higher mind gives only the substance and form of knowledge in thought and word. In the illumined mind, there begins to be a peculiar light and energy and Ananda of knowledge, which grows as one rises higher in the scale, or else as the knowledge comes from a higher and higher source. This light, etc., are still rather diluted and diffused in the illumined mind. It becomes more and more intense, clearly defined, dynamic, and effective on the higher planes, so much so as to change always the character and power of the knowledge. The higher mind. The higher mind is a thing in itself above the intellect. It is only when something of its power comes down and is modified in the lower mind substance that it acts as part of the intellect. It depends on what is meant by the higher buddhi, whether you use the word to mean the higher part of the intellect or the higher mind. The higher mind in itself, on its own level, knows, but when it is involved in the ordinary human intelligence and works under limitations, it often does not know, or it has the idea merely that it must be so, but has not the consciousness of its separate existence. The intellect can rise above its ordinary movements and feel itself as a separate power, no longer working under the limitations of the vital and physical mind and the senses. It then begins to reflect something of the action of the higher mind, but without the full freedom and greater light and truth of the higher mind. Chapter 5. The Lower Nature, or Lower Hemisphere. The higher nature and the lower nature. The lower nature is called lower because it is unenlightened. It can't be enlightened and changed by ignoring it. The higher has to be brought there. So one must speak of both, not of the higher alone. But why do you suppose that you alone are made of the lower nature? Every earthly being is so made. The higher nature is there but behind and above. It has to be brought forward from the inner being or brought down from above constantly and persistently till the lower is changed. The three planes of the lower hemisphere and their energies. There is a vital plane, self-existent, above the material universe which we see. There is a mental plane, self-existent, above the vital and material. These three together, mental, vital, physical, are called the triple universe of the lower hemisphere. They have been established in the earth consciousness by evolution. But they exist in themselves before the evolution, above the earth consciousness and the material plane to which the earth belongs. Forces, movements, are not really planes, but lines of consciousness, or force, which you may feel in that way one over the other. The planes are planes of consciousness and its powers. In the mind there is a mind of knowledge, higher mind, a mind of will, dynamic mind, and a mind of thought, intellect, which are one above the other, and it is these you probably mean. They easily get covered when their forces come down into the ordinary mind. Covered by the lower consciousness. It is not possible to give a name to all the energies that act in the being. They are put into several classes. First are the mental thought energies, intelligence, dynamic mind, physical perceptive mind. The vital. First, emotional vital with all the emotional movements in it. Second, the central vital. The larger desires, passions, ambitions, forces of work, possession, conquest. Third, the lower vital. All the small egoistic movements of desire, enjoyment, lust, greed, jealousy, envy, vanity, etc., etc. Fourth, the physical energies concerned with the material life and its functioning, needs, outer action, instrumental fulfillment of the other powers. It cannot be explained accurately in a few words, but roughly, thoughts are of the mind, emotions are of the heart, desires are of the vital. On the surface, they are all mixed together, but behind, they come from separate parts of the being. The adhara. The adhara is that in which the consciousness is now contained. Mind, life, body. The Adar means the mind, life, and body as instruments of the expression of the being. The being is the conscious existence within which uses mind, life, and body as its instruments of thought, feeling, and action. But sometimes the word being is used to signify the whole, soul and nature together. Chapter 6. The Mind. Mind in the Integral Yoga and in other Indian systems. The mind, in the ordinary use of the word, covers indiscriminately the whole consciousness, for man is a mental being and mentalizes everything. But in the language of this yoga, the words mind and mental are used to connote specially the part of the nature which has to do with cognition and intelligence, with ideas, with mental or thought perceptions, the reactions of thought to things, with the truly mental movements and formations, mental vision and will, etc., that are part of his intelligence. The vital has to be carefully distinguished from mind, even though it has a mind element transfused into it. The vital is the life nature made up of desires, sensations, feelings, passions, energies of action, will of desire, reactions of the desire soul in man, and of all that play of possessive and other related instincts, anger, fear, greed, lust, etc., that belong to this field of the nature. Mind and vital are mixed up on the surface of the consciousness, but they are quite separate forces in themselves, and as soon as one gets behind the ordinary surface consciousness, one sees them as separate, discovers their distinct action, and can with the aid of this knowledge analyze their surface mixtures. It is quite possible and even usual during a time shorter or longer, sometimes very long, for the mind to accept the divine or the yogic ideal, while the vital is unconvinced and unsurrendered, and goes obstinately on its way of desire, passion, and attraction to the ordinary life. Their division or their conflict is the cause of most of the more acute difficulties of the sadhana. I don't use these terms, manas, buddhi, etc., myself as a rule. They are the psychological phraseology of the old yoga. They are the psychological phraseology of the old yoga. The terms manas, etc., belong to the ordinary psychology applied to the surface consciousness. In our yoga, we adopt a different classification based on the yoga experience. What answers to this movement of the manas? There would be two separate things, a part of the physical mind communicating with the physical vital. It receives from the physical senses and transmits to the buddhi, i.e., to some part or other of the thought mind. It receives back from the buddhi and transmits idea and will to the organs of sensation and action, all that is indispensable in the ordinary action of the consciousness. But in the ordinary consciousness, everything gets mixed up together and there is no clear order or rule. In the yoga, one becomes aware of the different parts and their proper action, and puts each in its place and to its proper action under the control of the higher consciousness, or else under the control of the divine power. Afterwards, all gets surcharged with the spiritual consciousness, and there is an automatic right perception and right action of the different parts, because they are controlled entirely from above and do not falsify or resist or confuse its dictates. Manas and buddhi. Manas is the sense mind, that which perceives physical objects and happenings through the senses and forms mental percepts about them and mental reactions to them. It also observes the reactions of the chitta, feelings, emotions, sensations, etc., which belong to what in the system of this yoga is called the vital. Buddhi is the thinking mind, which stands above and behind all these things, reflects, judges, decides what is to be thought or done or not done, what is right or wrong, true or false, etc. At least, that is what it should do in all independence, but usually it is obscured by the vital movements, desires, etc., and its ideas and judgments are not pure. In physical mind, there can be an action of intelligent reasoning and coordination, which is a delegation from the buddhi and would perhaps not be attributed to the manas by the old psychology. Still, the larger part of the action of physical mind corresponds to that of manas, but it comprises also much of what we would attribute to vital mind and to the nervous being. It is a little difficult to equate this old nomenclature with that of this yoga, for the former takes the mixed action of the surface and tries to analyze it, while in this yoga, what is mixed together on the surface gets separated and seen in the light of the deeper working behind which is hidden from the surface awareness, so we have to adopt a different classification. The physical mind has first to open to the higher consciousness. Its limitations are then removed, and it admits what is supraphysical and begins to see things in harmony with the higher knowledge. It becomes an instrument for externalizing that knowledge in the pragmatic perceptions and actions of the physical life. It sees things as they are and deals with them according to the larger truth with an automatic rightness of perception and will and reaction to impacts. To sense things and react mentally to objects and convey impressions to the buddhi, etc., is the function of manas. The right activity of the buddhi is always to observe, discern, discriminate, understand rightly, and give the right direction to the vital and the body. But it does it imperfectly, so long as it is in the ignorance. By opening to the mother, it begins to get the true light and direction. Afterwards, it is transformed into intuition, and from intuition to the instrumental action of the overmind or the supermind consciousness. Chitta. The chitta is the general stuff of mental consciousness which supports manas and everything else. It is an indeterminate consciousness which gets determined into thoughts and memories and desires and sensations and perceptions and impulses and feelings, chittavritti. There is no special plane of chitta. Chitta, in the language of the old yogas, meant the stuff of consciousness out of which thought, will, memory, emotion, desire, sensation all arise. All these are called chittavritti, movements of the chitta. It was distinguished from chit, the higher or divine consciousness. Usually the word chitta is employed for the general surface consciousness, in which thoughts, feelings, desires, emotions, sensations, these being called chittavritti, arise. There is therefore no special location. Its function is to receive the impacts of the world and give back reactions which take the form of thoughts, feelings, etc. The chitta is not near the heart. If you mean the substance of the lower consciousness, it has no particular place. All things of this life are there in this stuff of consciousness, but the memory of past lives is wrapped up and involved elsewhere. The heart is the main center of this consciousness for most men, so of course you may feel its activities centered on that level. Chitta really means the ordinary consciousness including the mind, vital and physical, but practically it can be taken to mean something central in the consciousness. If that is centered in the divine, the rest follows more or less quietly as a natural result. The chitta receives these things, thoughts, desires, etc., gives them for formation to the vital and mind and all is transmitted to the buddhi, but also it receives thoughts from the buddhi and turns these into desires and sensations and impulses. Yes, certainly, the chitta must stop catching influences from outside at random, but as its whole business is to receive from above or below or around, it cannot stop doing it. It cannot of itself determine what it shall or shall not receive. It has to be assisted by the buddhi, vital will, or some higher power. Afterwards, when the higher consciousness descends, it begins to be transformed and capable of an automatic rejection of what is not true or right or divine or helpful to the growth of the divine in the being. The chitta does not receive desires and sensations from the buddhi. It takes thoughts from the buddhi and turns them into desires. There is always, or generally at least, a modifying reaction to thoughts, desires, etc. from outside, in the chitta, except when it simply receives and stores without passing them on to the instruments. If the word vasana is used in the original, the Yoga Vasishtha, it does not mean desire. It means usually the idea or mental feeling rising from the chitta, imaginations, impressions, memories, etc., impressions of liking and disliking, of pain and pleasure. What Vasishtha wants to say is that while the ideas, impressions, impulsions that lead to action in an ordinary man rise from the chitta, Those that rise in the Jivan Mukta come straight from the Sattva, from the essential consciousness of the being. In other words, they are not mental, but spiritual formations. As one might say, instead of Chittavriti, they are Sattva Praranya, direct indications from the inner being of what is to be thought, felt, or done. When the Chitta is no longer active and the mind silent, which happens when the Mukti comes, and no one can be Jivan Mukta without that, then what remains and perceives and does things is felt as an essential consciousness, the consciousness of the true self, or true being. There is a subconscient action of the Chitta which keeps the past impression of things and sends up forms of them to the consciousness in dream, or else keeps the habit of old movements and sends up these whenever it finds an opportunity. The Chitta is the consciousness out of which all is formed, but the formation is made by the mind or vital or other force, which are, as it were, the instruments of the Chitta for self-expression. Western ideas of mind and spirit. St. Augustine was a man of God and a great saint, but great saints are not always, or often, great psychologists or great thinkers. The psychology here is that of the most superficial schools, if not that of the man in the street. There are as many errors in it as there are psychological statements, and more, for several are not expressed but involved in what he writes. I am aware that these errors are practically universal, for psychological inquiry in Europe, and without inquiry there can be no sound knowledge, is only beginning and has not gone very far, and what has reigned in men's minds up to now is a superficial statement of the superficial appearances of our consciousness, as they look to us at first view and nothing more. But knowledge only begins when we get away from the surface phenomena and look behind them for their true operations and causes. To the superficial view of the outer mind and senses, the sun is a little fiery ball circling in mid-air round the earth, and the stars twinkling little things stuck in the sky for our benefit at night. Scientific inquiry comes and knocks this infantile first view to pieces. The sun is a huge affair, millions of miles away from our air, around which the small earth circles, and the stars are huge members of huge systems indescribably distant, which have nothing apparently to do with the tiny earth and her creatures. All science is like that, a contradiction of the sense view or superficial appearances of things, and an assertion of truths which are unguessed by the common sense and the uninstructed reason. The same process has to be followed in psychology if we are really to know what our consciousness is, how it is built and made, and what is the secret of its functionings or the way out of its disorders. There are several capital and common errors here. 1. That mind and spirit are the same thing. 2. That all consciousness can be spoken of as mind. 3. That all consciousness, therefore, is of a spiritual substance. 4. That the body is merely matter, not conscious, therefore something quite different from the spiritual part of the nature. First, the spirit and the mind are two different things and should not be confused together. The mind is an instrumental entity or instrumental consciousness whose function is to think and perceive. The spirit is an essential entity or consciousness which does not need to think or perceive, either in the mental or the sensory way, because whatever knowledge it has is direct or essential knowledge, svayam prakasha. Next, it follows that all consciousness is not necessarily of a spiritual make, and it need not be true, and is not true that the thing commanding and the thing commanded are the same, are not at all different, are of the same substance, and therefore are bound or at least ought to agree together. Third, it is not even true that it is the mind which is commanding the mind and finds itself disobeyed by itself. First, there are many parts of the mind, each a force in itself with its formations, functionings, interests, and they may not agree. One part of the mind may be spiritually influenced and like to think of the divine and obey the spiritual impulse. Another part may be rational or scientific or literary and prefer to follow the formations, beliefs, or doubts, mental preferences, and interests which are in conformity with its education and its nature. But quite apart from that, what was commanding in St. Augustine may very well have been the thinking mind or reason, while what was commanded was the vital, and mind and vital, whatever anybody may say, are not the same. The thinking mind or buddhi lives, however imperfectly in man, by intelligence and reason, and tries to act or makes the rest act under that law, as far as and in the way that it has conceived the law of intelligence and reason. The vital, on the other hand, is a thing of desires, impulses, force pushes, emotions, sensations, seekings after life fulfillment, possession and enjoyment. These are its function and its nature. It is that part of us which seeks after life and its movements for their own sake, and it does not want to leave hold of them, even if they bring it suffering as well as or more than pleasure. It is even capable of luxuriating in tears and suffering as part of the drama of life. What then is there in common between the thinking intelligence and the vital, and why should the latter obey the mind and not follow its own nature? The disobedience is perfectly normal instead of being, as Augustine suggests, unintelligible. Of course, man can establish a mental control over his vital, and insofar as he does it, he is a man. Because the thinking mind is a nobler and more enlightened entity and consciousness than the vital and ought therefore to rule, and, if the mental will is strong, can rule. But this rule is precarious, incomplete, and established, and held only by much self-discipline. For if the mind is more enlightened, the vital is nearer to earth, more intense, vehement, more directly able to touch the body. There is, too, a vital mind which lives by imagination, thoughts of desire, will to act and enjoy from its own impulse, and this is able to seize on the reason itself and make it its auxiliary and its justifying counsel and supplier of pleas and excuses. There is also the sheer force of desire in man, which is the vital's principal support, and strong enough to sweep off the reason, as the Gita says, like a boat in stormy waters, navam ivambasi. Finally, the body obeys the mind automatically in those things in which it is formed or trained to obey it, but the relation of the body to the mind is not in all things that of an automatic perfect instrument. The body also has a consciousness of its own, and, though it is a submental instrument or servant consciousness, it can disobey or fail to obey as well. In many things, in matters of health and illness for instance, in all automatic functionings, the body acts on its own and is not a servant of the mind. If it is fatigued, it can offer a passive resistance to the mind's will. It can cloud the mind with tamas, inertia, dullness, fumes of the subconscient so that the mind cannot act. The arm lifts itself, no doubt, when it gets the suggestion, but at first, the legs do not obey when they are asked to walk. They have to learn how to leave the crawling attitude and movement and take up the erect and ambulatory habit. When you first ask the hand to draw a straight line or to play music, it can't do it and won't do it. It has to be schooled, trained, taught, and afterwards it does automatically what is required of it. All this proves that there is a body consciousness different from the mind consciousness which can do things at the mind's order but has to be awakened, trained, made a good and conscious instrument. It can even be so trained that a mental will or suggestion can cure the illnesses of the body. But all these things, these relations of mind and body, stand on the same footing in essence as the relation of mind to vital, and it is not so easy or primary a matter as Augustine would have it. This puts the problem on another footing with the causes more clear, and, if we are prepared to go far enough, it suggests the way out, the way of yoga. P.S. All this is quite apart from the contributing and very important factor of plural personality of which psychological inquiry is just beginning rather obscurely to take account. That is a more complex affair. The non-materialistic European idea of the true soul or person makes a distinction between soul and body, The body is perishable. The mental vital consciousness is the immortal soul and remains always the same. Horrible idea. In heaven as on earth, or if there is rebirth, it is also the same damned personality that comes back and makes a similar fool of itself. The psychic mind. When the mind is turned towards the divine and the truth and feels and responds to that only or mainly, it can be called a psychic mind. It is something formed by the influence of the psychic being on the mental plane. Psychic mind and mental psychic are the same thing practically. When there is a movement of the mind in which the psychic influence predominates, it is called the psychic in the mind or the psychic mind, the mind proper. Above the physical mind and the vital mind is the mental intelligence, the mind proper. Beyond the ordinary thinking mind or intellect is the higher mind. Beyond the higher mind is the illumined mind, and beyond that is the intuitive mind. Above the intuitive mind are the intuition and the overmind. The mind proper is divided into three parts: thinking mind, dynamic mind, externalizing mind. The former concerned with ideas and knowledge in their own right, the second with the putting out of mental forces for realization of the idea, the third with the expression of them in life, not only by speech, but by any form it can give. The word physical mind is rather ambiguous, because it can mean this externalizing mind and the mental in the physical taken together. Vital, mind proper, is a sort of mediator between vital emotion, desire, impulsion, etc., and the mental proper. It expresses the desires, feelings, emotions, passions, ambitions, possessive and active tendencies of the vital and throws them into mental forms, the pure imaginations or dreams of greatness, happiness, etc., in which men indulge are one peculiar form of the vital mind activity. There is a still lower stage of the mental in the vital, which merely expresses the vital stuff without subjecting it to any play of intelligence. It is through this mental vital that the vital passions, impulses, desires rise up and get into the booty and either cloud or distort it. As the vital mind is limited by the vital view and feeling of things, while the dynamic intelligence is not, for it acts by the idea and reason, so the mind in the physical or mental physical is limited by the physical view and experience of things. It mentalizes the experience brought by the contacts of outward life and things and does not go beyond that, though it can do that much very cleverly. Unlike the externalizing mind, which deals with them more from the reason and its higher intelligence. But in practice, these two usually get mixed together. The mechanical mind is a much lower action of the mental physical, which, left to itself, would only repeat customary ideas and record the natural reflexes of the physical consciousness to the contacts of outward life and things. The lower vital, as distinguished from the higher, is concerned only with the small greeds, small desires, small passions, etc., which make up the daily stuff of life for the ordinary sensational man, while the vital physical proper is the nervous being giving vital reflexes to contacts of things with the physical consciousness. It is quite usual for the dynamic and formative part of the mind to be more quick to action than the reflective and discriminative part to control it. It is a question of getting a kind of balance and harmony between them. The thinking mind and the vital mind. The thinking mind does not lead men, does not influence them the most. It is the vital propensities and the vital mind that predominate. The thinking mind with most men is, in matters of life, only an instrument of the vital. Vital thought expresses vital movements, the play of vital forces. It does not think freely and independently of them as the thinking mind can do. The true thinking mind can stand above the vital movements, watch and observe and judge them freely as it would observe and judge outside things. In most men, however, the thinking mind, reason, is invaded by the vital mind and not free. The thinking mind and the physical mind. The true thinking mind does not belong to the physical. It is a separate power. The physical mind is that part of the mind which is concerned with the physical things only. It depends on the sense mind, sees only objects, external actions, draws its ideas from the data given by external things, infers from them only, and knows no other truth, until it is enlightened from above. The physical mind can deal only with outward things. One has to think and decide in other things with the mind itself, buddhi, not with the physical part of it, the vital mind. There is a part of the nature which I have called the vital mind. The function of this mind is not to think and reason, to perceive, consider and find out or value things, for that is the function of the thinking mind proper, buddhi, but to plan or dream or imagine what can be done. It makes formations for the future, which the will can try to carry out if opportunity and circumstances become favorable, or even it can work to make them favorable. In men of action, this faculty is prominent and a leader of their nature. Great men of action always have it in a very high measure. But even if one is not a man of action or practical realization, or if circumstances are not favorable, or one can do only small and ordinary things, this vital mind is there. It acts in them on a small scale, or if it needs some sense of largeness, what it does very often is to plan in the void, knowing that it cannot realize its plans, or else to imagine big things, stories, adventures, great doings in which oneself is the hero or the creator. What you describe as happening in you is the rush of this vital mind or imagination making its formations. Its action is not peculiar to you, but works pretty much in the same way in most people, but in each according to his turn of fancy, interest, favorite ideas or desires. You have to become master of its action and not to allow it to seize your mind and carry it away when and where it wants. In sadhana, when the experiences begin to come, it is exceedingly important not to allow this power to do what it likes with you, for it then creates false experiences according to its nature and persuades the sadhak that these experiences are true, or it builds unreal formations and persuades him that this is what he has to do. Some have been taken away by this misleading force used by powers of falsehood who persuaded them through it that they had a great spiritual, political, or social work to do in the world and led them away to disappointment and failure. It is rising in you in order that you may understand what it is and reject it. For there are several things you had to get out of the vital plane before the deeper or greater spiritual experiences could safely begin or safely continue. The descent of the peace is often one of the first major positive experiences of the sadhana. In this state of peace, the normal thought mind, buddhi, is apt to fall silent or abate most of its activity, and when it does, very often either this vital mind can rush in if one is not on one's guard, or else a kind of mechanical, physical, or random subconscient mind can begin to come up and act. These are the chief disturbers of the silence, or else the lower vital mind can try to disturb. That brings up the ego and passions and their play. All these are signs of elements that have to be got rid of, because if they remain and other of the higher powers begin to descend, power and force, knowledge, love, or Ananda, those lower things may come across with the result that either the higher consciousness retires or its descent is covered up and the stimulation it gives is misused for the purposes of the lower nature. This is the reason why many sadhaks, after having big experiences, fall into the clutch of a magnified ego, upheavals, ambition, exaggerated sex, or other vital passions or distortions. It is always well, therefore, if a complete purification of the vital can either precede or keep pace with the positive experience, at least in natures in which the vital is strongly active. The physical mind. The true physical mind is the instrument of understanding and ordered action on physical things. Only instead of being obscure and ignorant and fumbling as now or else guided only by an external knowledge, it has to become conscious of the divine and to act in accordance with an inner light, will, and knowledge, putting itself into contact and an understanding unity with the physical world. It The true physical mind can press upon it, the physical vital. The true attitude and feeling make the incoming of the wrong suggestions and impulsions more difficult and give full force to the true movements. This action of the physical mind is indispensable for the change of the whole physical consciousness, even to the most material, though for that the enlightening of the subconscient is indispensable. It is the function of the outward physical mind to deal with external things. That is why it wants always to be busy with them. What it has to learn is to be quiet, and to act only when the will wants to use it, when it is really needed, and also to act only on what the will wants to deal with, not run about in a random manner. When it becomes quiet, it can then go inside and come into contact and unity with the inner physical consciousness. The wideness and peace as it grows can do much to quiet the physical mind and give it an inward source of deeper action. In the human physical mind, there is always a tendency not to understand or to misunderstand and to interpret according to its own notions. That can only be removed by the light in the mind and the power everywhere which refuses to accept suggestions of disturbance. It is the physical mind that finds it difficult to believe in the reality of supraphysical things. That is due to its ignorance and its belief that only physical things are real. Yes, the physical mind reasons, but on the basis of external data mostly, on things as they appear to the outer mind and senses, or the habitual ideas to which it is accustomed, or to a purely external knowledge. That part of the being, the physical mind, has no reason except its whims, its habits, or an inclination to be tamasic. The physical mind is in the habit of observing things with or without use. The physical mental or physical mind, and the mental physical or mechanical mind. The physical mental or externalizing mind is part of the mental consciousness, not part of the physical consciousness. But it is closely connected with the mental physical, so that the two usually act together. The automatic or mechanical mind is called by us the mental physical, and distinguished from the physical mind, which is that which deals intelligently with physical things. The other simply stores, associates, repeats, gives reflexes and reactions, etc. Repetition is the habit of the mental physical. It is not the true thinking mind that behaves like this. It is the mental physical, or else the lowest part of the physical mind. But the main error here is in your description of the physical part of the mind. What you have described there is the mechanical, mental, physical, or body-mind, which, when left to itself, simply goes on repeating the past customary thoughts and movements, or at the most adds to them, such further mechanical reactions to things and reflexes as are in the round of life. The true physical mind is the receiving and externalizing intelligence which has two functions. First, to work upon external things and give them a mental order with a way of practically dealing with them. And secondly, to be the channel of materializing and putting into effect whatever the thinking and dynamic mind sends down to it for the purpose. The vital mind is usually energetic and creative even in its more mechanical rounds, so it must be the physical that is turning. It is that and the mechanical that last longest, but these two fall silent when the peace and silence become massive and complete. Afterwards, knowledge begins to come from the higher planes. The higher mind, to begin with. And this creates a new action of thought and perception which replaces the ordinary mental. It does that first in the thinking mind, but afterwards also in the vital mind and physical mind, so that all these begin to go through a transformation. This kind of thought is not random and restless, but precise and purposeful. It comes only when needed or called for, and does not disturb the silence. Moreover, the element of what we call thought there is secondary, and what might be called a seeing perception, intuition, takes its place. But so long as the mind does not become capable of a complete silence, this higher knowledge, thought, perception either does not come down, or, if partially it does, it is liable to get mixed up with or imitated by the lower, and that is a bother and a hindrance. so the silence is necessary. The automatic mind is a part of the lower action. It can only stop by the acquirement of mental silence or the descent of a higher consciousness. The mental world of the individual. As he, the human being, lives in a separative consciousness, he makes a mental world of his own out of his experience of the common world in which all here live. It is built in the same way as that of others, and he receives into it the thoughts, feelings of others without knowing it most often, and uses that too as material for his separate world. Chapter 7. The Vital Being and Vital Consciousness. The Vital. Mind and vital are two different processes of one consciousness. It, vital, means prana. It is the life force and desire force in a man, and the part of the being that responds to desire and is the instrument of the life forces. The true vital being and consciousness. There is behind all the vital nature in man his true vital being, concealed and immobile, which is quite different from the surface vital nature. The surface vital is narrow, ignorant, limited, full of obscure desires, passions, cravings, revolts, pleasures and pains, transient joys and griefs, exaltations and depressions. The true vital being, on the contrary, is wide, vast, calm, strong, without limitations, firm and immovable, capable of all power, all knowledge, all Ananda. It is moreover without ego, for it knows itself to be a projection and instrument of the divine. It is the divine warrior, pure and perfect. In it is an instrumental force for all divine realizations. It is the true vital being that has become awake and come in front within you. In the same way, there is too a true mental being, a true physical being. When these are manifest, then you are aware of a double existence in you. That behind is always calm and strong, that on the surface alone is troubled and obscure. But if the true being behind remains stable and you live in it, then the trouble and obscurity remain only on the surface. In this condition, the exterior parts can be dealt with more potently, and they also made free and perfect. The true vital is in the inner consciousness, the external is that which is instrumental for the present play of Prakriti in the surface personality. When the change comes, the true vital rejects what is out of tune with its own truth from the external and makes it a true instrument for its expression, a means of expression of its inner will, not a thing of responses to the suggestions of the lower nature. The strong distinction between the two practically disappears. The higher and lower vital are divisions of the ordinary vital and equally ignorant. It is the true vital that is in contact with the divine. The true vital consciousness is one in which the vital makes full surrender, converts itself into an instrument of the divine, making no demand, insisting on no desire, answering to the mother's force and to no other, calm, unegoistic, giving an absolute loyalty and obedience, with no personal vanity or ambition, only willing to be a pure and perfect instrument, desiring nothing for itself, but that the truth may prevail within itself and everywhere, and the divine victory take place, and the divine work be done. It, the true vital, is capable of receiving the movements of the higher consciousness, and afterwards, it can be capable of receiving the still greater supramental power and Ananda. If it is not, then the descent of the higher consciousness would be impossible, and supramentalization would be impossible. It is not meant that it possesses these things itself in its own right, and that as soon as one is aware of the true vital, one gets all these things as inherent in the true vital. It is, as I told you, only by losing ego and having the sense of the infinite can one experience the true vital. So you got the experience of the loss of ego and the sense of a true vital existence. But there are all those parts of the human vital nature that are not the true vital, and these are full of impurities which have to be thrown in the fire of aspiration, burning in the true vital being. It, the illumined vital, is in contact with the divine power or the higher truth, and seeks to transform itself and become a true instrument. It rejects the ordinary vital movements. Parts of the vital being. There are 4 parts of the vital being. First, the mental vital, which gives a mental expression by thought, speech, or otherwise to the emotions, desires, passions, sensations, and other movements of the vital being. The emotional vital, which is the seat of various feelings such as love, joy, sorrow, hatred, and the rest. The central vital, which is the seat of the stronger vital longings and reactions, e.g., ambition, pride, fear, love of fame, attractions and repulsions, desires and passions of various kinds, and the field of many vital energies. Last, the lower vital, which is occupied with small desires and feelings, such as make the greater part of daily life, e.g., food desire, sexual desire, small likings, dislikings, vanity, quarrels, love of praise, anger at blame, little wishes of all kinds, and a numberless host of other things. Their respective seats are 1. The region from the throat to the heart. 2. The heart. It is a double center, belonging in front to the emotional and vital and behind to the psychic. 3. From the heart to the navel. 4. Below the navel. The point about the emotional and the higher vital is a rather difficult one. In one classification in which mind is taken as something more than the thinking, perceiving, and willing intelligence, the emotional can be reckoned as part of the mind, the vital in the mental. In another classification, it is rather the most mentalized part of the vital nature. In the first case, the term higher vital is confined to that larger movement of the conscious life force which is concerned with creation, with power and force and conquest, with giving and self-giving and gathering from the world for farther action and expenditure of power, throwing itself out in the wider movements of life, responsive to the greater objects of nature. In the second arrangement, the emotional being stands at the top of the vital nature, and the two together make the higher vital. As against them stands the lower vital, which is concerned with the pettier movements of action and desire, and stretches down into the vital physical, where it supports the life of the more external activities and all physical sensations, hungers, cravings, satisfactions. The term lower must not be considered in a pejorative sense. It refers only to the position in the hierarchy of the planes. For although this part of the nature in earthly beings tends to be very obscure and is full of perversions, lust, greed of all kinds, vanity, small ambitions, petty anger, envy, jealousy are its ordinary guests, still there is another side to it which makes it an indispensable mediator between the inner being and the outer life. It is not a fact that every psychic experience embodies itself in a purified and rightly directed vital current. It does that when it has to externalize itself in action. Psychic experience is in itself a quite independent thing and has its own characteristic forms. The psychic being stands behind all the others. Its force is the true soul power, but if it comes to the front, it can suffuse all the rest. Mind, vital, the physical consciousness can take its stamp and be transformed by its influence. When the nature is properly developed, there is a psychic in the mental, a psychic in the vital, a psychic in the physical. It is when that is there and strong that we can say of someone that he evidently has a soul. But there are some in whom this element is so lacking that we have to use faith in order to believe that they have a soul at all. The center of the psychic being is behind the center of the emotional being. It is the emotional that is nearest dynamically to the psychic, and in most men, it is through the emotional center that the psychic can be most easily reached, and through the psychicized emotion that it can be most easily expressed. Many therefore mistake the one for the other, but there is a world of difference between the two. The emotions normally are vital in their character, and not part of the psychic nature. It must be remembered that while this classification is indispensable for psychological self-knowledge and discipline and practice, it can be used best when it is not made too rigid and cutting a formula. For things run very much into each other, and a synthetical sense of these powers is as necessary as the analysis. Mind, for instance, is everywhere. The physical mind is technically placed below the vital, and yet it is a prolongation of the mind proper, and can act in its own sphere by direct touch with the higher mental intelligence. And there is too an obscure mind of the body, of the very cells, molecules, corpuscles. Haeckel, the German materialist, spoke somewhere of the will in the atom, and recent science, dealing with the incalculable individual variation in the activity of the electrons, comes near to perceiving that this is not a figure, but the shadow thrown by a secret reality. This body-mind is a very tangible truth. Owing to its obscurity and mechanical clinging to past movements and facile oblivion and rejection of the new, we find in it one of the chief obstacles to permeation by the supermind force and the transformation of the functioning of the body. On the other hand, once effectively converted, it will be one of the most precious instruments for the stabilization of the supramental light and force in material nature. The mental vital or vital mind. It is the mental part of the vital that is there between the throat and the heart. The place of the mind is from the crown of the head to the throat, where is the physical mind. From below the throat to the heart is the emotional heart or the higher vital, mental, emotional feelings. The navel and abdomen are the seats of the middle and lower vital. It is not possible to say with any precision what the resistance in the higher vital parts will be, what form it takes, because it may take different forms with different natures. It is quite normal that there should be some resistance almost at every point to the descent of the higher consciousness, for the different parts of the present nature are each more or less attached to their own established way of seeing, acting, feeling, reacting to things and to the habitual movements and formations of their own domain, which each individual has made for himself in the past or in his present life. What is needed is a general plasticity of the mind, the vital, the physical consciousness, a readiness to give up all attachment to these things, to accept whatever the higher consciousness brings down with it, however contrary to one's own received ideas, feelings, habits of nature. The greater the plasticity in any part of the nature, the less the resistance there. By the higher vital parts of the nature, I mean the vital mind, the emotional nature, the life force dynamis in the being. The vital mind is that part of the vital being which builds, plans, imagines, arranges things and thoughts according to the life pushes, desires, will to power or possession, will to action, emotions, vital ego reactions of the nature. It must be distinguished from the reasoning will which plans and arranges things according to the dictates of the thinking mind proper, the discriminating reason or according to the mental intuition or a direct insight and judgment. The vital mind uses thought for the service, not of reason, but of life push and life power, and when it calls in reasoning, it uses that for justifying the dictates of these powers, imposes their dictates on the reason instead of governing by a discriminating will the action of the life forces. This higher vital with all its parts is situated in the chest and has the cardiac center as its main stronghold, governing all this part down to the navel. I need not say anything about the emotional nature, for its character and movements are known to all. From the navel downwards is the reign of the vital passions and sensations, and all the small life impulses that constitute the bulk of the ordinary human life and character. This is what we call the lower vital nature. The Muladhara is the main support of the physical consciousness and the material parts of the nature. It, the vital mind, is a mind of dynamic, not rationalizing, will, action, desire, occupied with force and achievement and satisfaction and possession, enjoyment and suffering, giving and taking, growth, expansion, success and failure, good fortune and ill fortune, etc., etc. That repetitive imaginative thinking is the ordinary activity of the vital mind, which is always imagining and thinking and planning what to do about this and how to arrange about that. It has obviously its utility in human nature and human action, but acts in a random and excessive way without discipline, economy of its powers, or concentration on the things that have really to be done. The things which come to you in this way in sleep or waking are of the nature of vital mind imaginations and activities about things and work and whatever presents itself to the mind. On all things that present themselves to the mind, the vital imagination in man is able to work, imagining, speculating, building ideas or plans for the future, etc., etc. It has its utility for the consciousness in ordinary life, but must quiet down and be replaced by a higher action in yoga. In sleep, it is also the vital plane into which you enter. If properly seen and coordinated, what is experienced in the vital plane has its value and gives knowledge which is useful and control over the vital self and vital plane. But all that is coming to you through the subconscient, in an incoherent way, this is the cause of the trouble. The whole thing has to be quieted down, and we shall try to get that done. When I spoke of your opening yourself, I meant simply that you should fix it in your mind that the help is coming and have the will to receive it, not necessarily that you should open yourself by an effort. The source from which these imaginations come has nothing to do with the reason and does not care for any rational objections. They come either from the vital mind, the same source from which come all the fine imaginations and long stories which men tell themselves in which they are the heroes and do great things, or they come from little entities attached to the physical mind which pick up any random suggestion anywhere and present it to the mind just to see whether it will be accepted. If one watches oneself closely, one can find the most queer and extraordinary or nonsensical things crossing the mind or peeping in on it in this way. Usually one laughs or hardly notices, and the thing falls back to the world of incoherent thought from which it came. It is again the vital mind. It has no sense of proportion or measure, and is eager to be or achieve something big at once. All that pleasurable imaginations is the vital mind. It has in everybody the habit of such imaginations. It is not very important, but of course it has to be got rid of, as the basis is ego. The vital mind in the ordinary nature cannot get on without these imaginations, so the habit remains for a long time. To be detached and indifferent is the best. Then after a time it may get disgusted and drop the habit. That kind of talking in one's mind to another person is very common with the vital mind. It is a way it has of acting on the subtle plane on things in which it is interested, especially if the physical action is stopped or restricted. The emotional being or heart. The emotional being is itself a part of the vital. The heart is the center of the emotional being, and the emotions are vital movements. When the heart is purified, the vital emotions change into psychic feelings, or else psychicized vital movements. The heart is part of the vital. It has to be controlled in the same way as the rest, by rejection of the wrong movements, by acceptance of the true psychic surrender, which prevents all demand and clamor, by calling in the higher light and knowledge. It is not usually, however, the heart that bothers about mental questions and the answer to them. Pure and true thoughts and emotions and impulsions can rise from the human mind, heart, and vital, because all is not evil there. The heart may be unpurified, but that does not mean that everything in it is impure. I make the distinction between emotions and lower vital movements by noting where these things rise from. Anger, fear, jealousy touch the heart, no doubt, just as they touch the mind, but they rise from the navel region and entrails, i.e., the lower or at highest, the middle vital. Stevenson has a striking passage in Kidnapped where the hero notes that his fear is felt primarily not in the heart, but the stomach. Love, hope, have their primary seat in the heart, so with pity, etc., the central vital or vital proper. Above the heart is the vital mind, sense, and the rising of sensation is lower than the emotion, not higher. Sensation is much nearer the physical than emotion. The place of desire is below the heart in the central vital, navel, and in the lower vital, but it invades the emotion and the vital mind. A mistake, to think that all men seek after happiness. Many men are not after happiness and do not believe it is the true aim of life. It is the physical vital that seeks after happiness. The bigger vital is ready to sacrifice it in order to satisfy its passions, search for power, ambition, fame, or any other motive. If you say it is because of the happiness power, fame, etc. gives, that again is not universally true. Power can give anything else, but not happiness. It is something in its very nature arduous and full of difficulty to get, to keep, or to use. I speak, of course, of power in the ordinary sense. A man may know he can never have fame in this life, but yet work in the hope of posthumous fame or in the chance of it. He may know that the satisfaction of his passion will bring him everything rather than happiness, suffering, torture, destruction. Yet he will follow his impulse. So also the mind, as well as the larger vital, is not bound by the pursuit of happiness. It can seek truth rather, or the victory of a cause. To reduce all to a single hedonistic strain seems to me very poor psychology. Neither nature nor the vast spirit in things are so limited and one-tracked as that. The nervous part of the being is a portion of the vital. It is the vital physical, the life force closely enmeshed in the reactions, desires, needs, sensations of the body. The vital proper is the life force acting in its own nature, impulses, emotions, feelings, desires, ambitions, etc., having as their highest center what we may call the outer heart of emotion. While there is an inner heart, where are the higher or psychic feelings and sensibilities, the emotions and intuitive yearnings and impulses of the soul. The vital part of us is, of course, necessary to our completeness, but it is a true instrument only when its feelings and tendencies have been purified by the psychic touch and taken up and governed by the spiritual light and power. The lower vital, the physical vital, and the material. Vital below the navel is the lower vital plane, which is ignorant and obscure, the seat of small desires, greeds, passions, and enjoyments. As there is a physical mind, so there is a physical vital, a vital turned entirely upon physical things, full of desires and greeds and seekings for pleasure on the physical plane. That, seeking enjoyment, is the attitude not of the whole vital, but of the physical vital, the animal part of the human being. Of course, it cannot be convinced by mental reasoning of any kind. In most men, it is the natural and accepted attitude towards life varnished over with some conventional moralism and idealism as a concession to the mind and higher vital. In a few, this part of the being is gripped and subordinated to the mental or the higher vital aim, forced to take a subordinate place so that the mind may absorb itself persistently in mental pursuits or idealisms or great political or personal ambitions. Lenin, Hitler, Stalin, Mussolini. The ascetic and the Puritan try to suppress it mostly or altogether. In our yoga, the principle is that all must become an instrument of the spirit and the parts of enjoyment taste the Ananda in things, not the animal enjoyment of the surface. But the Ananda will not come or will not stay so long as this part is not converted and insists on its own way of satisfaction. Yes, they, the lower vital, the physical vital, and the material vital, become very clear to the increasing consciousness. And the distinctions are necessary. Otherwise, one may influence or control the lower vital or a part of the physical vital, and then be astonished to find that something intangible but apparently invincible still resists. It is the material vital, with so much of the rest as it can influence by its resistance. I don't know about subtle vital. One says subtle physical to distinguish from gross material physical, because to our normal experience all physical is gross, stiula. But the vital is in its nature non-material, so the adjective is superfluous. By material vital, we mean the vital so involved in matter as to be bound by its movements and gross physical character. The action is to support and energize the body and keep in it the capacity of life, growth, movement, etc., also of sensitiveness to outer impacts. A strong vital. A strong vital is one that is full of life force, has ambition, courage, great energy, a force for action or for creation, a large, expansive movement, whether for generosity and giving or for possession and lead and domination, a power to fulfill and materialize. Many other forms of vital strength there are also. It is often difficult for such a vital to surrender itself because of this sense of its own powers. But if it can do so, it becomes an admirable instrument for the divine work. No, a weak vital has not the strength to turn spiritually, and being weak more easily falls under a wrong influence, and even when it wants, finds it difficult to accept anything beyond its own habitual nature. The strong vital, when the will is there, can do it much more easily. Its one central difficulty is the pride of its ego and the attraction of its powers. The chest has more connection with the psychic than the vital. A strong vital may have a good physique, but as often it has not. It draws too much on the physical, eats it up, as it were. In a mere vampire there is no psychic, for the vampire is a vital being. But in all humans, even if dominated by a vital being or vampire force, there is a psychic veiled behind it all. The vital body. The physical life cannot last without the body, nor can the body live without the life force, but the life in itself has a separate existence and a separate body of its own, the vital body, just as the mind has a separate existence and can exist on its own plane. All the organization is held together by the psychic, which is the support of all. The vital nature. It was not your own vital that you saw, but the general vital nature in the ignorance that took form and spoke. The battle you saw was the struggle between the powers of the light and the powers of the darkness for possession of the vital nature on earth. Your vital cannot be destroyed because it is needed as an instrument for the manifestation of the divine element in you. There can be no life and no manifestation here on earth without the vital. It has not to be destroyed, but purified and changed into the true vital. The vital plane and the physical plane. Things do happen on the vital plane, but they are not more important than what happens here, because it is here we have to realize, and what happens in the vital is only a help. Most things happen in the vital before they happen in the physical, but all that happens in the vital does not realize itself in the physical, or not in the same way. There is always, or at least usually, a change in the form, time, circumstances due to the different conditions of the physical plane. The life heavens. Where do you find in the life heavens that I say, or anybody says, the conditions on the earth are glorious and suited to the divine life? There is not a word to that effect there. The life heavens are the heavens of the vital gods, and there is there a perfect harmony, but a harmony of the sublimated, satisfied senses and vital desires only. If there is to be a harmony, it must be of all the powers raised to their highest and harmonized together. All the non-evolutionary worlds are worlds of a type limited to its own harmony, like the life heavens. The earth, on the other hand, is an evolutionary world, not at all glorious or harmonious, even as a material world, except in certain appearances, but rather most sorrowful, disharmonious, imperfect. Yet in that imperfection is the urge towards a higher and more many-sided perfection. It contains the last finite, which yet yearns to the supreme infinite. It is not to be satisfied by sense joys precisely because in the conditions of earth it is able to see their limitations. God is pent in the mire. Mire is not glorious, so there is no claim to glory or beauty here. But that very fact imposes a necessity to break through that prison to a consciousness which is ever rising towards the heights, and so on. That is a deeper power, not a greater actual glory or perfection. All that may be true or not to the mind, but it is the traditional attitude of Indian spiritual experience. Ask any yogin. He will tell you that the life heavens are childish things. Even the gods, says the Purana, must come down to earth and be embodied there if they want mukti. giving up the pride of their limited perfection. They must enter into the last finite if they want to reach the last infinite. A poem is not a philosophical treatise or a profession of religious faith. It is the expression of a vision or an experience of some kind, mundane or spiritual. Here it is the vision of the life heavens, its perfection, its limitations, and the counterclaim of the earth, or rather the spirit, or power behind the earth, consciousness. It has to be taken at that, as an expression of a certain aspect of things, an expression of a certain kind of experience, not of a mental dogma. There is a deep truth behind it, though it may not be the whole truth of the matter. In the poem also, there is no question of a divine life here, though that is hinted at as the unexpressed possible result of the ascent, because the earth is not put aside. Earth's heart was felt beating below me still. Nevertheless, the poem expresses only the ascent towards the highest, far beyond the life heavens, and the earth spirit claims that power and does not speak of any descent of a divine life. I say so much in order to get rid of that misconception, so as not to have to go back to it when dealing with Earth's disharmonies. They wouldn't be heavens if they were not immune from attacks by hostile powers. A heaven with fear in it would be no heaven. The life. Heavens have an influence on Earth, and so have the life hells, but it does not follow that they influence each other in their own domain. Overmind can influence Earth, so can the hostile powers, but it does not follow that hostile powers can penetrate the overmind. They can't. They can only spoil what it sends to the earth. Each power of the divine, life like mind and matter are powers of the divine, has its own harmony inherent in the purity of its own principle. It is only if it is disturbed or perverted that it produces disorder. That is another reason why the evolution could have been a progressing harmony, not a series of discords through which harmony of a precarious and wounded kind has to be struggled for at each step. For the divine principle is there within. Each plane, therefore, has its heavens. There are the subtle physical heavens, the vital heavens, the mental heavens. If powers of disharmony got in, they would cease to be heavens. Chapter 8. The physical consciousness and its parts. The physical consciousness is that part which directly responds to physical things and physical nature, sees the outer only as real, is occupied with it, not like the thinking mind with thought and knowledge, or like the vital with emotion, passion, subtler satisfaction of desire. If this part is obscure, then it is difficult to bring into it the consciousness of deeper or spiritual things, feelings, etc., even when the mind or the vital are after these deeper things. You ask whether the mind and vital do not come in the way as well as the physical. Yes, but when I speak of the physical consciousness, I mean the physical mind and the physical vital as well as the body consciousness proper. This physical mind and physical vital are concerned with the small ordinary movements of life and are governed by a very external view of things and by habitual small reactions, and do not respond at once to the inner consciousness, not because they are in active opposition to it, as the vital mind and vital proper can be, but because they find it difficult to change their habitual movements. It is this now that you feel and that makes you think you have a poor responsiveness to the inner experience. But that is not a fact. In your mind and in a great part of your vital, there is a considerable capacity of response. As for the physical, its difficulty is universal in everybody and not peculiar to you. It has come up because it always comes up in the sadhana when the physical consciousness has to be worked upon for the necessary change. As soon as that is done, the difficulty you feel will first diminish and then go. It is this work that is going on, and when you felt the white light in meditation, and the result which lasted even after opening the eyes, the head and eyes cool, and all vast and wide, it was this working taking place in your physical mind to change it. The rest of the physical consciousness was still undergoing another kind of working, and so felt heat, and not this release and wideness. But afterwards the working can go down first to the heart, and then still lower, and to all the body, and the same release and wideness come there. Naturally, at present these results are not permanent, but only for a time. They come as experiences, not lasting realizations, but it cannot be otherwise at the present stage. These experiences, however passing, are meant to prepare and do prepare the different parts of the nature. They, the physical mind and vital physical, are very near to it. The inconscient, except that part of the physical mind which is trained to deal with physical objects and affairs, but that is agile and active and competent only in its own limits. When it has to deal with supraphysical things, it becomes incompetent, often imbecile, and yet positive and arrogant and dogmatic in its ignorance. The rest of the physical consciousness is near to the inconscient. Here again, in its own field, it can have accurate perceptions and instincts if it is able to act spontaneously, but usually in the human being, it is not allowed to do so, for the mind and vital intervene. The vital physical is entirely irrational in its action. Even when it is right, it cannot explain why, for it is made more of automatic or habitual instincts, impulses, sensations, and feelings than anything else. It is the mind that gives reasons and justifications to its movements, and if the mind stands back and judges and questions, the vital physical can only answer, I want, I like, I dislike, I feel like that. Each plane of our being, mental, vital, physical, has its own consciousness, separate though interconnected and interacting. But to our outer mind and sense, in our waking experience, they are all confused together. The body, for instance, has its own consciousness and acts from it, even without any conscious mental will of our own, or even against that will. And our surface mind knows very little about this body consciousness, feels it only in an imperfect way, sees only its results, and has the greatest difficulty in finding out their causes. It is part of the yoga to become aware of this separate consciousness of the body, to see and feel its movements, and the forces that act upon it from inside or outside, and to learn how to control and direct it even in its most hidden and, to us, subconscient processes. But the body consciousness itself is only part of the individualized physical consciousness in us, which we gather and build out of the secretly conscious forces of universal physical nature. There is the universal physical consciousness of nature, and there is our own, which is a part of it, moved by it, and used by the central being for the support of its expression in the physical world and for a direct dealing with all these external objects and movements and forces. This physical consciousness plane receives from the other planes their powers and influences and makes formations of them in its own province. Therefore, we have a physical mind as well as a vital mind and the mind proper. We have a vital physical part in us, the nervous being, as well as the vital proper, and both are largely conditioned by the gross material bodily part, which is almost entirely subconscient to our experience. The physical mind is that which is fixed on physical objects and happenings, sees and understands these only, and deals with them according to their own nature, but can with difficulty respond to the higher forces. Left to itself, it is skeptical of the existence of supraphysical things, of which it has no direct experience, and to which it can find no clue. Even when it has spiritual experiences, it forgets them easily, loses the impression and result, and finds it difficult to believe. To enlighten the physical mind by the consciousness of the higher spiritual and supramental planes is one object of this yoga, just as to enlighten it by the power of the higher vital and higher mental elements of the being is the greatest part of human self-development, civilization, and culture. The vital physical, on the other hand, is the vehicle of the nervous responses of our physical nature. It is the field and instrument of the smaller sensations, desires, reactions of all kinds to the impacts of the outer physical and gross material life. This vital physical part, supported by the lowest part of the vital proper, is therefore the agent of most of the lesser movements of our external life. Its habitual reactions and obstinate pettinesses are the chief stumbling block in the way of the transformation of the outer consciousness by the yoga. It is also largely responsible for most of the suffering and disease of mind or body to which the physical being is subject in nature. As to the gross material part, it is not necessary to specify its place, for that is obvious. But it must be remembered that this too has a consciousness of its own, the obscure consciousness proper to the limbs, cells, tissues, glands, organs. To make this obscurity luminous and directly instrumental to the higher planes and to the divine movement is what we mean in our yoga by making the body conscious, that is to say, full of a true awake and responsive awareness, instead of its own obscure, limited, half-subconscious. There is an inner as well as an outer consciousness all through our being, upon all its levels. The ordinary man is aware only of his surface self, and quite unaware of all that is concealed by the surface. And yet what is on the surface, what we know or think we know of ourselves, and even believe that that is all we are, is only a small part of our being, and far the larger part of us is below the surface, the frontal consciousness. Or, more accurately, it is behind the frontal consciousness, behind the veil, occult, and known only by an occult knowledge. Modern psychology and psychic science have begun to perceive this truth just a little. Materialistic psychology calls this hidden part the inconscient, although practically admitting that it is far greater, more powerful and profound than the surface conscious self, very much as the Upanishads called the superconscient in us the sleep self, although this sleep self is said to be an infinitely greater intelligence, omniscient, omnipotent, prajna, the Ishwara. Psychic science calls this hidden consciousness the subliminal self, and here too, it is seen that this subliminal self has more powers, more knowledge, a freer field of movement than the smaller self that is on the surface. But the truth is that all this that is behind, this sea of which our waking consciousness is only a wave or series of waves, cannot be described by any one term, for it is very complex. Part of it is subconscient, lower than our waking consciousness. Part of it is on a level with it, but behind and much larger than it. Part is above and superconscient to us. What we call our mind is only an outer mind, a surface mental action, instrumental for the partial expression of a larger mind, behind of which we are not ordinarily aware and can only know by going inside ourselves. So too, what we know of the vital in us is only the outer vital, a surface activity partially expressing a larger secret vital, which we can only know by going within. Equally, what we call our physical being is only a visible projection of a greater and subtler invisible physical consciousness, which is much more complex, much more aware, much wider in its receptiveness, much more open and plastic and free. If you understand and experience this truth, then only you will be able to realize what is meant by the inner mental, the inner vital, the inner physical consciousness. But it must be noted that this term inner is used in two different senses. Sometimes it denotes the consciousness behind the veil of the outer being, the mental or vital or physical within, which is in direct touch with the universal mind, the universal life forces, the universal physical forces. Sometimes, on the other hand, we mean an inmost mental, vital, physical, more specifically called the true mind, the true vital, the true physical consciousness which is nearest to the soul and can most easily and directly respond to the divine light and power. There is no real yoga possible, still less any integral yoga, if we do not go back from the outer self and become aware of all this inner being and inner nature. For then alone can we break the limitations of the ignorant external self, which receives consciously only the outer touches and knows things indirectly through the outer mind and senses, and become directly aware of the universal consciousness and the universal forces that play through us and around us. And then only 2 can we hope to be directly aware of the divine in us and directly in touch with the divine light and the divine force. Otherwise, we can feel the divine only through external signs and external results, and that is a difficult and uncertain way, and very occasional and inconstant, and it leads only to belief and not to knowledge, not to the direct consciousness and awareness of the constant presence. As for instances of the difference, I may give you 2 from the opposite poles of experience, one from the most external phenomena showing how the inward opens to the awareness of universal forces, one of spiritual experience, indicating how the inward opens to the divine. Take illness. If we live only in the outward physical consciousness, we do not usually know that we are going to be ill until the symptoms of the malady declare themselves in the body. But if we develop the inward physical consciousness, we become aware of a subtle, environmental physical atmosphere and can feel the forces of illness coming towards us through it, feel them even at a distance, and, if we have learned how to do it, we can stop them by the will or otherwise. We sense, too, around us, a vital physical or nervous envelope which radiates from the body and protects it, and we can feel the adverse forces trying to break through it, and can interfere, stop them, or reinforce the nervous envelope. Or we can feel the symptoms of illness, fever, or cold, for instance, in the subtle physical sheath, before they are manifest in the gross body and destroy them there, preventing them from manifesting in the body. Take now the call for the divine power, light, Ananda. If we live only in the outward physical consciousness, it may descend and work behind the veil, but we shall feel nothing and only see certain results after a long time. Or at most we feel a certain clarity and peace in the mind, a joy in the vital, a happy state in the physical, and infer the touch of the divine. But if we are awake in the inward physical, we shall feel the light, power, or Ananda flowing through the body, the limbs, nerves, blood, breath, and, through the subtle body, affecting the most material cells and making them conscious and blissful, and we shall sense directly the divine power and presence. These are only 2 instances out of 1,000 that are possible and can be constantly experienced by the sadhaka. Living in the physical consciousness. So far as living in the physical consciousness, can be said to be distinguishable by outward signs, it is a state of fundamental passivity in which one is and does what the forces of the physical plane make one be and do. When one lives in the mind, there is an active mental intelligence and mental will that tries to control and shape action and experience and life and everything else. When one is in the vital, one is full of energy and enthusiasm and passion and force which may be right or wrong, but is very much alive. These things in the physical inertia either disappear or become weak, or are forces that act upon the system occasionally, but are not possessed by it. This condition may not be absolute, for one has a mind and a vital, but it is what predominates. There are 2 ways of getting out of this. One is to rise above in the self and see the physical from there as an instrument, not oneself. The other is to bring down the divine force from above and make the physical the instrument of that force. The forces of the physical mind, vital physical material consciousness, are the forces of the physical plane. Of course, as I said, the statement must be taken with a qualification, for the true mind and vital are also there, but in this condition of passivity and inertia, it is the forces of the physical consciousness that predominate and determine the general condition, which is a proneness to aprak, asha, and sometimes apravritti. The opening of the physical consciousness. The physical consciousness? It opens just like the rest, receives a new consciousness, obeys the force, feels a change even in the cells, aspires to and seeks self-giving and union with the divine. The true activity of the senses. The true activity of the senses, is to record the divine or true appearance of things and return to them the reaction of an equal Ananda without dislike or desire. The physical parts of the mind and emotional being. Everything has a physical part. Even the mind has a physical part. There is a mental physical, a mind of the body and the material. So the emotional being has a physical part. It has no location separate from the rest of the emotional. One can only distinguish it when the consciousness becomes sufficiently subtle to do so. The mental physical or mechanical mind. That is the nature of the mental physical to go on repeating without use the movement that has happened. It is what we call the mechanical mind. It is strong in childhood because the thinking mind is not developed and has besides a narrow range of interests. Afterwards, it becomes an undercurrent in the mental activities. It must now have risen up with the other characteristics of the mental physical, because it is in the physical that the action has come down. Sometimes also, when there is silence of the mind, these things come up till they also are quieted down. The mechanical mind is a sort of engine. Whatever comes to it, it puts into the machine and goes on turning it round and round, no matter what it is. From what you describe, it seems that you have got into contact with the mechanical mind whose nature is to go on turning round in a circle on the thoughts that come into it. This sometimes happens when the thinking mind is quiet. This is part of the physical mind, and you should not be disturbed or alarmed by its rising up, but see what it is and quiet it down or get control of its movements. What is called the mechanical mind is necessary for the maintenance, in the physical, of things gained. It is by conservation and repetition that nature does that. The subconscient is the basis of conservation, and the mechanical mind is the means of repetition. Only they have to be enlightened and change and conserve and repeat the new divine things, and not the old undivine ones. If there is a strong activity of the higher parts of the consciousness, the possibility of the mechanical mind working is very much diminished. It may come up in moments of relaxation or fatigue, but usually it is active only in a subordinate way that does not attract notice. When the higher consciousness takes hold of the mechanical mind, it ceases to be mechanical. The vital physical. The physical vital is the being of small desires and greeds, etc. The vital physical is the nervous being. They are closely connected together. The vital physical governs all the small daily reactions to outward things, reactions of the nerves and the body consciousness, and the reflex reactions and sensations. It motives much of the ordinary actions of man and joins with the lower parts of the vital proper in producing lust, jealousy, anger, violence, etc. In its lowest parts, vital material, it is the agent of pain, physical illness, etc. The vital physical forces can be received from anywhere by the body, from around, below, or above. The order of the planes is in reference to each other, not in reference to the body. In reference to each other, the vital physical is below the physical mind, but above the material. But at the same time, these powers interpenetrate each other. The body energy is a manifestation of material forces supported by a vital physical energy, which is the vital energy precipitated into matter and conditioned by it. The material consciousness or body consciousness. By material is meant the body consciousness, the consciousness of matter, etc. Physical is a wider term. There is, for instance, a physical mind, which cannot be called material, dealing with outside earthly things. A great part of the body consciousness is subconscient, and the body consciousness and the subconscient are closely bound together. The body and the physical do not coincide. The body consciousness is only part of the whole physical consciousness. What you describe is the material consciousness. It is mostly subconscient, but the part of it that is conscious is mechanical, inertly moved by habits or by the forces of the lower nature. Always repeating the same unintelligent and unenlightened movements, it is attached to the routine and established rule of what already exists, unwilling to change, unwilling to receive the light or obey the higher force. Or if it is willing, then it is unable. Or if it is able, Then it turns the action given to it by the light or the force into a new mechanical routine, and so takes out of it all soul or life. It is obscure, stupid, indolent, full of ignorance and inertia, darkness and slowness of tamas. It is this material consciousness into which we are seeking to bring first the higher, divine or spiritual, light and power and Ananda, and then the supramental truth, which is the object of our yoga. But there is an obstinate, dark, and inert resistance both from material nature and from the physical consciousness of the sadhaks, of which the lower vital and the material consciousness, both of them still unregenerated, are the cause. It, the material, is the most physical grade of the physical. There is the mental physical, the vital physical, the material physical, yes, or at least it, the material consciousness, is a separate part of the physical consciousness. Physical mind, for instance, is narrow and limited and often stupid, but not inert. Matter consciousness is, on the contrary, inert as well as largely subconscious, active only when driven by an energy, otherwise inactive and immobile. When one first falls into direct contact with this level, the feeling in the body is that of inertia and immobility, in the vital physical exhaustion or lassitude, in the physical mind absence of prak, asha, and pravar, dati, or only the most ordinary thoughts and impulses. It took me a long time to get down any kind of light or power into this level. But when once it is illumined, the advantage is that the subconscient becomes conscient, and this removes a very fundamental obstacle from the sadhana. The gross physical and the subtle physical. By the gross physical is meant the earthly and bodily physical, as experienced by the outward sense, mind, and senses. But that is not the whole of matter. There is a subtle physical also with a subtler consciousness in it, which can, for instance, go to a distance from the body and yet feel and be aware of things in a not merely mental or vital way. As for mind and vital, they are everywhere. There is an obscure mind and life even in the cells of the body, the stones or in molecules and atoms. It, the subtle physical, is difficult to realize without definite experience, e.g. as when light or Ananda or force come into the body and one feels it working as if in the cells, yet with a little attention, it becomes clear that it is not the material cells, but something more subtle that feels it. There is what is called the nervous envelope surrounding the body. You are probably seeing the sukshma and the nervous envelope in one view. The sukshma deha contains the stula deha. Only it is not bound to itself and can contract or expand unlike the material body. The physical nerves and the subtle nerves. The physical nerves are part of the material body, but they are extended into subtle nerves in the subtle body, and there is a connection between the two. Yes, there are nerves in the subtle body. The physical nerves have many centers or plexuses. The nervous being proper is part of the physical, and it starts from the physical center, the Muladhara. The nerves are distributed all over the body, but the vital physical action is concentrated in its origin between the Muladhara and the center just above it, the sheaths of the Indian tradition. Yes, the inner being is made up of sheaths. Sheaths is simply a term for bodies, because each is superimposed on the other and acts as a covering and can be cast off. Thus, the physical body itself is called the food sheath, and its throwing off is what is called death. You can only distinguish the different sheaths either by intuition or by experience, and then you have established direct knowledge of the different sheaths. Chapter 9. The Environmental Consciousness. The environmental consciousness around the individual. Everyone carries around him an environmental consciousness or atmosphere through which he is in relation with others or with the universal forces. It is through this that these forces or the thoughts or feelings of others enter. The environmental is not a world. It is an individual thing. The individual is not limited to the physical body. It is only the external consciousness which feels like that. As soon as one gets over this feeling of limitation, one can feel first the inner consciousness which is connected with the body but does not belong to it, afterwards the planes of consciousness above the body, also a consciousness surrounding the body, but part of oneself, part of the individual being, through which one is in contact with the cosmic forces and with other beings. This last is what I have called the environmental consciousness. Each man has his own personal consciousness entrenched in his body and gets into touch with his surroundings only through his body and senses and the mind using the senses. Yet all the time, the universal forces are pouring into him without his knowing it. He is aware only of thoughts, feelings, etc., that rise to the surface, and these he takes for his own. Really, they come from outside in mind waves, vital waves, waves of feeling and sensation, etc., which take particular forms in him and rise to the surface after they have got inside. But they do not get into his body at once. He carries about with him an environmental consciousness, called by the Theosophists the aura, into which they first enter. If you can become conscious of this environmental self of yours, then you can catch the thought, passion, suggestion or force of illness, or whatever it may be, before it enters and prevent it from entering into you. If things in you are thrown out, they often do not go altogether but take refuge in this environmental atmosphere, and from there try to get in again, or they go to a distance outside but linger on the outskirts, or even perhaps far off, waiting till they get an opportunity to attempt entrance. The environmental consciousness, can become silent when there is the wideness. One can become conscious of it and deal with what passes through it. A man without it would be without contact with the rest of the world. The environmental consciousness and the movements of the lower nature. These things, self-esteem, depression, etc., usually hide in recesses of the vital or the physical, in which there is not yet the full force of the peace and light. When they are quite driven out from there, they may lodge in the subconscient and send up suggestions from there. Thrown out altogether, they remain in the environmental consciousness and try to act from there, but then they are no longer part of one's own consciousness and are not felt as such, but as something trying to come in from outside. One can be free from lower vital movements, but one cannot say that the freedom has been made absolutely complete or secure until the complete transformation takes place. For these things always remain in the environmental consciousness, or even at a distance in the universal itself, and take any opportunity to come in from there. These forces of depression, dullness of mind, etc., are things that wander about in the atmosphere and jump upon one without notice. It is often difficult to see where precisely they come from, and often there is no reason at all or any inviting cause in oneself. They have simply to be thrown off as when something falls on the body. There is no mystery about the power of lower forces to attack. These things were violent and obstinate in you for a long time, and you were indulging them. Hence they acquired a great force to return even after you began rejecting them, first because of habit, secondly because of their belief that they have acquired a right over you, thirdly because of the habit of assent and passive response to them or endurance of them that has been stamped on the physical consciousness. This physical consciousness is not as yet liberated. It has not begun to be as responsive to the higher force as the vital, so it cannot resist their invasion. So these forces, when thrown out, retreat into the environmental consciousness and remain there concealed, and at any opportunity make an attack on the centers accustomed to receive them, external mind and the external emotional, and get in. This happens with most sadhaks. Two things are necessary. 1. To open fully the physical to the higher forces. 2. To reach the stage when even if the forces attack, they cannot come fully in, the inner being remaining calm and free. Then even if there is still a surface difficulty, there will not be these overpowerings. The environmental consciousness and the subconscient. They, the environmental consciousness and the subconscient, are two quite different things. What is stored in the subconscient? Impressions, memories, rise up from there into the conscious parts. In the environmental things, are not stored up and fixed, although they move about there. It is full of mobility, a field of vibration or passage of forces. Chapter 10. The Subconscient and the Inconscient. The Subconscient in the Integral Yoga. In our yoga we mean by the subconscient that quite submerged part of our being in which there is no wakingly conscious and coherent thought, will or feeling or organized reaction, but which yet receives obscurely the impressions of all things and stores them up in itself, and from it, too, all sorts of stimuli, of persistent habitual movements, crudely repeated or disguised in strange forms, can surge up into dream or into the waking nature. For if these impressions rise up most in dream in an incoherent and disorganized manner, they can also and do rise up into our waking consciousness as a mechanical repetition of old thoughts, old mental, vital and physical habits, or an obscure stimulus to sensations, actions, emotions, which do not originate in or from our conscious thought or will and are even often opposed to its perceptions, choice, or dictates. In the subconscient, there is an obscure mind full of obstinate sanskaras, impressions, associations, fixed notions, habitual reactions formed by our past, an obscure vital full of the seeds of habitual desires, sensations, and nervous reactions, a most obscure material which governs much that has to do with the condition of the body. It is largely responsible for our illnesses. Chronic or repeated illnesses are indeed mainly due to the subconscient and its obstinate memory and habit of repetition of whatever has impressed itself upon the body consciousness. But this subconscient must be clearly distinguished from the subliminal parts of our being, such as the inner or subtle physical consciousness, the inner vital or inner mental. For these are not at all obscure or incoherent or ill-organized, but only veiled from our surface consciousness. Our surface constantly receives something, inner touches, communications, or influences from these sources, but does not know for the most part whence they come. The subconscient is below the waking physical consciousness. It is an automatic, obscure, incoherent, half-unconscious realm into which light and awareness can with difficulty come. The inner vital and physical are quite different. They have a larger, plastic, subtler, freer, and richer consciousness than the surface vital and physical, much more open to the truth and in direct touch with the universal. The subconscient is not the whole foundation of our nature. It is only the lower basis of the ignorance and governs mostly the lower vital and physical exterior consciousness, and these again affect the higher parts of the nature. While it is necessary to see what it is and how it acts, one must not be too preoccupied with this dark side or this apparent aspect of the instrumental being. One should rather regard it as something not oneself, a mask of false nature imposed on the true being by the ignorance. The true being is the inner, with all its vast possibilities of reaching and expressing the divine, and especially the inmost, the soul, the psychic Purusha, which is always in its essence pure, divine, turned to all that is good and true and beautiful. The exterior being has to be taken hold of by the inner being and turned into an instrument no longer of the upsurgings of the ignorant subconscient nature, but of the divine. It is by remembering always that in opening the nature upwards that the divine consciousness can be reached and descend from above into the whole inner and outer existence, mental, vital, physical, the subconscient, the subliminal, all that we overtly or secretly are. This should be the main preoccupation. To dwell solely on the subconscient and the aspect of imperfection creates depression and should be avoided. One has to keep a right balance and stress on the positive side most, recognizing the other, but only to reject and change it. This and a constant faith and reliance on the Mother are what is needed for the transformation to come. The subconscient is the basis of much of the lower activities. That is now generally admitted. The subconscious is the evolutionary basis in us. It is not the whole of our hidden nature, nor is it the whole origin of what we are. But things can rise from the subconscient and take shape in the conscious part, and much of our smaller vital and physical instincts, movements, habits, character forms has this source. There are three occult sources of our action: the superconscient, the subliminal, the subconscient, but of none of them are we in control or even aware. What we are aware of is the surface being, which is only an instrumental arrangement. The source of all is the general nature, universal nature individualizing itself in each person. For this general nature deposits certain habits of movement, personality, character, faculties, dispositions, tendencies in us, and that whether formed now or before our birth, is what we usually call ourselves. A good deal of this is in habitual movement and use in our known conscious part on the surface. A great deal more is concealed in the other unknown three which are below or behind the surface. But what we are on the surface is being constantly set in motion, changed, developed or repeated by the waves of the general nature coming in on us, either directly or else indirectly through others, through circumstances, through various agencies or channels. Some of this flows straight into the conscious part and acts there, but our mind ignores its source, appropriates it, and regards all that as its own. A part comes secretly into the subconscient or sinks into it and waits for an opportunity of rising up into the conscious surface. A good deal goes into the subliminal and may at any time come out, or may not, may rather rest there as unused matter. Part passes through and is rejected, thrown back or thrown out or spilt into the universal sea. Our nature is a constant activity of forces supplied to us out of which, or rather out of a small amount of it, we make what we will or can. What we make seems fixed and formed for good, but in reality it is all a play of forces, a flux, nothing fixed or stable. The appearance of stability is given by constant repetition and recurrence of the same vibrations and formations. That is why our nature can be changed in spite of Vivekananda's saying and Horace's adage, and in spite of the conservative resistance of the subconscient. But it is a difficult job, because the master mode of nature is this obstinate repetition and recurrence. As for the things in our nature that are thrown away from us by rejection but come back, it depends on where you throw them. Very often there is a sort of procedure about it. The mind rejects its mentalities, the vital its vitalities, the physical its physicalities. These usually go back into the corresponding domain of general nature. It all stays at first, when that happens, in the environmental consciousness which we carry about with us, by which we communicate with the outside nature, and often it persistently rushes back from there, until it is so absolutely rejected or thrown far away, as it were, that it cannot return upon us any more. But when what the thinking and willing mind rejects is strongly supported by the vital, it leaves the mind indeed but sinks down into the vital, rages there, and tries to rush up again and reoccupy the mind and compel or capture our mental acceptance. When the higher vital too, the heart or the larger vital dynamis rejects it, it sinks from there and takes refuge in the lower vital, with its mass of small current movements that make up our daily littleness. When the lower vital too rejects it, it sinks into the physical consciousness and tries to stick by inertia or mechanical repetition. Rejected even from there, it goes into the subconscient and comes up in dreams, in passivity, in extreme tamas. The inconscient is the last resort of the ignorance. As for the waves that recur from the general nature, it is the natural tendency of the inferior forces there to try and perpetuate their action in the individual, to rebuild what he has unbuilt of their deposits in him, so they return on him, often with an increased force, even with a stupendous violence, when they find their influence rejected. But they cannot last long once the environmental consciousness is cleared, unless the hostiles take a hand. Even then they can indeed attack, but if the sadhak has established his position in the inner self, they can only attack and retire. It is true that we bring most of ourselves, or rather most of our predispositions, tendencies of reaction to the universal nature, from past lives. Heredity only affects strongly the external being. Besides, all the effects of heredity are not accepted even there, only those that are in consonance with what we are to be or not preventive of it at least. The subconscient is a concealed and unexpressed inarticulate consciousness which works below all our conscious physical activities. Just as what we call the superconscient is really a higher consciousness above from which things descend into the being, so the subconscient is below the body consciousness, and things come up into the physical, the vital, and the mind nature from there. Just as the higher consciousness is superconscient to us and supports all our spiritual possibilities and nature, so the subconscient is the basis of our material being and supports all that comes up in the physical nature. Men are not ordinarily conscious of either of these planes of their own being, but by sadhana they can become aware. The subconscient retains the impressions of all our past experiences of life, and they can come up from there in dream forms. Most dreams in ordinary sleep are formations made from subconscient impressions. The habit of strong recurrence of the same things in our physical consciousness, so that it is difficult to get rid of its habits, is largely due to a subconscient support. The subconscient is full of irrational habits. When things are rejected from all other parts of the nature, they go either into the environmental consciousness around us through which we communicate with others and with universal nature, and try to return from there, or they sink into the subconscient and can come up from there even after lying long quiescent so that we think they are gone. When the physical consciousness is being changed, the chief resistance comes from the subconscient. It is constantly maintaining or bringing back the inertia, weakness, obscurity, lack of intelligence which afflict the physical mind and vital or the obscure fears, desires, angers, lusts of the physical vital, or the illnesses, dullnesses, pains, incapabilities to which the body nature is prone. If light, strength, the mother's consciousness is brought down into the body, it can penetrate the subconscient also and convert its obscurity and resistance. When something is erased from the subconscient so completely that it leaves no seed and thrown out of the circumconscient so completely that it can return no more, then only can we be sure that we have finished with it forever. About the subconscient, it is the submaterial base of the being and is made up of impressions, instincts, habitual movements that are stored there. Whatever movement is impressed on it, it keeps. If one impresses the right movement on it, it will keep and send up that. That is why it has to be cleared of old movements before there can be a permanent and total change in the nature. When the higher consciousness is once established in the waking parts, it goes down into the subconscient and changes that also, makes a bedrock of itself there also. Then, no farther trouble from the subconscient will be possible. But even before that, one can minimize the trouble by putting the right will and the right habit of reaction on the subconscient parts. All that one does and thinks leaves its trace in the subconscient. Yes, the subconscient is a cosmic as well as an individual plane. The subconscient in traditional Indian terminology. I don't know that there is any term corresponding to the subconscient in Patanjali or the Sankhya. This plane was spoken of more as inconscient than subconscient. It is practically the indiscriminate or Jada Prakriti, perhaps, or the seed state. In the Veda, it is symbolized by the cave of the Panis. Perhaps by looking through books like the Yoga Vasishtha, one could find something about the subconscient, in fact, though not in express terms. You had asked the other day about the subconscient, what it was. In the vision you describe, you were shown the universal subconscient in the figure of Patala, a place without light of consciousness, and, because universal, therefore without bounds or end, the dark unconscious infinite, out of which this material universe has arisen. It is walled with darkness on all sides. It seems also to have no bottom. The light comes from above, from the higher consciousness, and coming down through the mind and heart, and vital and physical has to pour down into this subconscient and make it luminous. Patala, in an experience described by the correspondent, is a name for the subconscient. The beings there had no heads. That is to say, there is there no mental consciousness. Men have all of them such a subconscient plane in their own being, and from there rise all sorts of irrational and ignorant, headless instincts, impulsions, memories, etc., which have an effect upon their acts and feelings without their detecting the real source. At night, many incoherent dreams come from this world or plane. The world above is the superconscient plane of being, above the human consciousness. There are many worlds of that kind. They are divine worlds, the subconscient and the superconscient. Below the feet is the subconscient, just as above the head is the superconscient, the subconscient and the subliminal. Subliminal is a general term used for all the parts of the being which are not on the waking surface. Subconscient is very often used in the same sense by European psychologists because they do not know the difference. But when I use the word, I mean always what is below the ordinary physical consciousness, not what is behind it. The inner mental, vital, physical, the psychic, are not subconscious in this sense, but they can be spoken of as subliminal. What he, a correspondent, has written about the subconscient and the outer nature is true. But the role of subliminal forces cannot be said to be small, since from there come all the greater aspirations, ideals, strivings towards a better self and better humanity, without which man would be only a thinking animal. As also most of the art, poetry, philosophy, thirst for knowledge, which relieve, if they do not yet dispel, the ignorance. The role of the superconscient has been to evolve slowly the spiritual man out of the mental half-animal. That also cannot be called an insignificant role. The subconscient memory and conscious memory. Exact images are retained by the subliminal memory. All that is subliminal is described by ordinary psychology as subconscient. But in our psychology that cannot be done, for the consciousness that holds them is as precise and far wider and fuller than our waking or surface consciousness. So how can it be called subconscient? Conscious memory is that which can bring up at any moment we like the memory of a thing. It is under our control. Subliminal memory can hold all things, even those which the mind cannot understand. E.g., if you hear somebody talking Hebrew, the subliminal memory can hold that and bring it up accurately in some abnormal state, e.g., the hypnotic. Subconscient memory is a memory of impressions. When they come up as in dream, either the result is something incoherent or fancifully rearranged, or it is only the essence of the thing, its psychological deposit that comes up, e.g., sex, fear, some particular libido, as the psychoanalysts call it. But the expression given to the latter need not be the same as memory would give. It may repeat the same forms if it gets hold of the mechanical mind in the physical to help its expression, but also it may be quite different from anything in real life. The clear memory of words, images, and thoughts is an action of the conscious mind, not the unconscious. Of course, the memory goes behind, so to speak, in the back part of the mind, but it can be brought out. Also, the memory can be lost or defaced, so that one remembers wrongly or forgets altogether, but that is still an imperfect action of the conscious mind, not an action of the subconscious. What the subconscious keeps is a mass of impressions, not of clear or exact images, and these can come up as in dreams, in an incoherent jumble distorted altogether, or else in the waking state as a mechanical recurrence or repetition of the same suggestions, impulses, subconscient vital, or sensations. There is a recognizable difference between the two functionings. It, the memory of things, is not in the mind alone. It is stored in the subconscient, mind, vital and physical, as impressions. Also in the inner being, all is present, but held back, as a store of past experience. All that our consciousness meets in day-to-day experience is registered in subconscient memory, and from there can be brought up to the mind, or come of itself. But what we call memory is when the thing registered is kept in the conscious mind at its back and brought forward at will. That is conscious memory. Know that the record of Chitragupta is quite different from the cosmic subconscient, since it belongs to something where the records are precise and accurate. The subconscient is a suppressed and obscure seed state, where things are emerging out of the indeterminate inconscience of original nature, but are yet fluent and imprecise, having all the potentiality of determination in them, but not yet determinate. The past things fall back into it not as memories, but as impressions, which is a quite different thing. When they come up from there, it is in all sorts of queer forms with variations and mixtures. There is very often a complaint of this kind, weakening of memory, made during the course of the sadhana. I suppose that the usual action of memory is for a time suspended by the mental silence, or else by the physical tamas. By the change of consciousness, there can be a more conscious and perfect functioning of the memory, replacing the old mechanism. The subconscient and the inconscient. The subconscient is universal as well as individual, like all the other main parts of the nature, but there are different parts, or planes, of the subconscient. All upon earth is based on the inconscient, as it is called, though it is not really inconscient at all, but rather a complete subconscience, a suppressed or involved consciousness, in which there is everything but nothing is formulated or expressed. The subconscient lies in between this inconscient and the conscious mind, life, and body. It contains the potentiality of all the primitive reactions to life which struggle out to the surface from the dull and inert obscurity of matter and form by a constant development, a slowly evolving and self-formulating consciousness. It contains them not as ideas or perceptions or conscious reactions, but as the fluid substance of these things. But also, all that is consciously experienced sinks down into the subconscient, not as precise those submerged memories, but as obscure yet obstinate impressions of experience, and these can come up at any time as dreams, as mechanical repetitions of past thought, feelings, action, etc., as complexes, exploding into action and event, etc., etc. The subconscient is the main cause why all things repeat themselves and nothing ever gets changed except in appearances. It is the cause why people say character cannot be changed, the cause also of the constant return of things one hoped to have got rid of forever. All seeds are there, and all the sanskaras of the mind and vital and body. It is the main support of death and disease, and the last fortress, seemingly impregnable, of the ignorance. All, too, that is suppressed without being wholly got rid of sinks down there, and remains in seed, ready to surge up or sprout up at any moment. Section 4. The Chakras, or Centers of Consciousness. Chapter 1. The System of the Chakras. The functions of the chakras, or centers. The centers, or chakras, are 7 in number. 1. The 1,000-petaled lotus on the top of the head. 2. In the middle of the forehead, the Ajna chakra, will, vision, dynamic thought. 3. Throat center, externalizing mind. 4. Heart lotus, emotional center. The psychic is behind it. 5. Navel, higher vital, proper. 6. Below navel, lower vital. 7. Muladhara, physical. All these centers are in the middle of the body. They are supposed to be attached to the spinal cord, but in fact, all these things are in the subtle body, sukshma deha, though one has the feeling of their activities as if in the physical body when the consciousness is awake. Chakras. The 1,000-petaled head, lotus. Chakra, or center of the higher will and knowledge. The lotus in the forehead, will, vision, mental dynamism. The lotus in the throat, expression, external mind. The lotus of the heart, emotion, dynamic, vital feeling. Behind the heart is the seat of the psychic being. The lotus of the navel, higher vital. The lotus of the abdomen, lower vital. The lotus at the end of the spine, Muladhara, physical consciousness. In the process of our yoga, the centers have each a fixed psychological use and general function, which base all their special powers and functionings. The Muladhara governs the physical down to the subconscient. The abdominal center, Svadhisthana, governs the lower vital. The navel center, Nabhipadma or Manipura, governs the larger vital. The heart center, Irtipadma or Anahata, governs the emotional being. The throat center, Vishuddha, governs the expressive and externalizing mind. The center between the eyebrows, Agnya chakra, governs the dynamic mind, will, vision, mental formation. The thousand-petaled lotus, Sahasradhala, above commands the higher thinking mind, houses the still higher illumined mind, and at its highest opens to the intuition through which or else by an overflooding directness the overmind can have with the rest communication or an immediate contact. I never heard of two lotuses in the heart center, but it is the seat of two powers, in front the higher vital or emotional being, behind and concealed the soul or psychic being. The colors of the lotuses and the numbers of petals are respectively from bottom to top. 1. The Muladhara or physical consciousness center, 4 petals, red. 2. The abdominal center, 6 petals, deeper purple-red. 3. The navel center, 10 petals, violet. 4. The heart center, 12 petals, golden pink. 5. The throat center, 16 petals, gray. 6. The forehead center between the eyebrows, 2 petals, white. 7. The thousand-petaled lotus above the head, blue with gold light around. The functions are, according to our yoga, 1. Commanding the physical consciousness and the subconscient. 2. Commanding the small vital movements, the little greeds, lusts, desires, the small sense movements. 3. Commanding the larger life forces and the passions and larger desire movements. 4. Commanding the higher emotional being with the psychic deep behind it. 5. Commanding expression and all externalization of the mind movements and mental forces. 6. Commanding thought, will, vision. 7. Commanding the higher thinking mind and the illumined mind and opening upwards to the intuition and overmind. The 7th is sometimes confused with the brain, but that is an error. The brain is only a channel of communication situated between the thousand-petaled and the forehead center. The former is sometimes called the void center, shunya, either because it is not in the body, but in the apparent void above, or because rising above the head one enters first into the silence of the self or spiritual being. There is one center below the navel, lower vital, another at the navel, central vital, another in the chest, emotional vital, heart center, another in the throat, physical mind, another above the head, higher consciousness. Besides these, there is the center in the forehead, mind, will, vision, and one at the bottom of the spine, Muladhara, physical center. The working in each will be according to the nature of the center. The chakras in reference to yoga. One can speak of the chakras only in reference to yoga. In ordinary people, the chakras are not open. It is only when they do sadhana that they open. For the chakras are the centers of the inner consciousness and belong organically to the subtle body. So much as is active in ordinary people is very little, for in them it is the outer consciousness that is active. The centers of consciousness are meant by the term centers, the chakras. It is by their opening that the yogic or inner consciousness develops. Otherwise, you are bound to the ordinary outer consciousness. One does not pass through the psychic center or any center during the sadhana. The centers open under the pressure of the sadhana. You can say that the force descends or ascends into a center. The spine is the support of the centers, and it is through the spine that in the tantric sadhana the kundalini rises. Allow me to state my difficulty with the idea that the spirit entity is lodged in the pineal gland. How the devil can a spirit entity be enclosed in a material gland? So far as I know, the self or spirit is not enclosed in the body. Rather, the body is in the self. When we have the full experience of the self, we feel it as a wide consciousness in which the body is a very small thing, an adjunct, or a thing contained, not a container. What then is this spirit entity? There can be a small formation which stands for the self or spirit, like the Upanishads Purusha, no bigger than a man's thumb. Is this the spirit entity? But even then, in which sense, in what relativity of space can it be said to be in the very material pineal gland? A spirit confined in a gland and dislodged from it by a pistol shot is a kind of language which I buck at. A spirit touching gray brain matter, and so entering into contact with universal mind, and touching white matter, and so entering into contact with loftier spiritual realities, is also too weird a conception for my intelligence. What happens to it when it has no matter to touch? Dissolution? Laya? When we speak of the Purusha in the head, heart, etc., we are using a figure. The Muladhara, from which the Kundalini rises, is not in the physical body, but in the subtle body. The subtle body is that in which the being goes out in deep trance or more radically at the time of death. So also are all the centers. But as the subtle body penetrates and is interfused with the gross body, there is a certain correspondence between these chakras and certain centers in the physical proper. So figuratively, we speak of the Purusha in this or that center of the body. Owing to this correspondence, again, when the Ananda or anything else comes down into the being, it is the subtle body that it pervades, but it communicates itself through it to the gross body and its consciousness, so that it is felt as if pervading the body. But all that is very different from saying that the spirit is lodged in a gland. The gross body is an engine, a means of communication and action of the spirit upon the world, and it is only a small part of the instrumentation. It is absurd to make so much of it as all that. It is a sort of false materialism intended to placate minds that have a scanty knowledge of science. But what is the use of that? Everybody now knows that science is not a statement of the truth of things, but only a language expressing a certain experience of objects, their structure, their mathematics, a coordinated and utilizable impression of their processes. It is nothing more. Matter itself is something, a formation of energy perhaps, of which we know superficially the structure as it appears to our mind and senses and to certain examining instruments, about which it is now suspected that they largely determine their own results, nature adapting its replies to the instrument used. But more than that, no scientist knows or can know. If the Radhaswami affirmations, mentioned by the correspondent, are meant to be another kind of language expressing certain psychophysical experiences, I have no objection. But why all this pineal glandism, and talk about entities and bullets? NB. If I say the Purusha is in the heart, do I mean it is there in the physical heart, tumbling about in the flow of the blood or stuck in the valves or muscular portions, and when a bullet is lodged in the heart, it jumps with an ooh-ah and tumbles down dead, or goes off skating and swimming into some gray or white matter worlds beyond? Certainly not. I am using a significant language which expresses certain relations between the psychic consciousness and the physical, of which we become aware by yoga. The centers and the planes. Each center of the system, chakra, padma, represents or centralizes a plane of experience, and each is supported on the spine, which is the support of the nervous energies. When the serpent, energy from above and below, have free passage through the centers, which is represented by the spine appearing like a serpent, then they open, and there is the free wideness of the universal or infinite consciousness on all these planes. All the centers above the Muladhara are connected with the higher worlds above the physical, with the vital, mental, psychic, and still higher worlds, the Muladhara, and below with the physical and subconscient worlds, subconscient, physical, and sub-physical. The whole physical body, of course, belongs to the earth world, but it is connected through these centers with the other worlds. According to our system, the three lower centers are the vital, the lower vital, and the physical, but the planes are quite different. The three lower planes are mind, life, and matter, and it is true that the human mind confines itself to these three activities. But it is not true that its activities are confined to the vital and physical things. What is the fourth center? In our system, the fourth center is the heart, and the divine is there in the psychic, behind the heart. But the fourth of our 7 planes is the supramental, which is far above the head, but can be communicated with through the 7th center, the Sahasradala Padma, the mind centers. This must be the psychicized higher mental being. The position above the head points to that. In other words, you have become aware of your higher mental being, which is in contact at once with the divine above and with the psychic behind the heart, and is aware of the truth and has the psychic and spiritual insight and view into things. Above the head extends the higher consciousness center, Sahasradala Padma, but usually there is partial working of the forehead center also when the Sahasradala opens. The ordinary mind is at the highest, the free intelligence, receiving perhaps intuitions and intimations from above, which it intellectualizes. It is on the surface and sees things from outside, except in, so far as it is helped by intuition and other powers to see a little deeper. When this ordinary mind opens within to inner mind and psychic and above, to higher mind and higher consciousness generally, then it begins to be spiritualized, and its highest ranges merge into the spiritual mind consciousness of which this higher mind can be a beginning. This merging is part of the spiritual transformation. For the mind, there are many centers. 1. The Sahasradala, which centralizes spiritual mind, higher mind, intuitive mind, and acts as a receiving station for the intuition proper and overmind. 2. The center in the forehead for inner thought, will, and vision. 3. The throat center for the externalizing or physical mind. The Sahasradala or Sahasrara or crown center. The 1,000-petaled lotus is above the head. It is the 7th and highest center. Usually those who take the centers in the body only count 6 centers, the Sahasrara being excluded. It is evidently the Sahasradala Padma through which the higher intuition, illumined mind, and overmind all pass their rays. The Sahasradala commands all between the ordinary mind and the supermind, therefore its opening necessarily takes long. But opening by itself only creates a connection or communication. To dwell in that center, one needs to have overpassed the mind and be able to live mainly in the spiritual self. The supramental is not organized in the body, so there is no separate center for it, but all that comes from above the mind uses the Sahasrara for its transit and so opens something there. The center at the crown must be part of the Sahasradala, the center of communication direct between the individual being and the infinite consciousness above. There is not supposed to be any other main center of dynamism between that and the Agnya chakra. But there can be many nerve centers in various parts of the body, apart from the 6, or rather 7 main centers. The crown center open removes the difficulty of the lid between the ordinary mind and the higher consciousness above. If the Agnya chakra also is open, then it is possible to have a clear communication between the higher consciousness and the inner mind and the outer mind, throat center, also. That is the condition for the realization of knowledge and the mental illumination and transformation. The heart center commands the psychic and vital. That opening enables the psychic influence to work in the vital and ends in the coming forward of the psychic being. It, the opening at the top of the head, is the Brahmarandra through which there is the communication between the higher consciousness and the lower in the body. It is a passage, not a center. The center is the 1,000-petaled lotus just above the head, at that part. The crown is the place of passage between the body consciousness with all it contains of mind and life and the higher being above the body. It is there that the two consciousnesses begin to meet. The brain is only a center of the physical consciousness. One feels stationed there so long as one dwells in the physical mind is identified consciousness then one receives through the Sahasradala into the brain, ceases to be stationed in the body. Then the brain is not a station but only a passive and silent transmitting channel, the Ajna chakra or forehead center. There are different centers in the body, which are represented in vision by these lotuses. One is between the eyebrows and the forehead, a center of inner consciousness, will, and visions, that is opening in you. If the forehead center opens, it is fairly certain that the crown center must have opened sufficiently at least to allow the passage of the higher force which is above it. The psychic is a different matter. It stands behind the centers, and the time of its opening varies with different people. In fact, it is not so much the opening of a center as the coming forward of the psychic being. The usual rule in this yoga is from above downwards. There may be variations in the preparatory stage. There may, for instance, be a partial opening first of the heart center. The higher vital center may become active first also, but that means much struggle and difficulty. The psychic being is behind the heart center. The center between the eyes is that of inner occult thought, will, and vision. This inner or occult vision is called by ordinary people psychic vision. In the center between the eyebrows is the center of the inner mind, therefore also of the inner mental will and inner mental vision. The center of vision is between the eyebrows in the center of the forehead. When it opens, one gets the inner vision, sees the inner forms and images of things and people, and begins to understand things and people from within, and not only from outside, develops a power of will which also acts in the inner yogic way on things and people, etc. Its opening is often the beginning of the yogic as opposed to the ordinary mental consciousness. In the forehead between the eyes but a little above is the Ajna chakra, the center of the inner will, also of the inner vision, the dynamic mind, etc. This is not the ordinary outer mental will and sight, but something more powerful, belonging to the inner being. When this center opens and the force there is active, then there is the opening of a greater will, power of decision, formation, effectiveness beyond what the ordinary mind can achieve. The center Ajna chakra is in the place I indicated in the previous letter, but the pressure can be felt in all the forehead and the eyebrows also, or anywhere there. It radiates from the center. The forehead center is that of inner mind and vision. It is really through that inner vision that one sees the lights. The open eyes are only a channel for seeing them outside as well as within. The pressure from within upon the forehead center begins very often after the pressure from above on the forehead. Something of the force has come in sufficiently to exercise this second pressure. That on the back must be a direct pressure on the psychic region, if it is in or near the middle of the back, mainly to prepare the action in the heart. When the centers begin to open, inner experiences such as the seeing of light or images through the subtle vision in the forehead center, or psychic experiences and perceptions in the heart, become frequent. Gradually one becomes aware of one's inner being as separate from the outer, and what can be called a yogic consciousness, with all its deeper movements, develops in the place of the ordinary, superficial, mental, and vital movements. A third eye does open there, in the center of the forehead. It represents the occult vision and the occult power which goes with that vision. It is connected with the Ajna chakra. The throat center. The throat center is the center of the physical mind, the external will and the expression. Yes, the throat center is the physical mind center. It is the center of externalization, speech, expression, the power to deal mentally with physical things, etc. Its opening brings the power to open the physical mind to the light of the divine consciousness, instead of remaining in the ordinary, outward-going mentality. Yes, it is so. It is the physical mind that acts like that, rising up from the throat center to cover the mind. The center of the physical mind, or externalizing mind, is in the subtle body in the throat and connected strongly with the speech. But it acts by connection with the brain. All forces that want to cover the consciousness rise up to do it, covering and acting on the mind centers if they can, because otherwise, the covering is not complete. Speech comes from the throat center, but it is associated with whatever is the governing center or level of the consciousness, wherever one thinks from. If one rises above the head, then thought takes place above the head, and one can speak from there, that is to say, the direction of the speech is from there. The throat center and the lower centers. The throat center is the externalizing, physical mind. The heart is the emotional mind and beginning of the higher vital. If the heart center is dominated by the physical mind to any extent, it will necessarily be open to the outer attacks that affect the physical and nervous consciousness. The heart has to be in connection with the psychic and the higher consciousness. The center in the throat is that of the physical mind, and all between it and the center in the heart is the joining place of the mind and the vital emotional being. If the pain is of the nerves, then there must be some resistance and difficulty there which should go with the full opening. The heart is the center of the emotional being, the highest part of the vital. The navel is the center of the dynamic and sensational vital. This is the source of pride, sense of possession, ambition, anger, and other passions, but it expresses them often through the heart center. The center between the navel and the Muladhara commands the lower vital, physical desires, small greeds, passions, etc. The throat center is not the vital. It is the physical mind, the expressive, externalizing consciousness. What you feel may be the vital taking hold of the physical mind and using it for expression. The physical mind center is in the throat and mouth. The vital physical is between the two lowest centers. The material consciousness is in the Muladhara, the heart center. The heart is the center of the being and commands the rest, as the psychic being, or Chaitya Purusha, is there. It is only in that sense that all flows from it, for it is the psychic being who each time creates a new mind, vital and body, for himself. There is one center for the heart, although it is a double center, in front the emotional, behind the psychic. The apex of the psychic and emotional center, like the apex of all centers, is in the backbone, the base in front, in the middle of the sternum. The physical heart is in the left side, but the heart center of yoga is in the middle of the chest, the cardiac center. I do not quite understand what you mean by soul. The psychic being, which is the soul, does not make centers for itself in the Adhar. The centers are there. The psychic being can take control of the centers that are already there, the heart and the navel center, and the two below the navel. Also, the mind and vital are not abolished. They are brought under the psychic influence and psychicized, or they are occupied by the higher consciousness from above and transformed into its instruments. The heart center is the emotional center. The navel is the main vital center. In the abdomen is the lower vital center. It is in these two that there is the origination of desire, but desire rises and becomes emotional in the heart and mental in the higher centers above. And abdominal centers. The navel is the chief vital center below the emotional. There is another center of small vital movements below it, between the navel and Muladhara. The navel is the vital center in the physical body, but the natural seat of the vital is in the vital sheath of the subtle body, which sheath it pervades. But for action through the gross body, it is centered at the navel and below it. A center may be opened, and still there may be resistances in that part of the nature. If the vital were clear of all difficulties, one would be on the point of yogic perfection. Below the navel is the physical vital. The navel is the seat of the central vital. Below it is the lower vital. It must have been the resistance of the lower vital to the fire that you felt. The feeling you have of coming down to the navel corresponds to the actual fact of a change of the center of consciousness, which one speaks of as a lowering of the consciousness. In this stage of sadhana, one must keep always above until one is seated for good in the above head position, and the higher consciousness has pervaded the lower centers and fields down to the Muladhara and the whole body. The Muladhara. The Muladhara is the center of the physical consciousness proper, and all below in the body is the sheer physical, which as it goes downward becomes increasingly subconscient. But the real seat of the subconscient is below the body, as the real seat of the higher consciousness, superconscient, is above the body. At the same time, the subconscient can be felt anywhere, felt as something below the movement of the consciousness and, in a way, supporting it from beneath, or else drawing the consciousness down towards itself. The subconscient is the main support of all habitual movements, especially the physical and lower vital movements. When something is thrown out of the vital or physical, it very usually goes down into the subconscient and remains there as if in seed and comes up again when it can. That is the reason why it is so difficult to get rid of habitual vital movements or to change the character. For, supported or refreshed from this source, preserved in this matrix, your vital movements, even when suppressed or repressed, surge up again and recur. The action of the subconscient is irrational, mechanical, repetitive. It does not listen to reason or the mental will. It is only by bringing the higher light and force into it that it can change. The Muladhara is the center of the physical consciousness, but the legs below represent the special field governed by it, as distinct from the mental and vital parts in the body. So when there is working there, it means a working in the physical proper itself. Of course, the physical is half subconscient, but the field of the subconscient proper is below the feet, just as the field of the superconscient is above the head. The lowest center at the bottom of the spine is the sex center. It contains many other things, but also it is in its front the support of the sexual movements. It, the end of the spine, is the place of the physical center, which is also the sex center. The apex of it is at the end of the spine and it projects forward from there, commanding the organ and its action. The sex center is the physical center. It, the physical center, happens to be the center for sex and physical propagation also, but it is not separately and solely the center of sex. If that were so, there would be no center governing the physical consciousness, but only a center governing the sex organ. No subconscient center. There is no subconscient center. Its plane is below the feet as that of the superconscient is above the head. No, the subconscient is too vague to have a center. It has a level. Below the feet as the superconscient is above, but from there it can surge up anywhere. Chapter 2. The parts of the body and the centers. The parts of the body in yoga. Different parts of the body indicate for this purpose different parts of the nature. The head is the seat of the mind, buddhi, and the lower part of the mouth, chin, neck are the seat of the external or physical mind. It indicates that the force is working there to change and prepare this part of the mind and get rid of resistance and wrong mental habits. The cerebellum. Yes, the cerebellum, has some connection with the subconscient. The ear, nose, face, and throat. It cannot be anything physical, but only a subtle physical sensation. The ear is the passage of communion between the inner mind center and the thought forces or thought waves of the universal nature. It sounds like a sensation of opening and enlarging of this passage. The nose is connected with the vital dynamic part of the mental. A man with a strong nose is supposed to have a strong will or a strong mental personality, though I don't know whether it is invariably true. But the vital physical? Of course, the nose is the passage of the prana, and the prana is the support of the vital physical. The working on the lower part of the face always indicates an action on the externalizing mind, physical mental, whose center is in the throat. The neck and throat and the lower part of the face belong to the externalizing mind, the physical mental, the forehead to the inner mind. Above the head are the higher planes of mind. The organ of speech is an instrument of the physical mental or expressive externalizing mind, the chest, stomach, and abdomen. It is because the center of your difficulties has been there, in the chest and stomach. The chest chas the emotional nature exposed to wrong feelings. The stomach chas the dynamic, vital center exposed to wrong desires, ambitions, sense of possession, and vital ego, etc. But all that will progressively become things of the past, when the peace, the presence, the inner happiness increase and take possession of the external nature. Yogically, psychophysically, etc., etc. Stomach, heart, and intestine lodge the vital movements, not the physical consciousness. It is there that anger, fear, love, hate, and all the other psychological privileges of the animal tumble about and upset the physical and moral digestion. The Muladhara is the seat of the physical consciousness proper. As for the lower part of the body, it is the physical and external vital that it represents at present, and that has still to be penetrated and held by the force. But the conditions under which it can be done are growing more complete. The physical opening needs a great quietude which replaces the tamasic inertia of body nature by a true peace. Then all else can be done. The legs and feet. It is the material consciousness that is indicated by the legs and feet. Below the feet is the subconscient. There is no big center below the Muladhara in the body, but there are minor centers everywhere. The leg indicates the physical, material consciousness. All below the Muladhara is the range of the physical consciousness proper, including the mental physical, vital physical, material physical. This aspiration rising from the legs would indicate, therefore, an aspiration from matter, bodily matter. The sides of the body. The two sides of the body are supposed to represent two different sides of the being, the side of consciousness and knowledge, and the side of force and action. The feeling you had at meditation may have been the sense of the removal of some veil of obscurity covering the mind, the head from the crown to the throat being the seat of the thinking mind. It is usually supposed that the left is the side of power, the right of knowledge. The ascent from below, the left foot, means of course the material and subconscient calling down the higher power, and it is true that there is a correspondence between the depth from which the ascension goes and the height from which the power from above comes. Part 3. The Evolutionary Process and the Supermind. Section 1. The Supramental Evolution. Chapter 1. The Problem of Suffering and Evil. The Riddle of this World. It is not to be denied. No spiritual experience will deny that this is an unideal and unsatisfactory world, strongly marked with the stamp of inadequacy, suffering, evil. Indeed, this perception is in a way almost the starting point of the spiritual urge. Except for the few to whom the greater experience comes spontaneously without being forced to seek it by the strong or overwhelming, the afflicting and detaching sense of the shadow overhanging the whole range of this manifested existence. But still, the question remains whether this is indeed, as is contended, the essential character of all manifestation, or so long at least, as there is a physical world, it must be of this nature, so that the desire of birth, the will to manifest or create, has to be regarded as the original sin and withdrawal from birth or manifestation as the sole possible way of salvation. For those who perceive it so or with some kindred look, and these have been the majority, there are well-known ways of issue, a straight cut to spiritual deliverance. But equally it may not be so, but only seem so to our ignorance or to a partial knowledge. The imperfection, the evil, the suffering may be a besetting circumstance or a dolorous passage, but not the very condition of manifestation, not the very essence of birth in nature. And if so, the highest wisdom will lie not in escape, but in the urge towards a victory here, in a consenting association with the will behind the world, in a discovery of the spiritual gate to perfection, which will be at the same time an opening for the entire descent of the divine light, knowledge, power, beatitude. All spiritual experience affirms that there is a permanent, above the transience of this manifested world we live in, and this limited consciousness, in whose narrow borders we grope and struggle, and that its characters are infinity, self-existence, freedom, absolute light, absolute beatitude. Is there then an unbridgeable gulf between that which is beyond and that which is here, or are they two perpetual opposites, and only by leaving this adventure in time behind, by overleaping the gulf, can men reach the eternal? That is what seems to be at the end of one line of experience, which has been followed to its rigorous conclusion by Buddhism, and a little less rigorously by a certain type of monistic spirituality, which admits some connection of the world with the divine, but still opposes them in the last resort to each other as truth and illusion. But there is also this other and indubitable experience, that the divine is here in everything, as well as above and behind everything, that all is in that and is that when we go back from its appearance to its reality. It is a significant and illumining fact that the knower of Brahman, even moving and acting in this world, even bearing all its shocks, can live in some absolute peace, light, and beatitude of the divine. There is then something here other than that mere trenchant opposition. There is a mystery, a problem which one would think must admit of some less desperate solution. This spiritual possibility points beyond itself and brings a ray of hope into the darkness of our fallen existence. And at once a first question arises. Is this world an unchanging succession of the same phenomena always, or is there in it an evolutionary urge, an evolutionary fact, a ladder of ascension somewhere from an original apparent inconscience to a more and more developed consciousness, from each development still ascending, emerging on highest heights, not yet within our normal reach? If so, what is the sense, the fundamental principle, the logical issue of that progression? Everything seems to point to such a progression as a fact, to a spiritual and not merely a physical evolution. Here, too, there is a justifying line of spiritual experience in which we discover that the inconscience from which all starts is apparent only, for in it there is an involved consciousness with endless possibilities, a consciousness not limited but cosmic and infinite, a concealed and self-imprisoned divine, imprisoned in matter, but with every potentiality held in its secret depths. Out of this apparent inconscience, each potentiality is revealed in its turn, first organized matter, concealing the indwelling spirit, then life emerging in the plant and associated in the animal with a growing mind, then mind itself evolved and organized in man. This evolution, this spiritual progression, does it stop short here in the imperfect mental being called man? Or is the secret of it simply a succession of rebirths whose only purpose or issue is to labor towards the point at which it can learn its own futility, renounce itself, and take its leap into some original unborn existence or non-existence? There is at least the possibility, there comes at a certain point, the certitude that there is a far greater consciousness than what we call mind, and that by ascending the ladder still farther we can find a point at which the hold of the material inconscience, the vital and mental ignorance ceases. A principle of consciousness becomes capable of manifestation, which liberates not partially, not imperfectly, but radically and wholly this imprisoned divine. In this vision, each stage of evolution appears as due to the descent of a higher and higher power of consciousness, raising the terrestrial level, creating a new stratum, but the highest yet remain to descend, and it is by their descent that the riddle of terrestrial existence will receive its solution, and not only the soul, but nature herself find her deliverance. This is the truth, which has been seen in flashes, in more and more entirety of its terms, by the line of seers, whom the Tantra would call the hero seekers and the divine seekers, and which may now be nearing the point of readiness for its full revelation and experience. Then, whatever be the heavy weight of strife and suffering and darkness in the world, yet if there is this as its high result awaiting us, all that has gone before, may not be counted too great a price by the strong and adventurous for the glory that is to come. At any rate, the shadow lifts. There is a divine light that leans over the world and is not only a far-off, incommunicable luster. It is true that the problem still remains, why all this, that yet, should have been necessary. Those crude beginnings, this long, dark, and stormy passage. Why should the heavy and tedious price be demanded? Why should evil and suffering ever have been there? For to the how of the fall into the ignorance as opposed to the why, as to the effective cause, there is a substantial agreement in all spiritual experience. It is the division, the separation, the principle of isolation from the permanent and one that brought it about. It is because the ego set up for itself in the world, affirming its own desire and self-affirmation in preference to its unity with the divine and its oneness with all. It is because instead of the one supreme force, wisdom, light determining the harmony of all forces, each idea, force, form of things was allowed to work itself out as far as it could in the mass of infinite possibilities by its separate will and inevitably in the end by conflict with others. Division, ego, the imperfect consciousness and groping and struggle of a separate self-affirmation are the effective cause of the suffering and ignorance of this world. Once consciousnesses separated from the one consciousness, they fell inevitably into ignorance, and the last result of ignorance was inconscience. From a dark, immense inconscient, this material world arises, and out of it, a soul that by evolution is struggling into consciousness, attracted towards the hidden light, ascending but still blindly towards the lost divinity from which it came. But why should this have happened at all? One common way of putting the question and answering it ought to be eliminated from the first, the human way, and its ethical revolt and reprobation, its emotional outcry. For it is not, as some religions suppose, a supracosmic, arbitrary, personal deity himself altogether uninvolved in the fall who has imposed evil and suffering on creatures made capriciously by his fiat. The divine we know is an infinite being, in whose infinite manifestation these things have come. It is the divine itself that is here, behind us, pervading the manifestation, supporting the world with its oneness. It is the divine that is in us upholding itself the burden of the fall and its dark consequence. If above it stands forever in its perfect light, bliss and peace, it is also here. Its light, bliss and peace are secretly here supporting all. In ourselves there is a spirit, a central presence greater than the series of surface personalities which, like the supreme divine itself, is not overborne by the fate they endure. If we find out this divine within us, if we know ourselves as this spirit which is of one essence and being with the divine, that is our gate of deliverance, and in it we can remain ourselves even in the midst of this world's disharmonies, luminous, blissful, and free. That much is the age-old testimony of spiritual experience. But still, what is the purpose and origin of the disharmony? Why came this division and ego, this world of a painful evolution? Why must this evil and sorrow enter into the divine good, bliss, and peace? It is hard to answer to the human intelligence on its own level, for the consciousness to which the origin of this phenomenon belongs, and to which it stands as it were automatically justified in a supra-intellectual knowledge, is a cosmic and not an individualized human intelligence. It sees in larger spaces, it has another vision and cognition, other terms of consciousness than human reason and feeling. To the human mind, one might answer that while in itself the infinite might be free from those perturbations, yet once manifestation began, infinite possibility also began, and among the infinite possibilities which it is the function of the universal manifestation to work out, the negation, the apparent effective negation, with all its consequences, of the power, light, peace, bliss, was very evidently one. If it is asked why, even if possible, it should have been accepted, the answer nearest to the cosmic truth which the human intelligence can make is that in the relations or in the transition of the divine in the oneness to the divine in the many, this ominous possible became at a certain point an inevitable. For once, it appears it acquires for the soul descending into evolutionary manifestation an irresistible attraction which creates the inevitability. An attraction which in human terms on the terrestrial level might be interpreted as the call of the unknown, the joy of danger and difficulty and adventure, the will to attempt the impossible, to work out the incalculable, the will to create the new and uncreated with one's own self and life as the material, the fascination of contradictories and their difficult harmonization. These things translated into another supraphysical, superhuman consciousness, higher and wider than the mental, were the temptation that led to the fall. For to the original being of light on the verge of the descent, the one thing unknown was the depths of the abyss, the possibilities of the divine in the ignorance and inconscience. On the other side from the divine oneness, a vast acquiescence, compassionate, consenting, helpful, a supreme knowledge that this thing must be, that having appeared it must be worked out, that its appearance is in a certain sense part of an incalculable infinite wisdom, that if the plunge into night was inevitable, the emergence into a new unprecedented day was also a certitude, and that only so could a certain manifestation of the supreme truth be effected, by a working out with its phenomenal opposites as the starting point of the evolution, as the condition laid down for a transforming emergence. In this acquiescence was embraced too the will of the great sacrifice, the descent of the divine itself into the inconscience, to take up the burden of the ignorance and its consequences, to intervene as the avatar and the vibhuti, walking between the double sign of the cross and the victory towards the fulfillment and deliverance. A two-imaged rendering of the inexpressible truth, but without images, how to present to the intellect a mystery far beyond it? It is only when one has crossed the barrier of the limited intelligence and shared in the cosmic experience and the knowledge which sees things from identity that the supreme realities which lie behind these images, images corresponding to the terrestrial fact, assume their divine forms and are felt as simple, natural, implied in the essence of things. It is by entering into that greater consciousness alone that one can grasp the inevitability of its self-creation and its purpose. This is indeed only the truth of the manifestation as it presents itself to the consciousness when it stands on the borderline between eternity and the descent into time, where the relation between the one and the many in the evolution is self-determined, a zone where all that is to be is implied but not yet in action. But the liberated consciousness can rise higher where the problem exists no longer, and from there see it in the light of a supreme identity, where all is predetermined in the automatic, self-existent truth of things, and self-justified to an absolute consciousness and wisdom and absolute delight, which is behind all creation and non-creation, and the affirmation and negation are both seen with the eyes of the ineffable reality that delivers and reconciles them. But that knowledge is not expressible to the human mind. Its language of light is too undecipherable, the light itself too bright for a consciousness accustomed to the stress and obscurity of the cosmic riddle, and too entangled in it to follow the clue or to grasp the secret. In any case, it is only when we rise in the spirit beyond the zone of the darkness and the struggle that we enter into the full significance of it, and there is a deliverance of the soul from its enigma. To rise to that height of liberation is the true way out and the only means of the indubitable knowledge. But that liberation and transcendence need not necessarily impose a disappearance, a sheer dissolving cut from the manifestation. It can prepare a liberation into action of the highest knowledge and an intensity of power that can transform the world and fulfill the evolutionary urge. It is an ascent from which the return is no longer a fall, but a winged or self-sustained descent of light, force, and Ananda. It is what is inherent in force of being that manifests as becoming. But what the manifestation shall be, its terms, its balance of energies, its arrangement of principles, depends on the consciousness which acts in the creative force, on the power of consciousness which being delivers from itself for manifestation. It is in the nature of being to be able to grade and vary its powers of consciousness and determine according to the grade and variation its world or its degree and scope of self-revelation. The manifested creation is limited by the power to which it belongs and sees and lives according to it, and can only see more, live more powerfully, change its world by opening or rising towards or making descend a greater power of consciousness that was above it. This is what is happening in the evolution of consciousness in our world. A world of inanimate matter producing under the stress of this necessity a power of life, a power of mind, which bring into it new forms of creation and still laboring to produce, to make, descend into it some supramental power. It is farther an operation of creative force which moves between two poles of consciousness. On one side, there is a secret consciousness within and above which contains in it all potentialities. They're eternally manifest, here awaiting delivery, of light, peace, power, and bliss. On the other side, there is another outward on the surface and below that starts from the apparent opposite of unconsciousness, inertia, blind stress, possibility of suffering, and grows by receiving into itself higher and higher powers, which make it always recreate its manifestation in larger terms, each new creation of this kind bringing out something of the inner potentiality, making it more and more possible to bring down the perfection that waits above. At last, the line will be crossed that will make possible the entire reversion and the manifestation in the terms of unsouled matter of that which is above. As long as the outward personality we call ourselves is centered in the lower powers of consciousness, the riddle of its own existence, its purpose, its necessity is to it an insoluble enigma. If something of the truth is at all conveyed to this outward mental man, he but imperfectly grasps it and perhaps misinterprets and misuses and mislives it. His true staff of walking is made more of a fire of faith than any ascertained and indubitable light of knowledge. It is only by rising toward a higher consciousness beyond the line, and therefore superconscient now to him, that he can emerge from his inability and his ignorance. His full liberation and enlightenment will come when he crosses the line into the light of a new superconscient existence. That is the transcendence which was the object of aspiration of the mystics and the spiritual seekers. But in itself this would change nothing in the creation here. The evasion of a liberated soul from the world makes to that world no difference. But this crossing of the line, if turned not only to an ascending, but to a descending purpose, would mean the transformation of the line from what it now is, a lid, a barrier, into a passage for the higher powers of consciousness of the being now above it. It would mean a new creation on earth, a bringing in of the ultimate powers which would reverse the conditions here, inasmuch as that would produce a creation raised into the full flood of spiritual and supramental light, in place of one emerging into a half-light of mind out of a darkness of material inconscience. It is only in such a full flood of the realized spirit that the embodied being could know, in the sense of all that was involved in it, the meaning and temporary necessity of his descent into the darkness and its conditions, and at the same time dissolve them by a luminous transmutation into a manifestation here of the revealed and no longer of the veiled and disguised or apparently deformed divine. I suppose you have not read my Riddle of This World, but it is a similar solution I put there. X's way of putting it is a trifle too Vedantic theistic. In my view, it is a transaction between the one and the many. In the beginning, it was you, not the human you who is now complaining, but the central being, which accepted or even invited the adventure of the ignorance. Sorrow and struggle are a necessary consequence of the plunge into the inconscience and the evolutionary emergence out of it. The explanation is that it had an object, the eventual play of the divine consciousness, and Ananda not in its original transcendence, but under conditions for which the plunge into the inconscience was necessary. It is fundamentally a cosmic problem, and can be understood only from the cosmic consciousness. If you want a solution which will be agreeable to the human mind and feelings, I am afraid there is none. No doubt if human beings had made the universe, they would have done much better. But they were not there to be consulted when they were made. Only your central being was there, and that was much nearer in its temerarious foolhardiness to Vivekananda's or X's than to the repining prudence of your murmuring and trembling human mentality of the present moment. Otherwise it would never have come down into the adventure. Or perhaps it did not realize what it was in for. It is the same with the wallowers under their cross. Even now they wallow because something in them likes the wallowing and bears the cross because something in them chooses to suffer. So, the disharmonies of earth. That brings me to your second question about the missing harmony and the actual disharmonies of earth, a dissonance out of which, like most people, you build a justification for a saving flight towards nirvana, although in the true theory of Mayavada, harmony and disharmony are of equal value, or rather equal non-value, for the glory of heaven and the joy of the gods are as much an illusion, and if anything, a greater illusion than any ugliness of life or redundancy of human suffering. But I agree with you that disharmony is what is the matter with the world here, and it is harmony that is the one thing desirable. Then the whole question is whether harmony is intended to be found or not, or whether the very nature and condition and grain of life is a disharmony that, because the very root of life is ego and division, is incurable. The Mayavadin contends that it is. Buddha also decided that the only way out of suffering and disharmony was out of life into the permanence, or perhaps the nothingness of nirvana. But the question is whether what is now is the base of existence, or only a temporary phase of existence here. Is life radically just an expression of ego and division? And is there nothing else? Is there not behind it the unity of the divine? And cannot it be brought out? Cannot we get rid in the end of the little things on the surface and express these greater things behind it? If, as spiritual experience shows us, the unity of the divine is there at the very base, and if, as both ancient and modern knowledge declare, there has been a spiritual evolution from down upwards, though the modern speaks only of an evolution of the body, with the consciousness depending on it, and the ancient, as in the Tantras, only of a spiritual evolution of the soul from vegetable life form to the human mind life, then there is no reason why this spiritual evolution should not arrive beyond its present incomplete and therefore still disharmonious consciousness in man to its logical consummation, an expression of the divine. There is not only no reason why it should not, but such an arrival is inevitably pointed to both by the logic of reason and the gaze of intuition. Not only so, but the first step towards solution has been taken by the yogin's extension of consciousness beyond ego and division. Spiritual experience has shown that the embodied soul can arrive beyond ego and division to consciousness governed by the unity of the one self or the divine, and the existence of the Jivanmukta proves that one can thus exceed ego and division and yet live and act, so that life in the divine is not an imagination or a fable. The ascension above ego and division is no doubt only a first step achieved in rare individuals, but in evolution, it is the first step which counts and makes all the rest possible. Also, no doubt, to stand above an egoistic and divided world and act on it from the egoless heights of the spirit is not enough. A power is needed and a process, the descent of a power that can bring harmony because in its nature it is at once superior, fundamental, and comprehensive, and a discovery of the process that fits the power. All achievement in embodied life has been made possible by the discovery of the necessary power and the effective process. It must so also be done in the achievement of harmony in a still discordant earth nature. Is there any conclusive reason for declaring such an achievement or spiritual evolution impossible? The only argument you advance amounts to this only, that it has not been done yet, and that shows that it cannot be done. That reasoning has not much value. It is the usual logic of the physical intellect, which is bound by what is and believes that to be definitive. It has been used against all new or yet unaccomplished ideas or achievements, and, when they have been accomplished, still urged against their successors. The physical mind always comes in with its fixed line of the present and no farther. And when the fixed line of the present is unfixed and overpassed, it again erects a new line and cries, "No farther." If an elemental who had attained to the physical mind had been present at the different stages of the earth history, he would have argued like that. When only matter was there and there was no life, if told that there would soon be life on earth embodied in matter, he would have cried out, "What is that? It is impossible, it cannot be done. Life is possible only in a subtle body. It has never been and never will be embodied in gross matter. What, this mass of electrons, gases, chemical elements, this heap of mud and water and stones and inert metals, how are you going to get life in that? Will the metal walk? Can the stone live? Will you take mud and water and make out of it a body that can move, feel, act, desire? But life came in spite of the impossibility, and living forms were developed. Plant and tree and living bodies were built out of the protoplasm and molecule. Some ingenious force or being evolved slowly out of that through millions of years, with an amazing patience, using chemical and biological elements alike, gene and gland and heart and brain and nerve and cell and living tissue, and the animal walked and bounded and man arose, evolving through tens of thousands, perhaps millions of years, in the body of an erect two-footed animal. There again the physical-minded elemental would have intervened and cried out, "What is this that is being attempted? No, no, impossible. Such a thing has never been done. Reflexes, memories, associations, instinctive combinations of life and action, these things, of course, are possible. But reason, intelligent will, conscious planning and creation, art, poetry, philosophy in this savage, shambling creature? An animal cannot evolve powers and activities which have never been possessed, except by the gods and the asuras. How can this material animal organism ever be capable of such a incomplete? Chapter 2. Spiritual Evolution and the Supramental. Human History and Spiritual Evolution. There have been times when the seeking for spiritual attainment was, at least in certain civilizations, more intense and widespread than now, or rather than it has been in the world in general during the past few centuries. For now the curve seems to be the beginning of a new turn of seeking, which takes its start from what was achieved in the past and projects itself towards a greater future. But always, even in the age of the Vedas or in Egypt, the spiritual achievement or the occult knowledge was confined to a few. It was not spread in the whole mass of humanity. The mass of humanity evolves slowly, containing in itself all stages of the evolution from the material and the vital man to the mental man. A small minority has pushed beyond the barriers, opening the doors to occult and spiritual knowledge and preparing the ascent of the evolution beyond mental man into spiritual and supramental being. Sometimes this minority has exercised an enormous influence, as in Vedic India, Egypt, or, according to tradition, in Atlantis, and determined the civilization of the race, giving it a strong stamp of the spiritual or the occult. Sometimes they have stood apart in their secret schools or orders, not directly influencing a civilization which was sunk in material ignorance, or in chaos and darkness, or in the hard external enlightenment which rejects spiritual knowledge. The cycles of evolution tend always upward, but they are cycles and do not ascend in a straight line. The process therefore gives the impression of a series of ascents and descents, but what is essential in the gains of the evolution is kept, or, even if eclipsed for a time, re-emerges in new forms suitable to the new ages. The creation has descended all the degrees of being from the supermind to matter, and in each degree it has created a world, reign, plane, or order proper to that degree. In the creating of the material world, there was a plunge of this descending consciousness into an apparent inconscience and an emergence of it out of that inconscience, degree by degree, until it recovers its own highest spiritual and supramental summits and manifests their powers here in matter. But even in the inconscience, there is a secret consciousness which works, one may say, by an involved and hidden intuition proper to itself. In each stage of matter, in each stage of life, this intuition assumes a working proper to that stage and acts from behind the veil, supporting and enforcing the immediate necessities of the creative force. There is an intuition in matter which holds the action of the material energy together and dictates the organization of the material world from the electron to the sun and planet and their contents. There is an intuition in life which similarly supports and guides the play and development of life in matter till it is ready for the mental evolution of which man is the vehicle. In man also the creation follows the same upward process. The intuition within develops according to the stage he has reached in his progress. Even the precise intellect of the scientist, who is inclined to deny the separate existence or the superiority of intuition, yet cannot really move forward unless there is behind him a mental intuition which enables him to take a forward step or to divine what has to be done. Intuition, therefore, is present at the beginning of things and in their middle as well as at their consummation. But intuition takes its proper form only when one goes beyond the mental into the spiritual domain, for there only it comes fully forward from behind the veil and reveals its true and complete nature. Along with the mental evolution of man, there has been going forward the early process of another evolution which prepares the spiritual and supramental being. This has had two lines: one, the discovery of the occult forces secret in nature and of the hidden planes and worlds concealed from us by the world of matter, and the other, the discovery of man's soul and spiritual self. If the tradition of Atlantis is correct, it is that of a progress which went to the extreme of occult knowledge but could go no farther. In the India of Vedic times, we have the record left of the other line of achievement, that of spiritual self-discovery. Occult knowledge was there but kept subordinate. We may say that here in India, the reign of intuition came first, intellectual mind developing afterwards in the later philosophy and science. But in fact, the mass of men at the time, it is quite evident, lived entirely on the material plane, worshipped the godheads of material nature, sought from them entirely material objects. The effort of the Vedic mystics revealed to them the things behind through a power of inner sight and hearing and experience which was confined to a limited number of seers and sages and kept carefully secret from the mass of humanity. Secrecy was always insisted on by the mystics. We may very well attribute this flowering of intuition on the spiritual plane to a rapid re-emergence of the essential gains brought down from a previous cycle. If we analyze the spiritual history of India, we shall find that after reaching this height, there was a descent which attempted to take up each lower degree of the already evolved consciousness and link it to the spiritual at the summit. The Vedic age was followed by a great outburst of intellectual philosophy which yet took spiritual truth as its basis and tried to reach it anew, not through a direct intuitive or occult process, as did the Vedic seers, but by the power of the mind's reflective, speculative, logical thought. At the same time, processes of yoga were developed, which used the thinking mind as a means of arriving at spiritual realization, spiritualizing this mind itself at the same time. Then followed an era of the development of philosophies and yoga processes, which more and more used the emotional and aesthetic being as the means of spiritual realization, and spiritualized the emotional level in man through the heart and feeling. This was accompanied by tantric and other processes which took up the mental will, the life of sensations, and made them at once the instruments and the field of spiritualization. In Hatha Yoga and in the various attempts at divinization of the body, There is also a line of endeavor which attempted to arrive at the same achievement with regard to living matter. But this still awaits the discovery of the true characteristic method and power of spirit in the body. We may say, therefore, that the universal consciousness, after its descent into matter, has conducted the evolution there along two lines, one of ascent to the discovery of the self and spirit, the other of descent through the already evolved levels of mind, life, and body, so as to bring down the spiritual consciousness into these also, and to fulfill thereby some secret intention in the creation of the material universe. Our yoga is, in its principle, a taking up and summarizing and completing of this process, an endeavor to rise to the highest possible supramental level and bring down its consciousness and powers into mind, life, and body. The condition of present-day civilization, materialistic with an externalized intellect and life endeavor, which you find so painful, is an episode, but one which was perhaps inevitable. For if the spiritualization of mind, life, and body is the thing to be achieved, the conscious presence of the spirit even in the physical consciousness and material body, an age which puts matter and the physical life in the forefront and devotes itself to the effort of the intellect to discover the truth of material existence, had perhaps to come. On one side, by materializing everything up to intellect itself, it has created the extreme difficulty of which you speak for the spiritual seeker. But on the other hand, it has given the life in matter an importance which the spirituality of the past was inclined to deny to it. In a way, it has made the spiritualization of it a necessity for spiritual seeking, and so aided the descent movement of the evolving spiritual consciousness in the earth nature. More than that, we cannot claim for it. Its conscious effect has been rather to stifle and almost extinguish the spiritual element in humanity. It is only by the divine use of the pressure of contraries and an intervention from above that there will be the greater spiritual outcome. All the phases of human history may be regarded as a working out of the earth consciousness, in which each phase has its place and significance. So this materialistic intellectual phase had to come and has had, no doubt, its purpose and significance. One may also hold that one of its uses was as an experiment to see how far and whither the human consciousness would go through an intellectual and external control of nature, with physical and intellectual means only and without the intervention of any higher consciousness and knowledge, or that it may help by resistance to draw the spiritual consciousness that is growing behind all vicissitudes to attempt the control of matter and turn it towards the divine, as the Tantrics and Vaishnavas tried to do with the emotional and lower vital nature, not contenting themselves with the Vedantic turning of the mind towards the supreme. But it is difficult to go farther than that, or to hold that this materialism is itself a spiritual thing, or that the dark, confused, and violent state of contemporary Europe was an indispensable preparation for the descent of the spirit. This darkness and violence which seems bent on destroying such light of mental idealism and desire of harmony as had succeeded in establishing itself in the mind of humanity is obviously due to a descent of fierce and dark vital powers which seek to possess the human world for their own, not for a spiritual purpose. It is true that such a precipitation of asuric forces from the darker vital worlds has been predicted by some occultists as one first result of the pressure of the divine descent on their vital domain, but it was regarded as a circumstance of the battle, not as something helping towards the divine victory. The churning of matter, by the attempt of the human intellect to conquer material nature and use it for its purposes, may break something in the passivity and inertia, but it is done for material ends, in a rajasic spirit, with a denial of spirituality as its mental basis. Such an attempt may end, seems to be ending indeed in chaos and a disintegration, while the new attempts at creation and reintegration seem to combine the obscure rigidity of material nature with a resurgence of the barbaric brutality and violence of a half-animal vital nature. How are the spiritual forces to deal with all that, or make use of such a churning of the energies of the material universe? The way of the spirit is the way of peace and light and harmony. If it has to battle, it is precisely because of the presence of such forces which seek either to extinguish or to pervert the spiritual light. In the spiritual change, inertia has to be replaced by the divine peace and calm, the rajasic troubled energy by a tranquil and potent, pure and liberated dynamis, while the mind must be kept plastic for the workings of a higher light of knowledge. How will the activity of materialism lend itself to that change? Materialism can hardly be spiritual in its basis, because its basic method is just the opposite of the spiritual way of doing things. The spiritual works from within outward. The way of materialism is to work from out inwards. It makes the inner a result of the outer, fundamentally a phenomenon of matter, and it works upon that view of things. It seeks to perfect humanity by outward means, and one of its main efforts is to construct a perfect social machine which will train and oblige men to be what they ought to be. The loss of the ego in the divine is the spiritual ideal. Here it is replaced by the immolation of the individual to the military and industrial state. Where is there any spirituality in all that? Spirituality can only come by opening of the mind, vital and physical, to the inmost soul, to the higher self, to the divine, and their subordination to the spiritual forces and instrumentation as channels of the inner light, the higher knowledge and power. Other things, mental, aesthetic, vital, are often misnamed spirituality, but they lack that essential character without which the word loses its true significance. All that you say only amounts, on the general issue, to the fact that this is a world of slow evolution, in which man has emerged out of the beast and is still not out of it. Light out of darkness, a higher consciousness out of first a dead, and then a struggling and troubled unconsciousness. A spiritual consciousness is emerging, and it is through this spiritual consciousness that one can meet the divine. Religions, full of mental and vital mixed, troubled and ignorant stuff, can only get glimpses of the divine. Positivist reason with its questioning based upon things as they are, and refusing to believe in anything that may or will be, cannot get any vision of it at all. The spiritual is a new consciousness that has to evolve and has been evolving. It is quite natural that at first, and for a long time, only a few should get the full light, while a greater number, but still only a few compared with the mass of humanity, should get it partially. But what has been gained by the few can, at a stage of the evolution, be completed and more generalized, and that is the attempt which we are making. But if this greater consciousness of light, peace, and joy is to be gained, it cannot be by questioning and skepticism, which can only fall back on what is and say, "It is impossible, impossible." What has not been in the past cannot be in the future. What is so imperfectly realized as yet cannot be better realized in the future. A faith, a will, or at least a persistent demand and aspiration are needed. A feeling that with this and this alone I can be satisfied, and a push towards it that will not cease till it is done. That is why a spirit of denial and skepticism stands in the way, because they stand against the creation of the conditions under which spiritual experience can unroll itself. In the absence of faith and firm will to achieve, the divine has to manifest in conditions which are the most adverse to that manifestation. It can be done, but you cannot expect it to be easily done. I do not know what Mahatma Gandhi means by complete realization. If he means a realization with nothing more to realize, no farther development possible, then I agree. I have myself spoken of farther divine progression, an infinite development. But the question is not that. The question is whether the ignorance can be transcended, whether a complete essential realization, turning the consciousness from darkness to light, from an instrument of the ignorant seeking for knowledge into an instrument, or rather a manifestation of knowledge proceeding to greater knowledge, light enlarging, heightening into greater light, is or is not possible. My view is that this conversion is not only possible, but inevitable in the spiritual evolution of the being here. The embodiment of life has nothing to do with it. This embodiment is not of life, but of consciousness and its energy, of which life is only one phase or force. As life has developed mind, and the embodiment has modified itself to suit this development, mind is precisely the main instrument of ignorance seeking for knowledge. So mind can develop supermind, which is in its nature knowledge not seeking for itself, but manifesting itself by its own automatic power. And the embodiment can again modify itself or be modified from above so as to suit this development. Faith is a necessary means for arriving at realization because we are ignorant and do not yet know that which we are seeking to realize. Faith is indeed knowledge giving the ignorance an intimation of itself previous to its own manifestation. It is the gleam sent before by the yet unrisen sun. When the sun shall rise, there will be no longer any need of the gleam. The supramental knowledge supports itself. It does not need to be supported by faith. It lives by its own certitude. You may say that farther progression, farther development will need faith. No, for the farther development will proceed on a basis of knowledge, not of ignorance. We shall walk in the light of knowledge towards its own wider vistas of self-fulfillment. I do not see what answer you can give to your uncle that would satisfy him, as he is evidently living in the mentality of the past and would not readily understand anything about spiritual evolution, the supermind, and the divine manifestation in life and matter. You can perhaps tell him casually that it is not our hope to transform suddenly the whole human race. Your object is precisely to lead a higher life away from the ordinary world, only it is not solitary. There is a collective side to it, and a side not only of meditation, but of work, action, and creation. There is nothing in this that is impossible. It is quite possible that there have been periods of harmony on different levels, not supramental, which were afterwards disturbed. But those could only be a stage or resting place in a world of spiritual evolution out of the ignorance. This is a world of evolution in matter. If everything were supramental from the beginning, there would be no place for evolution. The evolution I speak of is not the evolution of the Darwinian theory. Spiritual and supramental. Spiritual and supramental are not the same thing. The spiritual planes from higher mind to overmind are accessible to the old sadhanas, so there is no difficulty about that. If they were not accessible, there would have been no yoga at all and no yogis in the past, in India. If spiritual and supramental were the same thing, as you say my readers imagine, then all the sages and devotees and yogis and sadhaks throughout the ages would have been supramental beings, and all I have written about the supermind would be so much superfluous stuff, useless and odious. Anybody who had spiritual experiences would then be a supramental being. The ashram would be chock full of supramental beings and every other ashram in India also. Spiritual experiences can fix themselves in the inner consciousness and alter it, transform it, if you like. One can realize the divine everywhere, the self in all and all in the self, the universal Shakti doing all things. One can feel merged in the cosmic self, or full of ecstatic bhakti or Ananda. But one may and usually does still go on in the outer active parts of nature thinking with the intellect or, at best, the intuitive mind, willing with a mental will, feeling joy and sorrow on the vital surface, undergoing physical afflictions and suffering the struggle of life in the body with death and disease. The change then only will be that the inner self will watch all that without getting disturbed or bewildered, with a perfect equality, taking it as an inevitable part of nature, inevitable at least so long as one does not withdraw to the self out of nature. That is not the transformation I envisage. It is quite another power of knowledge, another kind of will, another luminous nature of emotion and aesthesis, another constitution of the physical consciousness that must come in by the supramental change. Spiritual realization can be had on any plane by contact with the divine, who is everywhere, or by perception of the self within, which is pure and untouched by the outer movements. The supermind is something transcendent, a dynamic truth consciousness which is not here yet and has to be brought down from above. The overmind and the supramental. There are many aspects of the divine and of existence manifested as separate by the overmind. Different minds are drawn by different aspects, and each follows its own path to its own goal. Each is free to follow its own path and is not bound by another. As for the supramental, it is by definition a consciousness above the overmind, in which all aspects are infused in the integral divine. But none is bound to seek after the supramental consciousness if his tendency is elsewhere. The manifestation is complex, and there are beings in it who belong to various levels. If a soul wishes to plunge into the divine through nirvana or seek spiritual fulfillment in a world of the gods, such as Vaikuntha or Goloka, it has the freedom to do so, to follow its own tendency. The discovery of the supramental is especially important for the spiritual evolution on the earth. If the souls here have to reach it eventually, no doubt the divine will evolve them to seek it. There is nothing compelling all to reach it by a progress towards it in direct line or by the same path and stages. It is possible for them to be satisfied with another path and intermediary partial fulfillment. If it is their destiny, they may return afterwards to pursue the further ascent to the supramental level. The Gita accepted the current belief that freedom from birth was the consequence of reaching the highest state. It is a natural deduction from the belief that this is not only a world of ignorance, but cannot be ever anything else. Yes, there has been some progress in that respect, psychicization, and all progress in the psychic or spiritual consciousness of the sadhaks makes the descent more easy. But the main cause of the descent of light and power is that the overmind principle, which is the immediate secret support of the present earth nature with all its limitations, is more and more undergoing the pressure of the supramental and letting through a greater light and power. For so long as the overmind intervenes, the principle of the overmind being a play of forces, each trying to realize itself as the truth, the law of struggle remains, and with it, the opportunity for the adverse forces. It is not immortality of the body, but the consciousness of immortality in the body that can come with the descent of overmind into matter, or even into the physical mind, or with the touch of the modified supramental light on the physical mind consciousness. These are preliminary openings, but they are not the supramental fulfillment in matter. Involution and evolution. The involution is of the divine in the inconscience, and it is done by the interposition of intermediate planes, overmind, etc., mind, vital, then the plunge into the inconscient, which is the origin of matter. But all that is not a process answering to the evolution in the inverse sense, for there is no need for that, but a gradation of consciousness, which is intended to make the evolution upwards possible. Man has evolved from matter, or rather nature has evolved first the plant, then the animal, then man in a regular succession out of matter. What is involved is not man, but mind and life and spirit. Involved means that they are there even though there seems to be no mental activity, as in the tree, and no mental or vital activity, as in the stone. As the evolution goes on, the involved life appears and begins to organize itself, and the plants appear, and then the animals. Next mind, first in the animal, and then man appears. Everything here that belongs strictly to the earth plane is evolved out of the inconscient, out of matter. But the essential mental being exists already, not involved on the mental plane. It is only the personal mental that is evolved here by something rising out of the inconscient and developing under a pressure from above. What is meant here is the divine in its essential manifestation, which reveals itself to us as light and consciousness, power, love, and beauty. But in its actual cosmic manifestation, the Supreme, being the infinite and not bound by any limitation, can manifest in itself, in its consciousness of innumerable possibilities, something that seems to be the opposite of itself, something in which there can be darkness, inconscience, inertia, insensibility, disharmony, and disintegration. It is this that we see at the basis of the material world and speak of nowadays as the inconscient ocean of the Rig Veda, in which the One was hidden and arose in the form of this universe, or, as it is sometimes called, the non-being, Asat. The ignorance which is the characteristic of our mind and life is the result of this origin in the inconscience. Moreover, in the evolution out of inconscient existence, there rise up naturally powers and beings which are interested in the maintenance of all negations of the divine, error and unconsciousness, pain, suffering, obscurity, death, weakness, illness, disharmony, evil. Hence the perversion of the manifestation here, its inability to reveal the true essence of the divine. Yet in the very base of this evolution, all that is divine is there involved and pressing to evolve: light, consciousness, power, perfection, beauty, love. For in the inconscient itself, and behind the perversions of the ignorance divine consciousness, lies concealed and works, and must more and more appear, throwing off in the end its disguises. That is why it is said that the world is called to express the divine. Your statement about the supramental evolution is correct, except that it does not follow that humanity as a whole will become supramental. What is more likely to happen is that the supramental principle will be established in the evolution by the descent, just as the mental principle was established by the appearance of thinking mind and man in earthly life. There will be a race of supramental beings on the earth, just as now there is a race of mental beings. Man himself will find a greater possibility of rising to the planes intermediary between his mind and supermind and making their powers effective in his life, which will mean a great change in humanity on earth. But it is not likely that the mental stage will disappear from the ascending ladder, and, if so, the continued existence of a mental race will be necessary so as to form a stage between the vital and the supramental in the evolutionary movement of the spirit. Such a descent of higher beings, as you suggest, may be envisaged as a part of the process of the change. But the main part of the change will be the appearance of the supramental being and the organization of a supramental nature here, as a mental being has appeared and a mental nature organized itself during the last stage of the evolution. I prefer nowadays not to speak of the descent of the higher beings, because my experience is that it leads in the minds of the sadhaks to a vain and often egoistic romanticism which distracts the attention from the real work, that of the realization of the divine and the transformation of the nature. In the descent, falsehood, begins with mind. In the evolution, airy ascent, it is difficult to say where it begins. For here the beginning is inconscience and ignorance. But I suppose we may say that conscious falsehood begins with the beginnings of mind still involved in life or appearing out of it. An evolution from the inconscient need not be a painful one if there is no resistance. It can be a deliberately slow and beautiful efflorescence of the divine. One ought to be able to see how beautiful outward nature can be and usually is, although it is itself apparently inconscient. Why should the growth of consciousness in inward nature be attended by so much ugliness and evil spoiling the beauty of the outward creation? Because of a perversity born from the ignorance, which came in with life and increased in mind. That is the falsehood, the evil that was born because of the starkness of the inconscient sleep, separating its action from the luminosity of the secret conscient that was all the time within it. But it need not have been so, except for the overriding will of the Supreme, which meant that the possibility of perversion by inconscience and ignorance should be manifested in order to be eliminated through being given their chance, since all possibility has to manifest somewhere. Once it is eliminated, the divine manifestation in matter will be greater than it otherwise could be, because it will gather all the possibilities involved in this difficult creation, and not some of them as in an easier and less strenuous creation might naturally be. From beauty to greater beauty, from joy to intenser joy, by an especial adjustment of the senses, yes, that would be the normal course of a divine manifestation, however gradual in matter. Discordant sound and offensive odor are creations of a disharmony between consciousness and nature and do not exist in themselves. They would not be present to a liberated and harmonized consciousness, for they would be foreign to its being, nor would they afflict a rightly developing harmonized soul and nature. Even the belching volcano, crashing thunderstorm, and whirling typhoon are in themselves grandiose and beautiful things, and only harmful or horrible to a consciousness unable to meet or deal with them or make a pact with the spirits of the wind and fire. You are assuming that the manifestation from the inconscient must be what it is now and here, and that no other kind of world of matter was possible, but the harmony of material nature in itself shows that it need not necessarily be a discordant, evil, furiously perturbed and painful creation. The psychic being, if allowed to manifest from the first in life and lead the evolution instead of being relegated behind the veil, would have been the principle of a harmonious outflowering. Everyone who has felt the psychic at work within him, freed from the vital intervention, can at once see that this would be its effect because of its unerring perception, true choice, harmonic action. If it has not been so, it is because the dark powers have made life a claimant instead of an instrument. The reality of the hostiles and the nature of their role and trend of their endeavor cannot be doubted by anyone who has had his inner vision unsealed and made their unpleasant acquaintance. The supermind and the lower creation. It, the supermind, can act directly on everything if it is brought down into the material consciousness. At present, in the arrangement of things here, it is latent behind and acts through other media. No, one can't say that. There is a direct supramental action at work in plants. It is the vital force that works, but there is a sort of underlying intuition in this life force which is behind the whole action, and that is what one might call a reflection or delegated power at the back of which is latent supermind. There is no reason why the vegetable, animal, and human life should not evolve in the truth and not in the ignorance, if once the knowledge is there in the earth plane. Speculations about the supramental descent. It is not perhaps very useful to forecast by the mind what will be the precise results of the descent of a supramental consciousness into a world in which up to now the mental intelligence has been the highest evolutionary product and leading power. For the supermind is a consciousness which will work in a very different way from the mind, and the lines laid down for it by the latter are not likely to be respected by the greater energy in its self-organization and operation here. There is not much profit in mental and intellectual speculations about what precisely the results would be of the introduction of a supramental principle and a supramental organization and order in the earth consciousness and the earth life. In all probability, the speculations would be quite beside the mark, or, even where they hit on some broad lines, would draw them wrong and all awry and out of proportion. For the intellectual mind is a different and inferior power of consciousness. It is analytical and synthetic, pulling things to pieces and putting them together in order to understand and deal with them, proceeding by representation and abstraction and formulas and schematic figures. It imposes a rigid logic on an illogical world in order to bring about a fixed and mechanical order. It cuts up, divides, compares, contrasts, confronts one element of existence contradictorily with another, classifies according to similarity and difference. In the end, it produces a system of things explained and intelligible, but each such system is only a segment of truth dried up into a formula. Life compelled into these systems either escapes and flows through its hard-set lines and undermines and slowly or quickly upsets or transmogrifies the system till it is no longer what it pretends to be, or else it remains fossilized and cramped within until it dies, or until an explosion of its suppressed forces liberates it into a new order. Supermind is a totally different power. It has a whole vision and an essential vision. It reposes on an all-seeing authority of truth, which spontaneously produces harmony according to the inner truth of the one and the inner truth of the many in the one. Out of things that to the mind are opposites and incompatible contrasts, it takes in each its essence and joins them harmoniously into a single piece. This it does by raising them beyond their separated appearances and putting them in the light of the one truth, where they can find their reality and their reconciling principle. The things that in the mind are in constant conflict or with only a patched-up truce between them, liberty and order, commonalty and individuality, and the rest will in Supermind find their natural harmony because they are not only indispensable aspects of the essential whole, but themselves one. But for this, our existing materials, mind, life, body, must be supramentalized. Otherwise, the discordances and oppositions of mind will remain oppositions and discords. The confusions and conflicts of life will remain confused and conflict. The cramps and limits of form will prevent plastic change, perfection, fulfillment. Mind has failed to liberate and perfect life because it has imperfectly mentalized life and form, without finding their secret by which they can find themselves and their perfection through a higher light than their own half-conscious self-feeling. Supermind will supramentalize fully mind, life, and body, and in the very doing of it, liberate their own perfection, because it is in Supermind that the full and perfect secret of mind, life, and form are treasured and await their time of descent into terrestrial nature. As I have said in the preceding letter, speculation on the results of the manifestation of a new supramental principle in the earth consciousness, organizing itself there as mind, life, and matter have already organized themselves, for that is what it comes to, is a little perilous and premature, because we must do it with the mind, and the mind has not the capacity to forecast the action of what is above itself, just as a merely animal or vital perception of things could not have forecast what would be the workings of mind and a mentalized race of beings here. The supermind is a different order of consciousness, far removed from the mental. There are, in fact, several grades of higher consciousness between the human mind and the supramental. If the earth were not evolutionary but a typal world, then indeed one could predict that the descent of a higher type of consciousness would swallow up or abolish the existing type. Ignorance would end, and the creation in the ignorance disappear either by transmutation or by annihilation and replacement. The human mental kingdom would be transformed into the supramental. The vital and subhuman, if it existed in the typal world, would also be changed and become supramental. But Earth being an evolutionary world, the supramental descent is not likely to have such a devastating completeness. It would be only the establishment of a new principle of consciousness and a new order of conscious beings, and this new principle would evolve its own forms and powers in the terrestrial order. Even the whole man kingdom need not and would not be transformed at once or to the whole supramental extent. But at the same time, the beginning of a supramental creation on Earth is bound to have a powerful effect on the rest of terrestrial existence. Its first effect on mankind would be to open a way between the order of the truth light and the orders of the ignorance here on Earth itself, a sort of realized gradation by which it would be possible for mental man to evolve more easily and surely from the ignorance towards the light, and, as he went, organize his existence according to these steps. For at present, the grades of consciousness between mind and supermind act only as influences, the highest of them very indirect influences, on human mind and consciousness, and cannot do more. This would change. An organized higher human consciousness could appear, or several degrees of it, with the supermind organized consciousness as the leader at the top influencing the others and drawing them towards itself. It is likely that as the supramental principle evolved itself, the evolution would more and more take on another aspect. The the Daivic nature would predominate. The Asuro Rakshaso, Pishachik Prakriti, which now holds so large a place, would more and more recede and lose its power. A principle of greater unity, harmony, and light would emerge everywhere. It is not that the creation in the ignorance would be altogether abolished, but it would begin to lose much of its elements of pain and falsehood and would be more a progression from lesser to higher truth, from a lesser to a higher harmony, from a lesser to a higher light, than the reign of chaos and struggle, of darkness and error that we now perceive. For according to all occult teaching, the evolutionary creation could have been such, but for the intervention of the powers of darkness. All traditions, including that of the Veda and Upanishads, point under different figures to the same thing. In the Upanishads, it is the Daityas that smite with evil all that the gods create. In the Zoroastrian tradition, it is Ahriman coming across the work of Ahura Mazda. The Chaldean tradition uses a different figure, but the significance is the same. It is the perception of something that has struck across the harmonious development of creation and brought in the principle of darkness and disorder. The occult tradition also foresees the elimination of this disturbing element by the descent of a divine principle or power on earth, but gives to it usually a sudden and dramatic form. I conceive that the supramental descent would effect the same event by a progressive elimination of the darkness and evolution of the light. But with what rate of rapidity it would be rash to try to forecast or prefigure. This is a very general statement, but perhaps it is a sufficient answer to your first question. I need only add that there is nothing to prevent the supramental creation, the creation in the higher truth light, from being evolutionary, a continuous efflorescence of the divine truth and harmony in a manifold variety, not a final and decisive creation in a single fixed type. What would be decisive would be the crossing of the border between twilight and light, the transference of the base of development from the consciousness in the ignorance to the truth consciousness. That would be, on this level, final. The transition into a world of spirits would only effectuate itself. First, if the whole earth consciousness became thoroughly mentalized. Secondly, if after that, the turn were to a realization here of the principle of those worlds of Sachchidananda, where determination disappears in the interpenetration of all in all, but that would be to look too far into the potentialities of the future. In short, if the supramental principle came down, it would not be in order to reproduce heaven here under celestial conditions, but to create a new heaven and a new earth in the earth consciousness itself, completing and transmuting, but not abolishing the earth order. It is evident that the creative process here could be greatly modified and transmuted by the appearance of the supramental principle. What would be its exact forms is a more difficult question, for the principle of a supramental creation is obvious, but the possibilities of its manifestation are many, and it is only the dynamic truth itself that can choose and determine. Section 2. The Supramental Descent and Transformation. Chapter 1. The Descent of the Supermind. Inevitability of the Descent. The descent of the supramental is an inevitable necessity in the logic of things, and is therefore sure. It is because people do not understand what the supermind is, or realize the significance of the emergence of consciousness in a world of inconscient matter, that they are unable to realize this inevitability. I suppose a matter-of-fact observer, if there had been one at the time of the unrelieved reign of inanimate matter in the earth's beginning, would have criticized any promise of the emergence of life in a world of dead earth and rock and mineral as an absurdity and a chimera. So too, afterwards, he would have repeated his mistake and regarded the emergence of thought and reason in an animal world as an absurdity and a chimera. It is the same now with the appearance of supermind in the stumbling mentality of this world of human consciousness and its reasoning ignorance. If the supramental descent is decreed, nothing can prevent it. But all things are worked out here through a play of forces, and an unfavorable atmosphere or conditions can delay even when they cannot prevent. Even when the thing is destined, It does not present itself as a certitude in the consciousness here, overmind, mind, vital, physical, till the play of forces has been worked out up to a certain point at which the descent not only is, but appears as inevitable. The descent of the supermind is a long process, or at least a process with a long preparation, and one can only say that the work is going on sometimes with a strong pressure for completion, sometimes retarded by the things that rise from below and have to be dealt with before farther progress can be made. The process is a spiritual evolutionary process concentrated into a brief period. It could be done otherwise, by what men would regard as a miraculous intervention, only if the human mind were more flexible and less attached to its ignorance than it is. As we envisage it, it must manifest in a few first and then spread, but it is not likely to sweep over the earth in a moment. It is not advisable to discuss too much what it will do and how it will do it, because these are things the supermind itself will fix, acting out of that divine truth in it, and the mind must not try to fix for it grooves in which it will run. Naturally, the release from subconscient ignorance and from disease, duration of life at will, and a change in the functioning of the body must be among the ultimate results of a supramental change, but the details of these things must be left for the supramental energy to work out according to the truth of its own nature. A beginning, not a completion. What we are doing, if and when we succeed, will be a beginning, not a completion. It is the foundation of a new consciousness on earth, a consciousness with infinite possibilities of manifestation. The eternal progression is in the manifestation, and beyond it there is no progression. If the redemption of the soul from the physical vesture be the object, then there is no need of supramentalization. Spiritual mukti and nirvana are sufficient. If the object is to rise to supraphysical planes, then also there is no need of supramentalization. One can enter into some heaven above by devotion to the Lord of that heaven. But that is no progression. The other worlds are typal worlds, each fixed in its own kind and type and law. Evolution takes place on the earth, and therefore the earth is the proper field for progression. The beings of the other worlds do not progress from one world to another. They remain fixed to their own type. The purely monistic Vedantist says, all is Brahman, life is a dream, an unreality, only Brahman exists. One has nirvana or mukti, then one lives only till the body falls. After that, there is no such thing as life. They do not believe in transformation, because mind, life, and body are an ignorance, an illusion. The only reality is the featureless, relationless self or Brahman. Life is a thing of relations. In the pure self, all life and relations disappear. What would be the use or the possibility of transforming an illusion that can never be anything else, however transformed, than an illusion? There is no such thing for them as a nirvanic life. It is only some yogas that aim at a transformation of any kind except that of ignorance into knowledge. The idea varies, sometimes a divine knowledge or power, or else a divine purity, or an ethical perfection, or a divine love. What has to be overcome is the opposition of the ignorance that does not want the transformation of the nature. If that can be overcome, then old spiritual ideas will not form an obstacle. It is not intended to supramentalize humanity at large, but to establish the principle of the supramental consciousness in the earth evolution. If that is done, all that is needed will be evolved by the supramental power itself. It is not therefore important that the mission should be widespread. What is important is that the thing should be done at all in however small a number. That is the only difficulty. If the transformation of the body is complete, that means no subjection to death. It does not mean that one will be bound to keep the same body for all time. One creates a new body for oneself when one wants to change, but how it will be done cannot be said now. The present method is by physical birth. Some occultists suppose that a time will come when that is not necessary, but the question must be left for the supramental evolution to decide. The questions about the supermind cannot be answered profitably now. Supermind cannot be described in terms that the mind will understand, because the terms will be mental, and mind will understand them in a mental way and mental sense and miss their true import. It would therefore be a waste of time and energy which should be devoted to the preliminary work, psychicization and spiritualization of the being and nature, without which no supramentalization is possible. Let the whole dynamic nature led by the psychic make itself full of the dynamic spiritual light, peace, purity, knowledge, force. Let it afterwards get experience of the intermediate spiritual planes and know, feel, and act in their sense. Then it will be possible to speak last of the supramental transformation. All that, ideas such as everything will soon be spiritualized, is absurd. The descent of the supramental means only that the power will be there in the earth, consciousness as a living force, just as the thinking mental and the higher mental are already there. But an animal cannot take advantage of the presence of the thinking mental power, or an undeveloped man of the presence of the higher mental power. So too, everybody will not be able to take advantage of the presence of the supramental power. I have also often enough said that it will be at first for the few, not for the whole earth, only there will be a growing influence of it on the earth life. It, the world, wants, and it does not want something that it has not got. All that the supramental could give, the inner mind of the world would like to have, but its outer mind, its vital and physical, do not like to pay the price. But after all, I am not trying to change the world all at once, but only to bring down centrally something into it. It has not yet a new consciousness and power. Not in their entirety will cosmic mind, life, and matter be transformed, for that is not our business. It is ourselves that we have to transform and change the earth consciousness by bringing in the supramental principle into the evolution there. Once there, it will necessarily have a powerful influence on the whole earth life, as mind has had through the evolution of men, but much greater. It is not possible for a force like the supramental to come down without making a large change in earth conditions. It does not follow that all will become supramentalized, and it is not necessary. But mind itself will be influenced as life has been influenced by the development of mind on earth. Nothing permanent can be done without the real supramental force. But the result of its descent would be that in human life, intuition would become a greater and more developed force than it now is, and the other intermediate powers between mind and supermind would become also more common and develop an organized action. It is not for considerations of gain or loss that the divine consciousness acts. That is a human standpoint necessary for human development. The divine, as the Gita says, has nothing to gain and nothing that it has not, yet it puts forth its power of action in the manifestation. It is the earth consciousness, not the supramental world, that has to gain by the descent of the supramental principle. That is sufficient reason for it to descend. The supramental worlds remain as they are and are in no way affected by the descent. It, the descent of the supermind, would not necessarily be known by everybody beforehand. Besides, even if the descent were here, one would have to be ready before one could get the final change. It is the supermind we have to bring down, manifest, realize. Anything higher than that is impossible at this stage of the evolution except as a reflection in the consciousness or a power delegated and modified in its descent. The descent of the supramental can hasten things, but it is not going to act as a patent universal medicine or change everything in the twinkle of an eye. Clarifications about the supramental descent. But what will happen when the supramental comes down is a matter for the supramental to decide. No use laying down laws for it beforehand with the mind. It is the truth consciousness, sir. It will act according to the divine truth behind things. It is the very principle of this yoga that only by the supramentalization of the consciousness, which means rising above mind to supermind, and the descent of the supermind into the nature, can the final transformation be made. So if nobody can rise above mind to supermind or obtain the descent of the supermind, then logically this yoga becomes impossible. Every being is in essence one with the divine, and in his individual being a portion of the divine, so there is no insuperable bar to his becoming supramental. It is no doubt impossible for the human nature being mental in its basis to overcome the ignorance and rise to or obtain the descent of the supermind by its own unaided effort, but by surrender to the divine, it can be done. One brings it down into the earth nature through his own consciousness, and so opens the way for the others, but the change has to be repeated in each consciousness to become individually effective. There need not be catastrophes when the supramental descends. There will necessarily be great changes, but they are not bound to be catastrophic. When there is a strong pressure from overmind forces for change, then there are likely to be catastrophes because of the resistance and clash of forces. The supramental has a greater, in its fullness, a complete mastery of things and power of harmonization, which can overcome resistance by other means than dramatic struggle and violence. There are three powers of the cosmos to which all things are subject: creation, preservation, and destruction. Whatever is created lasts for a time, then begins to crumble down. The taking away of the power of destruction implies a creation that will not be destroyed but last and develop always. In the ignorance, destruction is necessary for progress. In the knowledge, the truth creation, the law is that of a constant unfolding without any pralaya. It is not by a general descent that people come out of the physical mind. If one chooses to remain in the physical mind, 1,000,000 descents can come down and make no difference to him. The supermind coming down on earth will change nothing in a man if he clings to the ego. Chapter 2. Descent and Transformation, a world-changing yoga. What is a perfect technique of yoga, or rather of a world-changing and nature-changing yoga? Not one that takes a man by a little bit of him somewhere, attaches a hook, and pulls him up by a pulley into nirvana or paradise. The technique of a world-changing yoga has to be as multiform, sinuous, patient, all-including as the world itself. If it does not deal with all the difficulties or possibilities and carefully deal with each necessary element, has it any chance of success? And can a perfect technique which everybody can understand do that? It is not like writing a small poem in a fixed meter with a limited number of modulations. If you take the poem simile, it is the Mahabharata of a Mahabharata that has to be done. And what, compared with the limited Greek perfection, is the technique of the Mahabharata? Next, what is the use of Vikarabhuti in such a case? If one has to get to a new consciousness which surpasses the reasoning intellect, can one do it on lines which are to be judged and understood by the reasoning intellect, controlled at every step by it, told by the intellect what it is to do, what is the measure of its achievements, what its steps must be, and what their value? If one does that, will one ever get out of the range of the reasoning intelligence into what is beyond it? And if one does, how shall others judge what one is doing by the intellectual measure? How can one judge what is beyond the ordinary consciousness when one is oneself in the ordinary consciousness? Is it not only by exceeding yourself that you can feel, experience, judge what exceeds you? What is the value of a judgment without the feeling and experience? What the supramental will do, the mind cannot foresee or lay down. The mind is ignorance seeking for the truth. The supramental, by its very definition, is truth consciousness, truth in possession of itself and fulfilling itself by its own power. In a supramental world, imperfection and disharmony are bound to disappear. But what we propose just now is not to make the earth a supramental world, but to bring down the supramental as a power and established consciousness in the midst of the rest, to let it work there and fulfill itself as mind descended into life and matter, and has worked as a power there to fulfill itself in the midst of the rest. This will be enough to change the world and to change nature by breaking down her present limits. But what, how, by what degrees it will do it is a thing that ought not to be said now. When the light is there, the light will itself do its work. When the supramental will stands on earth, that will decide. It will establish a perfection, a harmony, a truth creation. For the rest, well, it will be the rest. That is all. I certainly hope to bring down an effective power of the truth which will replace eventually the falsehood that has governed the minds and hearts of men for so long. The liberation of a few individuals is a thing that is always possible and has always been done. But to my seeing, it cannot be the sole aim of existence. Whatever the struggles and sufferings and blunders of humanity, there is still in it an urge towards the light, an impulse towards a greater truth, not only of the soul, but the life. If it has not been done yet, it is surely because those who reached the light and the greater truth rested there and saw in it more a means of escape for the soul than a means of transformation for the life. The liberation of the spirit is necessary. Nothing can be done without it. But the transformation is also possible. You have missed altogether the qualifying words which I put with great care and prominent emphasis. If you don't read carefully, you will necessarily misunderstand what I write. I said, this transformation cannot be done individually in a solitary way only. No individual solitary transformation apart from the work for the earth, which means more than any individual transformation, would be either possible or useful. Also, no individual human being can by his own power alone work out the transformation, nor is it the object of the yoga to create an individual Superman here and there. The object of the yoga is to bring down the supramental consciousness on earth, to fix it there, to create a new race with the principle of the supramental consciousness governing the inner and outer individual and collective life. Therefore, the existence of the ashram, whatever difficulties it created for ourselves or for the individual, was inevitable. The method was the preparation of the earth consciousness in the human being as represented by the members of the ashram and others, with also a certain working in the general earth consciousness, so as to make the descent of the supramental force possible. That force accepted by individual after individual according to their preparation would establish the supramental consciousness in the physical world, and so create a nucleus for its own expansion. As far as I can see, once the supramental is established in matter, the transformation will be possible under much less troublesome conditions than now are there. These bad conditions are due to the fact that the ignorance is in possession, and the hostile powers and established authority, as it were, who do not care to give up their hold, and there is no full force of light established in the earth consciousness, which would not only meet, but outweigh their full force of darkness. It is the darkest nights that prepare the greatest dawns, and it is so because it is into the deep inconscience of material life that we have to bring not an intermediate glimmer, but the full glory of the divine light. The vital world and the supramental descent. When there is a pressure on the vital world due to the preparing descent from above, that world usually precipitates something of itself into the human. The vital world is very large and far exceeds the human in extent, but usually it dominates by influence, not by descent. Of course, the effort of this part of the vital world is always to maintain humanity under its sway and prevent the higher light. The vital descent cannot prevent the supramental, still less can the possessed nations do it by their material power, since the supramental descent is primarily a spiritual fact which will bear its necessary outward consequences. What previous vital descents have done is to falsify the light that came down, as in the history of Christianity, where it took possession of the teaching and distorted it and deprived it of any widespread fulfillment. But the Supermind is by definition a light that cannot be distorted if it acts in its own right and by its own presence. It is only when it holds itself back and allows inferior powers of consciousness to use a diminished and already deflected truth that the knowledge can be seized by the vital forces and made to serve their own purpose. The nature and scope of the transformation. When the mind, life, and body are entirely divine and supramentalized, that is the perfect transformation, and the true transformation is the process that leads towards it. It is not a question of can or cannot the divine force transform someone. It is a question of what is necessary for the true transformation. Theoretically, the force can transform you in 1/100th of a second from an animal to a god, but that would not be transformation or the working out of a spiritual evolution. It would be mere thaumaturgy, i.e., miracle working without a significance or purpose. The whole of humanity cannot be changed at once. What has to be done is to bring the higher consciousness down into the earth consciousness and establish it there as a constant realized force. Just as mind and life have been established and embodied in matter, so to establish and embody the supramental force. It would not be possible to change all that ordinary life on earth in a moment. We have always said that the whole of humanity will not change the moment there is the descent. But what can be done is to establish the higher principle in the earth consciousness in such a way that it will remain and go on strengthening and spreading itself in the earth life. That is how a new principle in the evolution must necessarily work. There is no proposal to transform the whole earth consciousness. It is simply to introduce the supramental principle there, which will transform those who can receive and embody it. The earth consciousness, and the supramental creation. The earth is the place of evolution in which all these universal forces meet and try to manifest, and out of their working something has to develop. On the other planes, the mental, vital, etc., there is not the evolution. There each acts separately according to its own law. It, the earth, contains all the potentialities which come out in the beings of earth and also much that is unexpressed. It is first through the individual that it, the supramental activity, becomes part of the earth consciousness, and afterwards it spreads from the first centers and takes up more and more of the global consciousness till it becomes an established force there. The consciousness of this earth alone is the earth consciousness. There is a separate global consciousness of the earth, as of other worlds, which evolves with the evolution of life on the planet. Yes, all that, humans, animals, vegetables, minerals, is the earth consciousness. Mineral, barsh, matter, vegetable, the vital physical creation, animal, the vital creation, man, the mental creation. Into the earth consciousness so limited to mind, vital, matter, has to come the supramental creation. Necessarily at first, it cannot be in a great number, but even if it is only in a few at first, that does not mean that it will have no effect on the rest or will not change the whole balance of the earth nature. The supramental change and the Ananda plane. The supramental change is the ultimate stage of Siddhi, and it is not likely to come so soon, but there are many levels between the normal mind and the supermind, and it is easy to mistake an ascent into one of them, or a descent of their consciousness or influence for a supramental change. It is quite impossible to ascend to the real Ananda plane, except in a profound trance, until after the supramental consciousness has been entered, realized, and possessed. But it is quite possible and normal to feel some form of Ananda consciousness on any level. This consciousness, wherever it is felt, is a derivation from the Ananda plane, but it is very much diminished in power and modified to suit the lesser power of receptivity of the inferior levels. I presume it is the development of the truth power and the Ananda power in the Overmind consciousness that is being pursued. The transcendent Ananda in itself could descend only after the complete supramentalization of the being and would mean a stupendous change in the earth consciousness. It is the divine truth in the Overmind and the divine Ananda in the Overmind that can now prepare their manifestation, and it is that which is being indicated in these experiences. Chapter 3. The Supramental Transformation. preparatory steps towards the supramental change. It is not possible to have the direct supramental working now. The Adhar is not yet ready. First, one must accept an indirect working which prepares the lower planes for the supramental change. The gate of the supramental cannot be smashed open like that. The Adhar has to be steadily prepared, changed, made fit for the supramental descent. There are several powers between the ordinary mind and the supramental, and these must be opened up and absorbed by the consciousness. Only then is the supramental change possible. To speak of receiving power from the supramental when we are not conscious is strange. When one is not conscious, one can still receive a higher force. The divine Shakti works often from behind the veil, otherwise in the ignorant and unconscious condition of the human being she would not be able to work at all. But the nature of the force or action is modified to suit the condition of the sadhak. One must develop a very full consciousness before one can receive anything from the direct supramental power, and one must be very advanced in consciousness even to receive something of it modified through the overmind or other intermediate region. The supramental influence and supramentalization. Who told you that it, the supermind, was descending on the physical consciousness without touching the mind and vital? Certainly no part of the nature has been supramentalized. That is not possible until the whole being has been put under the supramental influence. The supramental influence must come first. The supramental transformation can only come afterwards. A touch or influence of the supramental is not the same thing as supramentalization. To suppose that the physical can be supramentalized before the mental and vital is an absolute absurdity. What I said was that the mind and vital could not be supramentalized so long as the physical was left as it was, untouched by the supramental descent. It is quite impossible for the supramental to take up the body before there has been the full supramental change in the mind and the vital. X and others seem always to expect some kind of unintelligible miracle. They do not understand that it is a concentrated evolution, rapid but following the law of creation, that has to take place. A miracle can be only a moment's wonder. A change according to the divine law can alone endure. If the supramental can stand in the mind and vital, then it must stand in the physical also. If it does not stand in the physical, it cannot stand in the mind and vital also. It will be something else, not the supramental. It, the supermind, cannot be brought down into the mind and vital without being brought down into the physical also. One can feel its influence or get something from it, but bringing down means much more than that. The supermind is a harmonious whole. It is not a mixture of light and ignorance. If the physical mind is not supramentalized, then there will be in mind a mixture of ignorance, but then it will not be supermind there, but something else. So also with the vital. All that can manifest in the mind separately is a partly supramentalized overmind. There can be no conquest of the other planes by the supermind, but only an influence, so long as the physical is not ready. Aspiration is necessary in all spiritual aims from whatever part of the consciousness. The supermind can descend into the physical only if there is brought down into it the power of higher and higher levels till the supramental intensity is possible. Premature claims of possession of the supermind. It is very unwise for anyone to claim prematurely to have possession of the supermind or even a taste of it. The claim is usually accompanied by an outburst of super-egoism, some radical blunder of perception, or a gross fall into wrong condition and wrong movement. A certain spiritual humility, a serious, unarrogant look at oneself and quiet perception of the imperfections of one's present nature and, instead of self-esteem and self-assertion, a sense of the necessity of exceeding one's present self, not from egoistic ambition, but from an urge towards the divine, would be, it seems to me, for this frail terrestrial and human composition far better conditions for proceeding towards its supramental change. He is using the word Supermind too easily. What he describes as Supermind is a higher illuminated consciousness. A modified supramental light may touch it, but not the full power of the Supermind. And, in any case, it is not the Supermind. He speaks of a supramental part which is unreceptive. That is impossible. The supramental cannot be unreceptive. The Supermind is the truth consciousness itself. It already possesses the truth and does not even need to receive it. The word Vij-un-ana is sometimes used for the higher illumined intelligence in communication with the truth, and this must be the part in himself which he felt. But this is not the Supermind. One can enter into Supermind only at the very end of the sadhana, when all difficulties have disappeared and there is no obstacle any longer in the way of the realization. The question arose and always arises because of an eagerness in the vital to take any stage of strong experience as the final stage, even to take it for the Overmind, Supermind, full siddhi. The Supermind or the Overmind either is not so easy to reach as that, even on the side of knowledge or inner experience only. What you are experiencing belongs to the spiritualized and liberated mind. At this stage, there may be intimations from the higher mind levels, but these intimations are merely isolated experiences, not a full change of consciousness. The Supermind is not part of mind or a higher level of mind. It is something entirely different. No sadhak can reach the Supermind by his own efforts, and the effort to do it by personal tapasya has been the source of many mishaps. One has to go quietly, stage by stage, until the being is ready, and even then, it is only the grace that can bring the real supramental change. The action that took place was not supramental. The fact that you were aware of a center in the brain shows that it was through the mind that it was done. The force that acted was the divine power which can work in this way on any plane, supramental, mental, vital, or physical, or on all the planes together. The supramental action can only be achieved after a long discipline of yoga directed towards that end. It cannot be an initial experience. That there was no mental expectation was all to the good. If there had been an expectation, the mind might have been active and interfered and either prevented the experience or else stood in the way of its being pure and complete. Chapter 4. Transformation and the Body. The transformation of the body. It is quite true that the surrender and the consequent transformation of the whole being is the aim of the yoga. The body is not excluded, but at the same time, this part of the endeavor is the most difficult and doubtful. The rest, though not facile, is comparatively less difficult to accomplish. One must start with an inner control of the consciousness over the body, a power to make it obey more and more the will or the force transmitted to it. In the end, as a higher and higher force descends and the plasticity of the body increases, the transformation becomes possible. It is absolutely idle to think of transforming the body when other things that are so much easier to do, though of course none is easy, are not done. The inner must change before the outermost can follow. So what is the use of such a concentration, unless one thinks that everything else is perfect, which would be a rather astonishing claim. What has to be done with the body at first is to make it open to the force, so as to receive strength against illness and fatigue. When they come, there must be the power to react and throw them off, and to keep a constant flow of force into the body. If that is done, the rest of the bodily change can wait for its proper time. The supramental perfection means that the body becomes conscious, is filled with consciousness, and that as this is, the truth, consciousness, all its actions, functionings, etc., become by the power of the consciousness within it harmonious, luminous, right and true, without ignorance or disorder. The Hatha Yogic method is to bring an immense vital force into the body, and by this and by certain processes, keep it strong and in good health and a capable instrument. the transformation of the body in other traditions. It, a body of light, seen by the correspondent in a vision, is the luminous body spoken of in the Veda as possessed by the beings of the higher planes. It is supposed by certain schools of yoga in the East and West that in the final transformation on earth, man will develop a body having these qualities. It was called the corps glorieux, body of glory, by the mother's first spiritual instructor. It has been the idea of many who have speculated on the subject that the body of the future race will be a luminous body, corps glorieux, and that might mean radioactive. But also it has to be considered, 1, that a supramental body must necessarily be one in which the consciousness determines even the physical action and reaction to the most material, and these therefore are not wholly dependent on material conditions or laws as now known. 2, that the subtle process will be more powerful than the gross, so that a subtle action of Agni will be able to do the action which would now need a physical change, such as increased temperature. I did not intend to evade anything, except that in so far as I do not yet know what will be the chemical constitution of the changed body, I could not answer anything to that. That was why I said it needed investigation. I was simply putting my idea on the matter, which has always been that it is the supramental which will create its own physical basis. If you mean that the supramental cannot fulfill itself in the present body with its present processes, that is true. The processes will obviously have to be altered. How far the constitution of the body will be changed, and in what direction, is another question. As I said, it may become, as you suggest, radioactive. Thiong, mother's teacher in occultism, spoke of it as luminous, le corps glorieux. But all that does not make it impossible for the supramental to act in the present body for change. It is what I am looking forward to at present. Of course, a certain preliminary transformation is necessary, just as the psychic and spiritual transformation precedes the supramental, but this is a change of the physical consciousness down to the submerged consciousness of the cells so that they may respond to higher forces and admit them, and to a certain extent a change, or at least a greater plasticity in the processes. The rules of food, etc., are meant to help that by minimizing obstacles. How far this involves a change of the chemical constitution of the body, I cannot say. It seems to me still that whatever preparatory changes there may be, it is only the action of the supramental force that can confirm and complete them. If the consciousness cannot determine the physical action and reaction in the present body, if it needs a different basis, then that means this different basis must be prepared by different means. By what means? Physical? The old yogis tried to do it by physical tapasya, others by seeking the elixir of life, etc. According to this yoga, the action of the higher force and consciousness, which includes the subtle action of Agni, has to open and prepare the body and make it more responsive to consciousness force, instead of being rigid in its present habits, called laws. But a different basis can only be created by the supramental action itself. What else but the supermind can determine its own basis? I read the Bible very assiduously at one time. When I have looked at it, it has always given me a sense of imprecision in the thought substance, in spite of the vividness of the expression, and that makes it very difficult to be sure about these things. This passage about the body, for instance, although St. Paul had remarkable mystic experiences and certainly much profound spiritual knowledge, profound rather than wide, I think, I would not swear to it that he is referring to the supramentalized body, physical body, perhaps to the supramental body or to some other luminous body in its own space and substance, which he found sometimes as if enveloping him and abolishing this body of death, which he felt the material envelope to be. This verse, like many others, is capable of several interpretations and might refer to a quite supraphysical experience. The idea of a transformation of the body occurs in different traditions, but I have never been quite sure that it meant the change in this very matter. There was a yogi some time ago in this region who taught it, but he hoped when the change was complete to disappear in light. The Vaishnavas speak of a divine body which will replace this one when there is the complete siddhi. But again, is this a divine physical or supraphysical body? At the same time, there is no obstacle in the way of supposing that all these ideas, intuitions, experiences, point to, if they do not exactly denote, the physical transformation. The physical nature does not mean the body alone, but the phrase includes the transformation of the whole physical mind, vital, material nature, not by imposing siddhis on them, but by creating a new physical nature, which is to be the habitation of the supramental being in a new evolution. I am not aware that this has been done by any hatha yogic or other process. Mental or vital occult power can only bring siddhis of the higher plane into the individual life, like the sannyasi who could take any poison without harm, but he died of a poison after all, when he forgot to observe the conditions of the siddhi. The working of the supramental power envisaged is not an influence on the physical giving it abnormal faculties, but an entrance and permeation changing it wholly into a supramentalized physical. I did not learn the idea from Veda or Upanishad, and I do not know if there is anything of the kind there. What I received about the supermind was a direct, not a derived knowledge given to me. It was only afterwards that I found certain confirmatory revelations in the Upanishad and Veda. Transforming the body consciousness, that, stopping at each stage of transformation in order to deal with the body, is hardly possible. The body consciousness is there and cannot be ignored, so that one can neither transform the higher parts completely leaving the body for later dealing, nor make each stage complete in all its parts before going to the next. I tried that method, but it never worked. A predominant over-mentalization of mind and vital is the first step, for instance, when over-mentalizing, but the body consciousness retains all the lower movements unover-mentalized, and until these can be pulled up to the over-mental standard, there is no over-mental perfection. Always the body consciousness brings in flaws and limitations. To perfect the overmind, one has to call in the supramental force, and it is only when the overmind has been partially supramentalized that the body begins to be more and more over-mental. I do not see any way of avoiding this process, though it is what makes the thing so long. The fallacy of the argument that after supramentalization severe attacks on the body will still be possible lies in the premise laid down in the beginning that even after supramentalization, difficulties and attacks will continue. In the supramental consciousness, such attacks are not possible. The coexistence of the supramental and the lower darkness in the same being and body is not possible. It is precisely for that reason that the supramentalization of the body consciousness is laid down as the condition of the successful transformation. If attacks continue and can come in successfully, it means that the body consciousness is not yet supramentalized. Death and the supramental transformation. The change of the consciousness is the necessary thing, and without it, there can be no physical siddhi. But the fullness of the supramental change is not possible if the body remains as it is, a slave of death, disease, decay, pain, unconsciousness, and all the other results of the ignorance. If these are to remain, the descent of the supramental is hardly necessary. For a change of consciousness which would bring mental-spiritual union with the divine, the overmind is sufficient, even the higher mind is sufficient. The supramental descent is necessary for a dynamic action of the truth in mind, vital, and body. This would imply as a final result the disappearance of the unconsciousness of the body. It would no longer be subject to decay and disease. That would mean that it would not be subject to the ordinary processes by which death comes. If a change of body had to be made, it would have to be by the will of the inhabitant. This, not an obligation to live 3,000 years, for that too would be a bondage, would be the essence of physical immortality. Still, if one wanted to live 1,000 years or more, then supposing one had the complete siddhi, it should not be impossible. Death is necessary in the evolution, because the body can progress no longer, cannot suffice any longer as an instrument for the progress or evolution of the consciousness. It has to change its physical instrument and get a new one. If something can be brought into the body that will make it a plastic instrument for the soul, then only death is no longer necessary. If the supramental transformation is complete, that is what should happen. Death has no separate existence by itself. It is only a result of the principle of decay in the body, and that principle is there already. It is part of the physical nature. At the same time, it is not inevitable. If one could have the necessary consciousness and force, decay and death is not inevitable. But to bring that consciousness and force into the whole of the material nature is the most difficult thing of all, at any rate in such a way as to annul the decay principle. Immunity from death by anything but one's own will to leave the body, immunity from illness, are things that can be achieved only by a complete change of consciousness, which each man has to develop in himself. There can be no automatic immunity without that achievement. That is the argument of the Mayavadin, to whom all manifestation is useless and unreal because it is temporary. Even the life of the gods is no use, because it is in time, not in the timeless. But if manifestation is of any use, then it is worthwhile having a perfect manifestation rather than an imperfect one. Have to be left willingly is a contradiction in terms. One keeps the body as long as one wills, with an illumined will, leaves it or changes it according to the same will. That is a very different thing from a body assailed constantly by desire and suffering, and death brought on by decay or illness. Always assuming that the divine manifestation or any manifestation is worthwhile. As for the second argument, change and progress are not excluded from the supramental life. I do not see why the change of cells, supposing it continues in the supramentalized body, takes away from the value of the transformation, if it is a change to something equally or more conscious and luminous. Well, don't you know that old men sometimes get a new or third set of teeth in their old age? And if monkey glands can renew functionings and forces and can make hair grow on a bald head, as Voronov has proved by living examples, well, and mark that science is only at the beginning of these experiments to prolong life. If these possibilities are opening before science, why should one declare their absolute impossibility by other means? There is no ambiguity that I can see. En fait and attaché do not convey any sense of inevitability. En fait means simply that in fact, actually, as things are at present, all life, on earth, has death attached to it as its end, but it does not in the least convey the idea that it can never be otherwise, or that this is the unalterable law of all existence. It is at present a fact for certain reasons which are stated, due to certain mental and physical circumstances. If these are changed, death is not inevitable any longer. Obviously, the alteration can only come if certain conditions are satisfied. All progress and change by evolution depends upon an if which gets satisfied. If the animal mind had not been pushed to develop speech and reason, mental man would never have come into existence. But the if, a stupendous and formidable one, was satisfied. So with the ifs, that condition of farther progress, the conquest of death. As for the conquest of death, it is only one of the sequelae of supramentalization, and I am not aware that I have forsworn my views about the supramental descent. But I never said or thought that the supramental descent would automatically make everybody immortal. The supramental descent can only make the best conditions for anybody who can open to it then or thereafter, attaining to the supramental consciousness and its consequences. But it would not dispense with the necessity of sadhana. If it did, the logical consequence would be that the whole earth, men, dogs, and worms, would suddenly wake up to find themselves supramental. There would be no need of an ashram or of yoga. What is vital is the supramental change of consciousness. Conquest of death is something minor, and, as I have always said, the last physical result of it, not the first result of all or the most important. A thing to be added to complete the whole, not the one thing needed and essential. To put it first is to reverse all spiritual values. It would mean that the seeker was actuated not by any high spiritual aim, but by a vital clinging to life or a selfish and timid seeking for the security of the body. Such a spirit could not bring the supramental change. Certainly everything depends on my success. The only thing that could prevent it, so far as I can see, would be my own death or the mother's. But did you imagine that my success, would mean the cessation of death on this planet, and that sadhana would cease to be necessary for anybody? There can be no immortality of the body without supramentalization. The potentiality is there in the yogic force, and yogis can live for 200 or 300 years or more, but there can be no real principle of it without the supramental. Even science believes that one day death may be conquered by physical means, and its reasonings are perfectly sound. There is no reason why the supramental force should not do it. Forms on earth do not last. They do in other planes, because these forms are too rigid to grow, expressing the progress of the spirit. If they become plastic enough to do that, there is no reason why they should not last. Death is there because the being in the body is not yet developed enough to go on growing in the same body without the need of change, and the body itself is not sufficiently conscious. If the mind and vital and the body itself were more conscious and plastic, death would not be necessary. As for immortality, it cannot come if there is attachment to the body, for it is only by living in the immortal part of oneself, which is unidentified with the body, and bringing down its consciousness and force into the cells, that it can come. I speak, of course, of yogic means. The scientists now hold that it is, theoretically at least, possible to discover physical means by which death can be overcome, but that would mean only a prolongation of the present consciousness in the present body. Unless there is a change of consciousness and change of functioning, it would be a very small gain. Immortality is one of the possible results of supramentalization, but it is not an obligatory result, and it does not mean that there will be an eternal or indefinite prolongation of life as it is. That is what many think it will be, that they will remain what they are with all their human desires, and the only difference will be that they will satisfy them endlessly. But such an immortality would not be worth having, and it would not be long before people are tired of it. To live in the divine and have the divine consciousness is itself immortality, and to be able to divinize the body also and make it a fit instrument for divine works and divine life would be its material expression only. It depends on the consciousness, whether one wants to live a long life. As it is, at present, most people do not get tired of life. They die because they must, not because they want to. At least, that is true of the vital. It is only a minority that tire of life, and for many of these, it is due to the discomforts of old age, continued ill health, misfortune. Supposing a consciousness descended in the body that got rid of these discomforts, would people get tired of life in the same way merely because of its length, or would they have some source of perpetual interest within, as well as without, that would keep them on? That is the question. Of course, physical immortality would not mean that one is tied down to the body, but that one is not subject to disease and death, but can keep or leave the body at will. I don't know whether Ashwataman lives on because he cannot die, or because he won't die. Whether it is for him a doom or a privilege. There are, by the way, animals that live for many centuries, but as they have not the philosophic mind, the question for them does not arise. Probably they take it as a matter of course. What you say about being tired of life is true. Edison's family was very long-lived, but his grandfather, after a century, found it too long and died because he wanted to. On the other hand, there are men who are strongly vital and do not get tired of life, like the Turk who died recently at 150, I think, but was still eager to live. The ideal would be not to be subject to death, but to change the body whenever it is necessary, with full consciousness. The reproductive method of the supramental. The reproductive method of the supramental is more likely to be psychological than material. But these are things that we leave to the supermind to arrange when it is there. It is not at all certain that the hereditary method will be used for the reproduction of supermen. If it were used, the seed would have to be very different from what it is now, and the question would not arise.